Chapter 931. The mood at the banquet was slightly charged. Neither Saint Shihua nor the great Zhou, sacred king, appeared. Instead, it was Rain Saint of Shihua, sacred mountain, who welcomed all the saints. Presumably, the hosts of the two holy lands were preparing for the upcoming ceremony. The mood at the banquet was slightly charged. Neither Saint Shihua nor the great Zhou, sacred king, appeared. Instead, it was Rain Saint of Shihua, sacred mountain, who welcomed all the saints. Presumably, the hosts of the two holy lands were preparing for the upcoming ceremony. The guest list of those who arrived today was extremely impressive, much more so than the 9-state forum that was held at Shihua, sacred mountain. Many commanding figures had personally arrived to show their respect. Lu Zong and Zhou Zi were only of the younger generations and should not have had such influence. At this time, there was another group of cultivators coming from the void. They did not walk into the sacred mountain, but instead went straight into the air. However, after seeing who these people were, no one said much. Those ranked before Saint Shihua on the saint ranking could enter Shihua, sacred mountain, via air, and no one could comment. Strength signified status. Moreover, the person arriving at the moment was Saint Xia. Many regarded Saint Xia as the leader of today's 9 states' holy lands, someone who was highly respected. Saint Xia came in person. Many were a little surprised. The people from 9-state college arrived earlier, but Saint Li did not appear. No one had said anything because Saint Li's status was undisputable. But now, Saint Xia had personally arrived. Could it be that Shihua, sacred mountain, and the great Zhou, sacred dynasty were held in such importance? Everyone got up. Even the saints stood up. And suddenly, there were a whole lot of people standing up at the banquet and greeting Saint Xia, who came from the void. Saint Xia, Rain Saint of Shihua, sacred mountain, took a step forward and bowed slightly. Saint Xia coming in person is a great honor for Shihua, sacred mountain. No need to be like this. I just came to partake in a cup of wine at the wedding feast. Please sit yourselves down. Saint Xia waved to the people. As he landed, everyone finally returned to their seats. Saint Xia, please. Rain Saint welcomed him personally and led Saint Xia to the most respected position in the front. Saint Xia and everyone from the family settled down gladly. Go about your business, don't worry about me, Saint Xia said to Rain Saint. Very well. If Saint Xia has any needs, please do not hesitate to let me know. Rain Saint put his hands together in obeisance and stepped back. At this time, Yi Futian was a little surprised. He had felt Saint Xia's status in the 9 states in the past at the birthday banquet, that he seemed to be the premier figure in the 9 states and even had some relationships with the upper worlds. Even when Xian Qingyuan came to the 9 states, she was there to find Saint Xia. Rumor in the 9 states had it that Saint Xia was from the bloodline of Emperor Xia. Perhaps such a possibility really existed. Not far away, the beautiful eyes of glass Saint also flashed a look of surprise. The fact remained that the marriage between Shihua, sacred mountain, and the great Zhou, sacred dynasty, even for her as the owner of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, had exerted pressure. 9 states had been quiet for many years, but the events that happened in these recent years all indicated that a time of upheaval might come to the 9 states. Yi Futian was likely to be a catalyst. After Saint Xia sat down, his eyes surveyed the crowd. Soon his attention was fixed in one direction. Yi Futian, who sat slightly back, was stunned momentarily, and as he looked up and followed the eyes of Saint Xia, it seemed that Saint Xia was looking in his direction. Glass Saint, who was next to him, also noticed this, and could not help but look at Yi Futian. Could it be that Saint Xia still held a grudge about what happened at the birthday banquet? But with Saint Xia's position, he should not have minded. After all, in the eyes of saints, it was only regarded as a small matter. In an instant, Saint Xia turned his gaze away, but at the same time Yi Futian heard a voice in his head. Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked surprised. Saint Xia was secretly transmitting his voice to him. Sir, Yi Futian responded with a secret voice transmission. You were really out of line. The voice from Saint Xia seemed to be somewhat displeased. Yi Futian furrowed his brows and responded, I do not understand. Did you know who the supervising inspector was? Saint Xia asked. Yi Futian glanced at Saint Xia. Saint Xia mentioned the supervising inspector at the moment indicated that he must have known what happened in the upper worlds. I know, Yi Futian admitted freely. They had overcome the 9th layer of heaven in Jiutian Temple in the upper worlds. So how could he have not known who Xia Qingyuan was? What was more, even Jiu and the others had known what happened when they came back. Then, do you know that the little princess is the most talented among all of Xia Emperor's descendants, and that she was most favored and spoiled by Emperor Xia? Saint Xia seemed a little angry. I heard some of it. I also heard that Xia Qingyuan was born by the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm with Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia even said that her talent surpasses his own, Yi Futian said. You knew, and yet you dared to refuse the little princess the second time. Saint Xia spoke with great displeasure. Princess Qingyuan may even become the next generation Renhuang in Emperor Xiao's realm. At Jitain Temple, in front of everyone, she personally invited you. Do you know what that means? All you had to do was nod your head, and maybe you could be next to the little princess, following her in cultivation. You might have gotten to see Emperor Xia often and would have the chance to receive instruction from Emperor Xia, and you actually refused such an opportunity. Saint Xia was really angry. Even the saints did not have such an opportunity, and Yi Futian refused without hesitation when such an opportunity was within reach. When Saint Xia learned of the news, he had wanted to beat him violently. It had not been easy for the 9 states to produce such a remarkable character. The stronger the 9 states, the more likely it was for Emperor Xia to hold the 9 states in higher regard. For Yi Futian it had been easy. It was said that he had refused without any hesitation. Yi Futian was speechless, but he was not angry. Though Saint Xia's tone seemed upset, the truth was that he felt sorry for him. But he did not respond. Could it be that he was very unhappy with Xia Qingyuan because of Yi Wuchen? Or did he think that Xia Qingyuan was not qualified for him to follow? Xia Qingyuan, after all, was only his peer. Naturally, this he could not have said to Saint Xia. However, Saint Xia seemed to know his thoughts and continued, I know that you think highly of yourself. You were able to overcome the 9th layer of heaven. Of course, you have the right to be proud. Looking at it today, your refusal to go to the trial now seems not to matter too much. But even if you are proud, don't forget where you are cultivating now. 9 states is under the rule of Emperor Xia. If you had agreed to follow the little princess in cultivation, even the marriage of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would not have meant much. One word from the little princess within the lands of 9 states, and who would dare to touch you? But now, if they knew that you had climbed the sky stairwell, entered the 9th layer of heaven, yet refused the little princess, their thoughts would still be that of eradicating you as soon as possible in order to eliminate any future concerns. When Yi Futian heard what Saint Xia had to say, he was embarrassed, and he understood why Saint Xia chose to communicate with him secretly. These words were not appropriate to communicate publicly. If it was not for him having climbed the sky stairwells and getting into the 9th layer of heaven, even Saint Xia would probably not tell him this much. After all, Saint Xiao's position was there to be respected. He also knew that Saint Xia was right. Even if he held himself in high esteem, in the land ruled by Emperor Xia, following Xia Qingyuan was the most favorable choice. However, those who cultivated had their own personalities to contend with, and it wasn't just the considerations of the pros and cons. With his character, asking him to follow Xia Qingyuan to cultivate and asking Xia Qingyuan to protect him was something he could never have done, and wouldn't even think about doing it. Perhaps it could also be said that this was a disadvantage. As for some of the saints in the 9 states who knew of this news, they would indeed want to kill him as soon as possible, especially the great Zhou, sacred king. The greater his talent, the greater the threat he posed. Therefore, it was natural to want to eliminate him early. Therefore, if Saint Xia had publicly revealed the news from the upper worlds, it would only be disadvantageous to him. It was obvious that Saint Xia was still being considerate. Sir, now none of this will make any difference. Yi Futian's voice was tinged with a bit of bitterness. He could not refute Saint Xia's reprimand. And after all, Saint Xia was not being malicious. If you are willing to change your mind and lower your stance, I can assist you in contacting the little princess. And there is still the opportunity, Saint Xia said again. Yi Futian was speechless, asking him to beg Xia Qingyuan now just to follow her in cultivation, if it would give the barren state an advantage. It might be worth it to consider putting himself in this servile position. Whenever he thought about that person dressed in men's attire but who had a prettier face than women, looking cold and proud, Yi Futian wondered how he could have such evil thoughts. Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but I think it's better to forget it, Yi Futian responded with a helpless smile. You are stubborn, Saint Xia said hatefully. Watch yourself. And there was no more voice transmission to Yi Futian. In fact, Saint Xia had already suspected that Yi Futian would not agree. After all, a person who could penetrate the 9th layer of heaven in the Jiutian temple naturally had his own pride. What truly shocked Saint Xia was that Yu Sheng and Gu Donglu were able to get through the 9th layer of heaven along with Yi Futian. It appeared that the future potential of the barren state was indeed a bit intimidating. In the future, he might be able to become someone like the Sword Saint of the Void or the Great Shaman. Next to Yi Futian, the Glass Saint had felt that Saint Xia was looking to this side, specifically at Yi Futian. Afterward, Yi Futian's eyes were full of interesting expressions. Could it be that he was in a secret exchange with Saint Xia? Because she was attentive on the matter, she had observed Yi Futian's expression very closely. Saint Xia was looking for you. Glass Saint transmitted her voice to Yi Futian in whispers, curious. Supposing that Saint Xia really was secretly exchanging messages with Yi Futian, could Yi Futian figure into the reason for his trip? Yi Futian looked at the Glass Saint and nodded gently. The Glass Saint smiled lightly with a beauty that was dazzling. She continued to transmit her voice and asked, What business does Saint Xia have with you? Saint Xia deliberately communicated with Yi Futian. It must not have been anything ordinary. Otherwise, there was no need to do so. Seeing the stunning beauty of Glass Saint, Yi Futian thought that no wonder she was the first beauty in Eastern State. When she smiled, there seemed to be a strange, magical power coming out of her, which made it impossible to refuse her question. Because of the matters involving the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace during the trial, I went to the upper worlds and made some trouble. Because of it, Saint Xia wanted to ask me something regarding it. Yi Futian said to the Glass Saint, But I'm hoping you will keep it secret for me. Clearly, it was not because he was seduced by the beauty of the Glass Saint. It was only that he and the Glass Saint had always maintained a friendly relationship. Under the circumstances, even if his talent was outstanding, there would be no malice from her, and she may even aid him. So for him there was no downside. When she heard what Yi Futian had to say, astonishment that flashed through the beautiful eyes of the Glass Saint. Those casual and easy words of Yi Futian actually contained too much information. He did not participate in the trial, but went to the upper worlds anyways, which meant that he went by the sky stairwell. Moreover, he must have made a lot of ruckus in the upper worlds, thereby attracting Saint Xiao's attention. Thinking of the previous comment from GMO, the Glass Saint was thinking, what exactly did Yi Futian do in the upper world? Chapter 932. Glass Saint was growing more and more curious. She smiled at Yi Futian and said, I don't want to go the upper world, so why don't you tell me what you did? Glass Saint was growing more and more curious. She smiled at Yi Futian and said, I don't want to go the upper worlds, so why don't you tell me what you did? Yi Futian looked at Glass Saint. Although she had cultivated for many years, she looked to be not even 30 years old. She was young, beautiful, and had a dignified bearing that made it so that people were on their best behavior in her presence. But her smiles and frowns right now seemed to make him forget that she was on the saint plane. Of course, her temperament was still engraved in her bones. Even if it was not revealed in the form of her smile, it still carried with it an invisible nobility. Yi Futian rubbed his forehead and said, "It was nothing. I just fought my way to the 9th layer of heaven in Jiutian Temple and refused Xia Qingyuan's invitation. It's not even worth mentioning to you." Glass Saint was stunned. She had naturally heard of Jiutian Temple. A strange look came into her beautiful eyes, and she smiled at Yi Futian. No wonder Saint Xia came personally. She shifted her gaze. She already knew what had happened, so there was no need to pursue this line of questioning. The goddess Qingyi saw the strange look on her master's face. She had just seen Glass Saint smile at Yi Futian, and moreover, it was not just a polite smile like she had seen before. What was wrong with her master? Had she just been flirting with Yi Futian? Since the goddess Qingyi had noticed, Hua Ju naturally noticed it as well. She leaned on Yi Futian's shoulder and said with a smile, "You must be making preparations for your plan to take a concubine." Yi Futian shuddered and took her hand. "What are you talking about?" "I was just talking to Glass Saint." "Don't worry about it. I will support my husband," Hua Ju said with an ambiguous smile. Yi Futian's tone did not change. "I think there is a misunderstanding, Jiu. I've already agreed to it, and you still don't dare. You have the heart of a thief, but not his courage," Hua Ju said with disdain. But Yi Futian was speechless. He couldn't bear this. "Don't regret this." He was getting angry. "Humph," Hua Ju snorted. If the saints present knew what the couple was talking about, who knew what they would think? They were talking about taking Glass Saint, whom the great Zhou sacred king dreamed of pursuing, the foremost beauty in the Easter state, the lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, as a concubine. At that moment, there was a splendid brilliance in the sky, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, followed by a phoenix's cry. The dragon and phoenix cried together, and the holy mountain was shaken. Everyone there looked up and saw a beautiful golden dragon gliding through the clouds. It danced up through the sky, tracing a magnificent arc. On the other side, a golden phoenix descended. The sky was incomparably radiant. After the dragon and phoenix came hundreds of beautiful birds. Even the people of Xihua, Sacred Mountain's hearts, were swayed when they saw this beautiful scene. This was truly worthy of the wedding between Lu Zong of Xihua, Sacred Mountain, and the palace lord of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The dragon and phoenix descended, and Lu Zong's figure appeared atop its head, looking magnificent. Zhou Zi was atop the golden phoenix. She wore a phoenix crown and an embroidered, tasseled cape. She had been dressed exceedingly carefully and looked holy and pure, and 3 times more beautiful than normal. Zhou Zi's bright eyes were full of smiles, making her even more beautiful. She had always admired Lu Zong, and now she was finally realizing her heart's desire of marrying someone that she liked. Moreover, Lu Zong was a disciple of a saint, a heavenly chosen one, and a genius talent. She was naturally quite happy with such a desirable groom. After today, she would be Lu Zong's wife. Many of the top figures of the 9 states had personally come. It would be quite difficult for another wedding in the 9 states to top today's. She was most satisfied. As Yi Futian watched this scene and saw Zhou Zi's happy face, he didn't know if he should feel the same as her. As a princess of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Zi was usually arrogant and rude. How could Lu Zong like her? She was nothing more than a tool to him. She thought she had found her perfect match, but she wouldn't know what kind of man the person sharing her pillow really was. Considering that Lu Zong had used the cultivators of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and Chess Saint Villa in a sacrificial matrix to try and free Chess Saint, it could be said that Lu Zong would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. But, in any case, this would be the most glorious moment of Zhou Zi's life. Jiu, our wedding was a little bit shabby compared to this. If we have a chance in the future, we should do it again. Yi Futian took her hand in his and rubbed it. Ever since this great beauty of Qingzhou Academy had taken his hand at 15, they had passed through many trials together. Now, seeing that Lu Zong and Zhou Zi's wedding was more lavish than theirs, Yi Futian felt a little bit embarrassed before Jiu. Jiu felt the heat of Yi Futian's hand, and her heart warmed. She smiled beautifully and said, "At that time you were on the noble plane, and the top figures of the barren state still came to witness our wedding. You call that shabby? That was the most satisfying moment of my life. But you deserve more, at least more than them." Yi Futian still smiled. "But Zhou Zi is a princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty." Jiu looked at Yi Futian. He also deserved more than them. "What are you thinking?" Yi Futian rubbed her hand. "I am thinking that when you take a concubine, she can be no worse than her. That way I can save some face," she said with a smile. Yi Futian shook his head, speechless. The dragon and phoenix made their appearance on top of the ceremonial platform. Lu Zong and Zhou Zi stood facing each other and then walked towards each other. The dragon and the phoenix touched heads, and the two people took each other's hand. Zhou Zi looked at Lu Zong, her eyes beaming. "My wife," said Lu Zong with a smile. Zhou Zi blushed at his voice. She nodded slightly and whispered, "My husband." As the two of them spoke, the dragon and phoenix rose into the sky. The two people stepped down and walked to the front of the platform and bowed slightly to the audience. "Congratulations," said Saint Xiao with a grin. Suddenly everyone from the Holy Lands began congratulating them. Saint Xihua and the great Zhou sacred king appeared on the ceremonial platform. They walked to the couple's side. Saint Xihua looked out over the crowd and said, "It is my honor that all the saints and members of Holy Lands have come to witness this wedding." "So polite. On such a joyous day, we should only be speaking of the wine," said someone with a laugh. "Then none of you may leave until you are thoroughly drunk," said Saint Xihua with a smile. "Of course. I would also like to take this chance to make an announcement. Lu Zong's talents are extraordinary. I have been teaching him all along with the 3 saints of Xihua, Sacred Mountain. Now he is already at the sage level. The princess chose him as a celestial chosen one, and so we at Xihua Sacred Mountain have decided to make him a son of Xihua. From now on he will be able to inherit my position," continued Saint Xihua. Everyone was visibly moved by this speech. Although Lu Zong had always been known as the most outstanding disciple of Xihua Sacred Mountain, and he had always been regarded as the future leader, there were always variables. This would lead to the other powerful figures of Xihua Sacred Mountain considering their own positions. And now, Saint Xihua had announced to everyone that Lu Zong had been confirmed as his heir. It seemed that he had great faith in his talent. "Congratulations," everyone said once again. Their eyes all fell upon Lu Zong, including those who had gone to the trials with him. His performance in the trials had indeed been amazing, and he had had great luck. Xihua Sacred Mountain would find no one else in this generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Crack! Behind Yi Futian, Yang Shao clenched his fists. He stared at the ceremonial platform, and there was an unmistakable desire to kill in his eyes. But he controlled his emotions and did not give in to them. But this patience was extremely unbearable. The man who had buried his wife and several of his fellow disciples alive was now being watched by everyone as he was enshrined as the heir to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Moreover, Lu Zong had reached the sage level. Given Lu Zong's talent, it would be more and more difficult to kill him as time went on. Yi Futian heard the sound and looked back at Yang Shao. "Senior Yang, the reason we came here today was to see what Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will do and to observe the situation. I, of course, understand your desire for revenge, but we should not act rashly here. I understand, answered Yang Shao. He naturally knew the meaning of patience. If he acted now, who knew who would die? Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had invited the barren state to attend, and so they would not take action in order to maintain face. If they acted first, they would give their opponents an excuse to make trouble. In addition, I have one more thing to say, continued Saint Xihua. He looked towards Yi Futian and smiled. Lord Yi has also come today. Since you invited me, of course I came. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He was very polite, just like they were old friends. I'm so happy that you came. And there is something I want to discuss with you, Saint Xihua said with a smile. What is it? Asked Yi Futian. He had finally come to the main subject. Everyone's eyes also turned to Saint Xihua, waiting for him to begin. A holy war broke out between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace, leading to much loss of life. Now that Lu Zong from Xihua Sacred Mountain has married a princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, he is now like a son to them. In order to avoid conflict, Xihua Sacred Mountain will act as a peacemaker, he said to Yi Futian. A strange look came over everyone's face. A peacemaker? Could it be that Saint Xihua would mediate between the two of them? They couldn't believe it. Neither could Yi Futian. What do you propose? Asked Yi Futian. Since the Great Zhou Sacred King is the elder, why don't you make a concession and turn over the sword matrix of the void to him, and then apologize for your mistake in public? I think that way the Great Zhou Sacred King will stop pursuing the matter. What do you think of this, Lord Yi? Asked Saint Xihua with a smile. Chapter 933. Yi Futian looked up at Saint Xihua and narrowed his eyes a bit. He was still smiling, but inside he was cold. Yi Futian looked up at Saint Xihua and narrowed his eyes a bit. He was still smiling, but inside he was cold. Were they finally ready to make a move? Ever since the events at Nether Sword Mound, Yi Futian had suspected that the specter of Saint Xihua had been looming behind Lu Zong. Without Saint Xihua's support, Lu Zong would not have been so bold as to even bury alive people from Xihua Sacred Mountain in his sacrifice. Now, Saint Xihua was asking him to surrender the sword matrix of the void and admit his mistakes. He clearly knew this was impossible. If he really had the sword matrix of the void and gave it to his opponent, he would be under his control. Would the barren state survive that? But Saint Xihua had still proposed this. It was really just an excuse to get things started. Behind this marriage alliance must be the fact that these two great holy lands of the eastern state had already allocated the benefits. As for the specifics, he did not know. If I had the sword matrix of the void, do you think that there would be a wedding today? Said Yi Futian with a smile. All eyes fell on him. They naturally knew what he meant. If he really controlled the sword matrix of the void, then the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty might no longer exist. Perhaps your level is not high enough to wield the sword matrix of the void, and you can only control its techniques, said Saint Xihua with a smile. Of course, if you say you don't have it, I'm willing to believe you. But as long as you are sincere about this, it is no problem. For example, you could give that sword spirit girl. Or, I have heard that Yi Wuchen, the disciple of the barren state, has obtained a few sword wills. Moreover, they were obtained in Renhuang's ruins, so they may have been his sword wills. These can take the place of the sword matrix of the void. As Saint Xihua spoke, everyone's eyes fell on the one-armed figure behind Yi Futian. Had Yi Wuchen obtained Renhuang's sword wills? Although this was only a conjecture, if these were really Renhuang's sword wills, they would be enough to interest the saints of the barren state. Yi Futian's heart grew colder as he heard Saint Xihua's words. These light and airy words were pushing Yi Wuchen into a vortex. You must be joking. If Wuchen had really obtained Renhuang's sword wills, How could he have returned to the barren state? I heard that Lu Zong also obtained some of Renhuang's treasures in the ruins, which made him stronger. No wonder you have made him your heir. It looks like the great Zhou sacred king married him to the princess in order to prepare for him inheriting both great holy lands, said Yi Futian. He had heard that Lu Zong had had great luck, but he didn't know what he had specifically found. But since Saint Xihua had mentioned the Renhuang sword wills, he could naturally use this topic to retaliate against his opponent. As for surrendering treasures and apologizing, I think that perhaps you have not figured out who started this sacred war. The barren state has taken a thrashing all along, and our casualties have been heavy. The one who should apologize is the great Zhou sacred king, continued Yi Futian. I think that with your high status, you should be able to make a clear distinction between right and wrong and will not show partiality due to a marriage alliance by bullying my weak, barren state. When everyone heard Yi Futian's words, they could not help but blush with shame. The barren state had taken a thrashing all along. In the largest battles, had it not been the great Zhou sacred dynasty who had come to grief? Bully the weak, barren state? At the moment, the barren state could not be said to be weak. Yi Futian was quite eloquent. He had said that he believed that Saint Xihua could distinguish between right and wrong. This would block him from doing anything underhanded. The barren state seems to have not lost much in the sacred war between the Holy Ji Palace and the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Instead, the three top forces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were torn up by the roots. For you to say that the barren state is weak and is being bullied is too modest, said Saint Xihua calmly. Our marriage alliance was not done deliberately to bully the Holy Ji Palace. After all, I still have a lot of appreciation for you, which is why I deliberately invited you here for a mediation. I hope there will not be any unhappiness in the future. You say it's mediation, but all that will happen is that we will apologize, said Yi Futian. You said that the barren state is weak. If it had not been for the supervising inspector saying that saint-level figures could not get involved in the war, who knows what would have happened to the Holy Ji Palace? Now, the great Zhou sacred king has given the princess in marriage to Xihua sacred mountain. If Lu Zong, the son of Xihua sacred mountain, sees that Zhou Zi is in peril, can he just stand by and watch? What a dilemma for Xihua sacred mountain. Saint Xihua's manner grew colder, and he said with a little bit of severity, "Is it so hard for you to admit a mistake, Lord Yi?" As he said this, a bit of saintly presence suffused him, making the banquet extraordinarily silent. Everyone ate and drank quietly. No one intervened. Saint Xihua was obviously looking for an excuse to participate in the sacred war. This was a disaster for the barren state. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had put the Holy Ji Palace in a terrible fix. Yi Futian stared at Saint Xihua and said, "You are trying to force me to do something I am unwilling to do. The great Zhou sacred king should be the one making a concession. By saying this, are you determined to persist in your selfishness?" Saint Xihua said coldly. Everyone from the barren state's face was cold as they looked up at Saint Xihua. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He smiled and raised his glass, then drained it. He put it down and then once again looked at Saint Xihua. He asked, "This is my second time coming to Xihua sacred mountain. Do you remember the circumstances of the first time?" Saint Xihua frowned. Everyone thought back several years to the 9-State Forum. That must be what Yi Futian was talking about. At that time, the barren state was weak and was written off by all the holy lands of the 9 states. Even when we attended the 9-State Forum, it was only in the servant seats. Yu Sheng did not accept this, and so he walked onto the platform to question this. At that time, Yu disdained him. Before the war, no one cared about the barren state's feelings, said Yi Futian slowly. At that time, it must be that all the holy lands thought that the disciples of the barren state must be unbridled to dare to ask such questions. At the next 9-State Forum, most of the power of the holy lands were targeted at us. But how did it end that time? Yi Futian's eyes burned as he stared at Saint Xihua. Saint Xihua's face sank and his eyes went cold. The result of that 9-state forum was that he had personally apologized and forfeited a divine implement. The barren state had taken first place and, on the whole, was the most dazzling. At that time, although he had apologized, Yi Futian was still very polite and respectful, so no one had said anything. But now he had brought it up again. This situation was similar to the one all those years ago. This sacred war was caused by the great Zhou sacred king being too overbearing. But now you want me to apologize? Weakness was the original sin, continued Yi Futian. Lu Zong buried many cultivators alive at Nethersword Mound. Even sages from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, as well as many of Chess Saint's disciples. Is Lu Zong guilty? Has he ever apologized? Everyone looked up at Lu Zong. He had not only never apologized, he had even been made the son of Xihua Sacred Mountain and its future inheritor. Now he was marrying the princess of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and had invited all the holy lands of the 9 states to his wedding. You are too arrogant. At that moment, Rain Saint stepped forward from below the platform, and the pressure of the divine path swept out. His face was extremely cold. Today was meant to be Lu Zong's day of joy, and Yi Futian had accused him of a crime. Yi Futian glanced at Rain Saint. He had understood what Saint Xihua had meant. He clearly intended to enter the sacred war. In that case, he would be a little bit arrogant. All those years ago, he had let Saint Xihua keep face at the 9-state forum, but now he was preparing to harm the barren state. He had no more reason to let him keep face. After this marriage, what do you plan to do next, Saint Xihua? Asked Yi Futian. He was too lazy to ask in a roundabout way, so he was direct. I have already said all I need to say, Yi Futian. Do you insist on this path? Saint Xihua's voice was low. You've already said it? Are you saying that if the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has problems, you can't just stand by with folded arms? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. You and the great Zhou Sacred King must have discussed this before the marriage. Saint Xihua looked at him coldly. This Yi Futian was really a thorn in his side. He was not letting him keep any face. If this is why you invited me here today, I am here now. Whatever Xihua Sacred Mountain is planning to do, please do it, said Yi Futian. As for the feast, I'm afraid I can no longer participate, so I will leave. Upon saying this, he stood to leave. Behind and beside him, the others from the barren state got up and followed him. Such arrogance, came a cold voice. Yi Futian turned around and saw a man put his glass down and look up at him. It was the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs in Yu State, who had been given the title of Saint Ji. If the palace had not invited Empress Xia to get involved all those years ago, the Holy Ji Palace would no longer exist, and we would not have this arrogant man at our feast, said Saint Ji coldly. He looked at Yi Futian. I want to remind you of something, Yi Futian. When the Holy Ji Palace invited Empress Xia, he said that after the next battle of proving holiness, if there were no saints in the barren state, the palace would be outlawed. Jisheng Cliffs must not do anything against you. But since a saint has come to the barren state, you can no longer say that you are being bullied. Everyone's hearts trembled as they heard Saint Ji's words. Another holy land had declared themselves against the barren state. Xihua Sacred Mountain, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Jisheng Cliffs. If the 3 holy lands joined hands, it would be enough to wipe out the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace was possibly about to face its doom. Yi Futian looked at Saint Ji. Previously, Yu Jianglu had reminded him that Kong Yao had arrived at Xihua Sacred Mountain a few days in advance. Jisheng Cliffs and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had possibly also reached some sort of agreement. By targeting the barren state, they each distributed their advantages. He thought that with Jisheng Cliff's strength being behind that of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain, The benefit that they would get was probably the chance to occupy the barren state's holy land and take the sage hall for their own. As for Shihua's sacred mountain and the great Zhou sacred dynasty, what would they get? At this moment, Yi Futian had Little Condor given order at the palace. Chapter 934. Saint Ji's words had instantly put the barren state into an extremely dangerous situation. Because of this, the Holy Ji Palace would be facing 3 great holy lands. 3 holy lands had allied in order to send the barren state to their deaths, not giving them any chance of survival. After the wedding banquet, they would probably be thrown into turmoil. Saint Ji's words had instantly put the barren state into an extremely dangerous situation. Because of this, the Holy Ji Palace would be facing 3 great holy lands. 3 holy lands had allied in order to send the barren state to their deaths, not giving them any chance of survival. After the wedding banquet, they would probably be thrown into turmoil. Jisheng Cliffs are really kicking us while we're down, said Yi Futian sarcastically. Since Shihua's sacred mountain invited me to come for this, I will not even finish my wine before leaving. On saying this, he rose into the air, preparing to leave. He did not plan to walk down Shihua's sacred mountain. The others from the barren state rose into the air behind him and started down the mountain. Hold on, Lord Yi, came a voice. Yi Futian stopped and turned around to see a figure walking forward on the ceremonial platform. The person walking forward wore ceremonial robes and was the main figure of the banquet, Lu Zong. What is it? Asked Yi Futian coldly. I have already explained the events at Nether Sword Mound. Chess Saint is the saint of the Eastern State. In order to save him, some sacrifices were inevitable. If I were to face the same situation again, I would make the same choice. Lu Zong stepped into the air, full of righteousness, as if he were in the right. Those who did not know Lu Zong would probably be deceived by him. When he talked like this, his face did not betray him at all. However, you have repeatedly tried to humiliate me. Even though you are a guest today, and your talent is the crown of the 9 states, I still wish to teach you a thing or two. Lu Zong continued forward, and suddenly his power coalesced in the air. The rule power of heaven and earth surged. The weather shifted and the great path resonated. All of this happened with Lu Zong at the center as he released an amazing amount of power towards Yi Futian. I'm not interested, said Yi Futian quietly as he continued to move away. Then you may do as you please. Lu Zong continued forward, and many afterimages appeared. Sound came from all of the images of him, as if he were everywhere at once, occupying every space. A strange look came over everyone's faces. Even the saints felt the incredible power there and were slightly surprised. This disciple, who had been taught by the 3 saints of Shihua's sacred mountain, was indeed worthy of his reputation. Go ahead, Yi Futian, came an endless chorus of voices. The heavens and the earth trembled as the great path resonated. Lu Zong's endless figures reformed into one, forming a terrible storm. He descended in front of Yi Futian like a gigantic god. Golden light bloomed and pressed down from the sky. The godlike figure struck out with his fist and pressed it towards Yi Futian. With his strength, he seemed to crack the very air. Yi Futian turned around and faced the godlike figure. He seemed extraordinarily small, and it seemed as if this falling fist could crush him into nothing. An invisible airflow shot out around Yi Futian, and he raised his fist. The starry laws crushed everything as they collided with Lu Zong's falling fist. His violent airflow swept out with a great roar, and many of the saints below waved their hands to relieve the pressure and block the aftershock of that attack. The airflow swept down from the sky, creating a hurricane. Yi Futian had been thrown back quite a ways, and Lu Zong was still standing in his original position. He did not move as his gorgeous robe fluttered in the wind. He truly looked like a hero. Has Yi Futian been forced back? Everyone below's hearts trembled as they watched this scene. Yi Futian was so strong that he was said to be peerless in the 9 states. This seemed to be the first time that he had been beaten back by someone of the same generation in a face-to-face confrontation. Of course, Lu Zong was on a higher plane than him, so being able to push someone back was quite normal. But this was Yi Futian. In many people's minds, this proud son of heaven should not be able to be defeated. Zhou Zi gazed at her husband Lu Zong, and her eyes were full of pride. This was her man. He could even defeat Yi Futian. In all the 9 states, no one can dominate an entire generation. I will witness all of this, said GMO of the Hall of Holy Light with a hint of irony in his eyes. Witness? He himself had been dominated. So this is the hospitality of Shihua, Sacred Mountain. Yi Futian seemed very angry. We will meet again. On saying this, he walked away. All the people of the barren state cast a cold glance at Lu Zong and then followed him. Soon they had all disappeared into the distance. Everyone at the banquet watched Yi Futian as he left. Their eyes revealed their thoughts. It seems that this man who went to undergo trials with the princess has improved greatly, said someone. Yi Futian considers himself so extraordinary that he refused the princess's invitation, and yet still thought he could be peerless in the 9 states. Saint Ji and Kong Yao both smiled coldly. Although this was only a casual confrontation, Lu Zong had still pushed Yi Futian back. This was extremely significant. Because of this, those forces that Yi Futian had pulled into a closer relationship would stop and reconsider. For example, the Yu clan of the Summer State. But at that moment, Saint Xia raised his glass and swirled it. His eyes revealed his thoughts. Just now he had felt Yi Futian's aura. He was an upper-level magi. According to the Xia clan's news, when he had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven, he was a mid-level magi. Those he had defeated were all upper-level magi. Could those at Jiutian Temple really be so weak? Even if the people below were weaker, what about those on the 9th layer of heaven? Pei Qianying, the son of a sword saint and a cultivator of the Lihan heaven, had also gone to the trials with the princess, just like Lu Zong. But it was said that Yi Futian had crushed him in a humiliating way, crippling his life spirit. With that in mind, Yi Futian should not have been defeated by Lu Zong. There was only one possibility. Yi Futian was deliberately pretending to be weak. But why would he do that? Could it be that he was feeling the pressure of the alliance between the 3 great holy lands, and thus was pretending to not be very outstanding in order to prevent the 3 holy lands from going all out against him? He feigned weakness to paralyze his opponents. In addition to Saint Xia, Glass Saint also felt that Yi Futian was doing this. Yi Futian had personally told her that Saint Xia had come for him when he was in Jiutian Temple. In addition, he had told her something before he left. Emperor Xia was present in all the holy lands of the 9 states. She wondered what he meant by this. Lu Zong seemed calm after repelling Yi Futian. He returned to the ceremonial platform and bowed to everyone. I apologize for disturbing you. My wife and I will raise a toast to you all. As he said this, 2 people stepped down onto the platform from the sides. Saint Shihua and the great Zhou Sacred King had come personally. After all the saints and important figures of the 9 states were here today. Since he had been respectful, they naturally had to return the compliment. After the banquet, the great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Ji should return to their homes to prevent Yi Futian from mobilizing his army when he returns to the barren state and making a sneak attack on the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Jisheng Cliffs. Given the current situation, it is possible that he now sees this as a case of either the fish dies or the net gets torn, said Saint Chihua. When he gets back to the barren state, we will already be back in the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. And even if I'm not there, we have a battle matrix there that the people from the barren state cannot break through, said the great Zhou Sacred King confidently. Saint Ji sat there calmly, drinking his wine. He was not worried either. What could Yi Futian do? Would he dare to attack Jisheng Cliffs? After today, the 3 of them were on the same side. In their discussion about how to destroy the Holy Ji Palace and swallow up the barren state, the great Zhou sacred king and Saint Xihua had already agreed with him. After taking the barren state, Jisheng Cliffs could occupy the Holy Ji Palace, and the Sage Hall would be brought back to his home. They would also get half the divine implements. This was enough to convince him. Moreover, there was bad blood between Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. They could not bear to see the Holy Ji Palace rise. After Yi Futian left Xihua Sacred Mountain, he traveled upon the sword. The sword pierced through the sky at high speeds. Yi Futian and the others stood upon it. Huang Zhouge asked, "Why did you let him do it?" He naturally knew how strong Yi Futian was. How could Lu Zong have possibly struck him back with one blow? This is Xihua Sacred Mountain. They wanted to see me lose, so why not let them? Yi Futian answered casually. He had no interest in fighting Lu Zong. If he defeated him, would he have been able to kill him? Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had invited him, so they naturally would not move against him. But if he killed Lu Zong, murdering the son of Xihua Sacred Mountain while at Xihua Sacred Mountain, this would give them an excuse to act. "Go that way, village chief." Yi Futian pointed to the northwest. A strange look came over the village chief's face. That is not the way to the barren state. The barren state was directly to the north of the eastern state. "Go to Yu State," said Yi Futian. Yu State. Everyone's eyes became sharp as they looked at Yi Futian. "Jisheng Cliffs," continued Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts trembled. The sword pointed towards Jisheng Cliffs in Yu State. "Fine." The village chief did not ask why. He just changed direction towards Yu State. After a while he frowned and said, "There's a large demon nearby." "Don't worry, it's mine. All the demons that I have on the road are going with us," said Yi Futian. A demon descended from the sky. The sword flashed over to the demon, meeting it, and the demon landed on it. As they moved forward, demons kept appearing, making everyone's hearts tremble. They would never have thought that Yi Futian would arrange this to guard against the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's attack. "You are probably faster than Saint Ji, village chief. The barren state is closer to Yu State, and you are already taking people there," said Yi Futian. "No problem." The village chief nodded and increased the sword's speed as they crossed the sky. It looked like Yi Futian had let Lu Zong defeat him to give others the impression that he was retreating. As they calmly retreated, it was likely that the three holy lands were still smug and self-satisfied. Behind Yi Futian, Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others all looked forward with sharp eyes. They would get revenge for what had happened in the past. What about Emperor Xia? Zhuge Qingfeng was still a little worried. When Jisheng Cliffs acted against us, they did not notify Emperor Xia. He already knows of the enmity between Jisheng Cliffs and us. Moreover, the three holy lands have formed an alliance against us. But I still have to follow the rules set between us? Yi Futian's voice was cold. Was he looking for death? And we're not going to destroy Jisheng Cliffs. We're just getting payback for what they did to us. We're just requesting instructions from Emperor Xia. We're asking that he personally set the rules for this sacred war. Yi Futian looked off into the distance. Chapter 935. Yu State had 2 great holy lands and 3 great saints. Yu State had 2 great holy lands and 3 great saints. Jisheng Cliffs had 2 of the saints, Saint Ji and Flame Saint. Jisheng Cliff fully deserved the title as the top holy land of Yu State. Despite this, Yu State, the Barren State, and Ocean State located in the Endless Sea, were the 3 weakest states in the 9 states. The Summer State, Qi State, War State, and Cloud State were the strongest. Thus, Jisheng Cliffs had always been concerned about a place with no saints, like the Barren State. If they could occupy it, take the Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace along with its divine implements, and select the most outstanding people from the Barren State to come to their holy land for training, in time they would grow stronger. That was the context behind the battle that had taken place outside the Holy Ji Palace. Although it was caused by the enmity between Zhang Xiao and Gu Donglu, Saint Ji's true desire had been revealed in the battle. It could be seen that Saint Ji had inspired the conflict. It was only because the palace lord and vice headmaster Luchan had not hesitated to sacrifice themselves that had attracted Empress Xiao's will and made it so that Saint Ji could not take the Holy Ji Palace. Jisheng Cliffs was built on a series of cliffs. It was a place where countless people from Yu State came for pilgrimage. At this moment, all was quiet there. Behind the mountain, a figure sat there cultivating by a steep precipice. This was Gufeng, the head of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. He was a cultivator of the sage and saint ranking. He had been shut up here, cultivating for a while, trying to make himself stronger to prepare for the next orthodoxy battle. There was not long left before the next battle of the saints. At that time, all the top sages of the 9 states would be going wild. Even though he was a sage, there was still a lot of pressure. Every battle of saints, there were very few who could prove themselves worthy of becoming a saint, few enough to count on one hand. Also, Jisheng Cliffs had decided to go to war with the Holy Ji Palace. He could use the cultivators of the barren state to temper himself. The battle outside the Holy Ji Palace several years ago had not gone well for him. The wind blew upon the cliffside, and Gufeng opened his eyes. There was a brilliant lightning flash, and he could feel his heartbeat in his eyelids. He could not calm himself down. Something was making him uneasy. He did not know where this feeling came from. Gufeng stopped his cultivation, and he left the place with a flash. Those who were cultivating could feel the path of heaven and earth, and in the midst of it, could seize onto some unknown things. Even with his level of cultivation, what he had felt made him uneasy. He did not know why, but he felt that something was going to happen. Soon, Gufeng came to a great hall and found another sage, Nian. There were 3 cultivators in Jisheng Cliffs on the sage ranking: Kong Yao, Nian, and Gufeng. All of them had participated in the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace. "Senior brother," shouted Gufeng. Nian looked at him and asked, "Shouldn't you be shut away cultivating?" "I don't know why, but I feel uneasy. The master has gone to Shihua, Sacred Mountain. Could something have happened to him?" asked Gufeng. "The head saint's level is so high, and he has never offended the cultivators there. How could something have happened?" "You shouldn't worry about it," said Nian. "I'm still a little uneasy." "Why don't you go see Uncle Master?" said Gufeng. Flame Saint was Nian's master. "The master is concentrating on cultivation right now, so I shouldn't disturb him. Even if something does happen, the head saint and Jisheng Cliffs can handle it," said Nian. Gufeng nodded faintly as he stared off into the distance. Maybe he was just worrying too much. He didn't know what would happen. At that moment, a line of figures was moving through the air from the barren state towards Yu State. The person at the head was huge and as brilliant as a god. His body was full of the light of the divine path, and it covered the cultivators around him as well. He opened up an acupoint, and light burst from his foot. He stepped across the sky. Though he was now a saint, Dozhan's speed was still astonishing. Yi Futian had ordered him to bring people to Jisheng Cliffs. It went without saying that he had waited for this day for a long time. When Jisheng Cliffs had suppressed the barren state, Crouching Dragon Mountain had been in imminent danger. After the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace, the 2 great palace lords had been killed. Although he did not agree with their ideas, everything they had done had been for the palace. If Jisheng Cliffs had not shown up, things would not have gotten to that point. This matter would finally be brought to an end. Black Wind Condor was also following him. When he was there, you could always get news from Yi Futian. Yu State was much closer to the barren state than the eastern state. But even so, the village chief had still gotten there first. He was waiting in a place far away from Jisheng Cliffs. In the end, Dozhan led the cultivators from the palace. There weren't many of them, but they were all the top fighters of the Holy Ji Palace, and they could form a battle matrix. Battle matrices could not be used in battles between the Holy Ji Palace and the great Zhou sacred dynasty, but a surprise attack like this didn't count. "Master!" called Yi Futian as he saw Dozhan coming. Dozhan looked at Yi Futian, then at Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, and the others. A cold desire to kill flashed in all their eyes. They had thought their conflict with Jisheng Cliffs would be in an orthodoxy battle. They had not thought it would come this early. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. Everyone set out towards Jisheng Cliffs. Jisheng Cliffs was the foremost holy land in Yu State. It had been unchallenged in Yu State for many years, and thus had been at peace for too long. Other than their attack on the Holy Ji Palace, they had not fought in a very long time, so they would naturally not have a strong sense of crisis. Therefore, Jisheng Cliffs had absolutely no defenses at this time. In a palace hall in Jisheng Cliffs, a stalwart old man with a fiery aura suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt alert as he sensed a strong threat. An invisible airflow permeated the room. His spiritual will stretched out and covered all of Jisheng Cliffs. He could now see what everyone was doing. It continued to spread out. A terrible power filled the sky, and suddenly his spiritual rushed in that direction. He sensed a mighty army descending. In an instant, Flame Saint was filled with shock. "Who goes there?" Flame Saint's spiritual will turned into a huge fiery dragon that roared and rushed out. It contained the power of the divine path. The village chief glanced at it, and his terrible swordsman's will turned into a huge sword that sliced down, piercing through the dragon and destroying his opponent's will. The fiery dragon burst apart and disappeared. Flame Saint's figure suddenly appeared outside the great hall of Jisheng Cliffs. He looked up into the sky and screamed, "Everyone in Jisheng Cliffs, hear my command. An enemy is invading. Prepare for battle." His voice rang throughout Jisheng Cliffs, and everyone's hearts trembled fiercely at it. Jisheng Cliffs, which had been peaceful for so long, was now being invaded. What had happened? In an instant, countless auras bloomed and a line of figures rose into the sky. They appeared outside the cliffs and looked up. They all felt an amazingly powerful aura coming towards them. Gufeng also appeared in the sky. He flickered towards Flame Saint, looking embarrassed. Had his uneasy feeling not been because his master had gone to Shihua's sacred mountain, but because Jisheng Cliffs was in danger? A strong space rule power came from high in the sky. An incomparably terrible space storm descended, followed by a group of figures that appeared in the air above Jisheng Cliffs. Of the first three, the one on the left was an old man with the Lingtian sword will, and the one on the right was a burly man who stood there like a god. The one in the middle was an extremely handsome young man. His robes were as white as snow. He swept his cold eyes over them. The Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. Flame Saint's face grew ugly. Both the saints of the barren state were here, and Saint Ji was not. He was the only one guarding Jisheng Cliffs. Moreover, Saint Ji had taken Kong Yao and many of the cultivators of the Jisheng Cliffs with him. What is the meaning of this? Flames burned in Flame Saint's eyes. Everything around him was extremely hot. When Jisheng Cliffs attacked the barren state, they first attacked Crouching Dragon Mountain and then Taihang Mountain. Our casualties were great. After that, you attacked the Holy Ji Palace, killing 2 of our palace lords. Now that we have saints, we have naturally come to pay you a visit, yelled Yi Futian. I am attacking you in accordance with the rules of the sacred war. Those on the saint plane will do battle with saints, sages with sages, and the nobles will not fight. But if you break the rules, don't blame us if we completely level Jisheng Cliffs. The rules of a sacred war. Flame Saint said coldly, there is no sacred war between us. You dare to surprise attack us, and don't fear Emperor Xiao's reproach? He couldn't handle both of the barren state saints, especially not the village chief. He was someone who could fight the great Zhou sacred king, and Flame Saint was at the bottom of the saint ranking. How could he compete with him? When you attacked the Holy Ji Palace, I notified Emperor Xia. He knows of the enmity between us. He will not reproach us. Moreover, your head saint, Saint Xia, announced at Xihua Sacred Mountain that he would launch a sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia will find out about that. The people of Jisheng Cliff's faces fell. Saint Xia had personally declared a sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace? But how could the barren state have mobilized their army so quickly? Attack! Called Yi Futian in a harsh voice. He did not have a great desire for revenge for the deaths of the two palace lords, but he could not forget everything that happened at Taiyang Mountain. On that day, a group of demon apes had lain in a pool of blood, staining the mountain. Yu Sheng and Jiyu had almost been killed. Those were the two most important people in his life. Even if it had not been for the two of them, the blood debt of Taiyang Mountain could only be repaid by blood. Today, blood would stain Jisheng Cliffs. Boom! A loud noise rang out as Yi Futian shot forward. Divine radiance burst from Dozhan's sturdy figure. His life spirit and that of the Dozhan body were one, and he grew dozens of meters. He descended like a god, trampling towards Flame Saint. Flame Saint looked up, and his flames leapt up to the sky, rushing fiercely towards Dozhan. However, his godlike body was fearless. He let the flames burn upon him, bathing in the holy fire. The fire reached across the sky, turning into a fiery qilin. It devoured the heavens and the earth as it rushed towards Dozhan. Dozhan continued downward. He descended in a flash, and he opened the 7-star acupoints. Divine light poured out from within him, and he smashed his fists down toward the earth. There was a loud noise as Dozhan pierced through that all-devouring qilin. His terrible attack made Jisheng Cliff shake, and many cracks appeared. Many buildings collapsed and shattered. Do you want to fight up above or directly on Jisheng Cliffs? Dozhan's godlike body stepped where Flame Saint had just been standing. Flame Saint soared far away, looking coldly at the violent Dozhan. Chapter 936. The body of the Flame Saint moved all of a sudden and retreated backward. Dozhan caught up to him, and the village chief followed suit. With the village chief holding the fort, there was no way the Flame Saint of Jisheng Cliffs would have been able to run. The body of the Flame Saint moved all of a sudden and retreated backward. Dozhan caught up to him, and the village chief followed suit. With the village chief holding the fort, there was no way the Flame Saint of Jisheng Cliffs would have been able to run. At that moment, terrifying dark red will burst from the Flame Saint's body, heading towards the tablet at the highest point of the Jisheng Cliffs. When the dark red will fell below, the entire place seemed to have been stained in red. Frightening aura exuded from within the tablet, staining the sky. At that moment, immense pressure descended from the sky, shrouding Jisheng Cliffs. I call upon Emperor Xia. The Flame Saint's voice resounded throughout the sky. With the barren state's people assaulting Jisheng Cliffs, the two saints knew well that they would not have been able to deal with the intruders. As such, they made a snap decision and called upon Emperor Xia. Dozhan and the village chief halted, and Yi Futian went up. It was something that he had never expected. However, it was also what he came for. With 3 holy lands declaring that they would work together to fight against the Holy Ji Palace, if the saints from those enemies were to simply invade the barren state, there would have been no doubt that the Holy Ji Palace would have been wiped out. If he was able to cheat, it would have been the same for the other side. As such, he needed Emperor Xia to be present personally and set the rules of the sacred war, in order to decide what would have been the course of action to take from then on out. It was the very reason why he had attended Lu Zong's wedding, to be clear of the situation that the barren state was facing, in order to lay out plans for breakthrough. Immense pressure came from above. Ren Huang needed only a sliver of will to subjugate all living beings. Emperor Xia's silhouette appeared once again. The solemn and imposing face appeared in the sky and said, Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu State, what would be the matter? Emperor Xia Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace led an ambush against Jisheng Cliffs without gaining permission first, in order to wipe out Jisheng Cliffs, a holy land of the Orthodox. The flame saint reported as he bowed to Emperor Xia, presenting himself to be immensely respectful. Emperor Xia looked up and turned his eyes at Yi Futian. "It's you." It was in the barren state during the last time his will manifested. The previous palace lord of the barren state passed down his position to Yi Futian. The little guy who was still in noble plain back then was of formidable training at the moment. Furthermore, said guy seemed to have refused Xia Qingyuan. Someone had actually reported that incident to Emperor Xia, which he found to be rather amusing. "Greetings, Emperor Xia. I'm Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State." Yi Futian bowed solemnly and continued. "The flame saint is deceiving you, Emperor Xia, and I would like to implore you to punish him accordingly." "Bullshit." The flame saint turned his eyes at Yi Futian. The flaring red eyes seemed to almost wanted to burn Yi Futian down right there, and then. Emperor Xia was the master of the 9 states, and no one was able to answer to a crime as severe as to deceive Emperor Xia. A word from the Emperor Xia back all those years ago had raised the Holy Land led by Ji Yuan, a figure ranked second on the saint ranking, who was known as the Reaper. Ji Yuan disappeared without a trace. Emperor Xia was the absolute overlord of the 9 states, and the shared master of both the upper and lower worlds. Elaborate. Emperor Xia looked at Yi Futian and said, "Emperor Xia, you were present to judge the matter regarding the Holy Ji Palace back then, and it was only natural that you knew what happened. Jisheng Cliffs had killed their way into the barren state all those years ago, and they had not bothered to ask for your permission to do that. I'm now simply here to settle the score. Is it so that while the Jisheng Cliffs of the U State is allowed to bully the Holy Ji Palace, we're not allowed to retaliate?" Yi Futian continued. "Furthermore, not long before the marriage alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was sealed, and all from the 9 states were invited to the wedding, Saint Xihua had declared, with Saint Ji, that they were to join the sacred war in an effort to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace. We of the Holy Ji Palace just began to show signs of rising when 3 holy lands came to attack us, in an effort to suppress our rising by eliminating us outright. That infuriated me, and thus I brought my people to attack Jisheng Cliffs. Emperor Xia, if the 3 holy lands were ally themselves and bully us like that, the Holy Ji Palace will be wiped out without a doubt." Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs declared that he would join the sacred war personally in order to raise the Holy Ji Palace. Is the Holy Ji Palace not allowed to retaliate then? Are we of the barren state to simply roll over and die? This is not an ambush, and if it were to be ambush, it would have sufficed for the 2 of our saints to massacre Jisheng Cliffs. However, we know Jisheng Cliffs to be a holy land of your orthodoxy, and as such, we dared not overstep our border, resorting to fighting in accordance to the rules of the sacred war laid out previously. Yi Futian's voice was filled with sorrow and rage, heard throughout the entire place, so much so that he seemed he would soon break down in tears. The way he put it, the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state was in an extremely miserable predicament, as if they were at the brink of total extermination. The 3 holy lands were shameless bullies, and Jisheng Cliffs of the U State had gone out of its way to wipe the Holy Ji Palace out. They of the Holy Ji Palace were only out to set things right, and they had been right to retaliate. Even the ones from Jisheng Cliffs were rendered speechless by his words. The flame saint glared with wide-opened, angry eyes. It had been Yi Futian who had led 2 saints, bringing a whole army to bear upon Jisheng Cliffs, and now it was the Holy Ji Palace that was wronged instead. That moment marked death for Jisheng Cliffs. "Emperor Xia, he is distorting the truth," the flame saint retaliated furiously. "If any of my words prove to be a lie, please sentence me to death, Emperor Xia." Yi Futian's voice drowned the flame saint's angry shout, putting his life on the line to set the matter right. Emperor Xia did not doubt Yi Futian at all. No one throughout the 9 states dared to deceive Emperor Xia. Furthermore, what Yi Futian had said was something that could have been verified with just a bit of digging. Emperor Xia then turned his eyes to the flame saint and asked, "Which part of his words is a lie?" The flame saint looked deplorable. None of Yi Futian's words had been refutable. If the master saint of Jisheng Cliffs had declared that they would join the sacred war against the barren state, Emperor Xia would not have stopped them. In truth, Saint Ji never said that they were to join the sacred war, but the meaning was close enough, and Yi Futian had interpreted it that way. If Emperor Xia were to actually investigate the matter, it would have easily gone in Yi Futian's favor, as everyone knew from what was said very clearly. Jisheng Cliffs would act against the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia knew what was going from the flame saint's expression. He looked at everyone beneath him and said coldly, the odds were stacked against the barren state, and 3 holy lands joined hands to bully them. If that was so, on what grounds do you see yourself fit to call upon me? Emperor Xia flared in anger and brought his might down on everyone below. Countless from Jisheng Cliffs were so terrified that they dared not look up. I'm only doing it for the sake of Jisheng Cliffs. The flame saint's face was ashen. None throughout the 9 states would be capable of standing against Emperor Xia's wrath. It was clear that Emperor Xia was convinced by Yi Futian's words and would not interfere in what happened that day. You have disturbed me twice within just a few years. If you're so eager to fight each other, then from this day on, if anyone throughout the 9 states' holy lands intends to wage a sacred war, there will be no more need to ask for my permission. However, given the holy lands throughout the 9 states are of my orthodoxy, you're forbidden to kill indiscriminately. Per the rules of the divine path stated prior, saints are not allowed to move against anyone below the saint plane. The same goes with sages. You can inform the 9 state guards when you're done fighting each other. Emperor Xia scoffed coldly and seemed very displeased. Countless were shivering beneath. Someone of Emperor Xia's status would not have been bothered much even if the 9 states were to be overturned. Emperor Xia's true base and roots were at the upper worlds. But given that the orthodoxies of the 9 states were capable of supplying him continuously with saints, Battle of Proving Holiness was set in place, providing the people of the 9 states with opportunities to attain sainthood and become truly exceptional figures. Only such people would have been noticed by Emperor Xia, such as the Sword Saint of the Void and the Great Shaman. Given how the 9 states kept getting into trouble with each other and waging sacred wars, he saw it fit to just let them duke it out, letting only the truly worthy ones remain. How far Yi Futian would be able to grow was entirely dependent on his luck and ability. As you wish, Emperor Xia, Yi Futian bowed and said. It was his plan to invoke Emperor Xia's appearance. The Flame Saint had been but a chess piece in this round of his game. He would have had no way to call upon Emperor Xia to set the rules down otherwise. If Emperor Xia did not show himself, and if the ones at Xihua Sacred Mountain decided to not play by the rules, he would have died without knowing how he died. As such, before he left Xihua Sacred Mountain, he asked the Glass Saint if the holy lands of the 9 states had the will of Emperor Xia remaining in place. Relay my orders to all of the 9 states. Emperor Xia was heard saying before the heavenly pressure dissipated gradually until the emperor's silhouette was no longer seen. It was clear that he sanctioned what was going on in Jisheng Cliffs. The Flame Saint's face was ashen. With Dozhan and the village chief being present, there was simply no way he could win. The rule laid out by Emperor Xia was clear. Only saints were allowed to fight saints. The Flame Saint waved his hands and brought a terrifying firestorm, seemingly out to burn everything to ashes, going straight for Dozhan and the village chief. His body turned around, intending to leave as he said, "The saints can't lift a finger against you all. Get into fighting formation and give it your all. You want to run." The village chief snickered. His body turned into a sword and punched straight through the flames, flying straight for the Flame Saint. Dozhan stepped out with gigantic steps, making craters on the ground explosively as his stout body chased after the flame saint like some heavenly god. With Saint Ji not being around, they would not let the flame saint live. The score of the past had to be settled. Yi Futian scanned the mighty ones of the Jisheng cliffs with cold eyes before seeing a dazzling beam of light heading straight for him. It was Gufeng, a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint rankings. He held a trident in his hand, which was a holy item used in the battles outside the Holy Ji place back then. The sky turned and a devastating storm brewed as if the apocalypse was near, raining down straight from above and bombarding the ones from the Holy Ji palace. As a student of Saint Ji and a figure ranked in the sage and saint ranking, there was no way he would have shirked from a true crisis. His mind had been wavering before, but presently he had steeled his mind and wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Futian right there and then. The celestial thunder coming from the heavens was a large-scale spell which was of terrifying magnitude. Zhuge Qingfeng moved, and the 8 trigrams matrix appeared around him. The holy item was activated, and the 8 trigrams image appeared in the air, blocking the celestial thunder. Gufeng himself had gotten near his target, and the holy item in his hand pointed at Yi Futian. A terrifying lightning storm burst with powers out to tear everything apart. Streaking cloud. The trident lashed out before him. The apocalyptic thunder turned into a blinding beam of devastating light. 9 figures appeared before Yi Futian. Qin Zhuang, the sword demon, Su Shang, and the other 6 major swordsmen formed a sword matrix. Even though the holy sword was not there to boost the matrix, the power of the resulting matrix was still able to emanate boundless sword might and coalesced into a sword under the joint effort of the 9. The sword clashed with the lightning coming at them. Devastating light flashed about in the air, so blinding that many were unable to open their eyes. Countless mighty ones from Jisheng cliffs took to the air high in the sky and burst with their life spirits, bringing raging auras of rules. Yet another figure stepped forward, Nieyan, a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint ranking. His pupils were crimson, as if he would have only taken one look to kill anyone. He extended his hand forward, bringing the will of ashes and seemingly about to turn everything around him to dust. Another brilliant figure flew towards him. It was none other than Yun Shang, who held a holy item in the form of a scepter. She sealed the air around her with ice, blocking the will of ashes. Roar! A frightening, angry roar was heard. The heavenly battle matrix was seen being formed in another corner. The one who took the lead in the matrix was no longer Dozhan, but Yuan Hong instead. He brought the power of the battle matrix and launched himself downward in a wild, unruly manner. Golden sheen shone brightly in the air. He held a ritual implement in his hand, a holy item instead of the polearm of divine destruction. The holy item used was none other than the infinite ruler, borrowed from Sage Wuliang. When Zhan Shao killed his way into Taiyang Mountain, the place became practically soaked in the blood of Yuan Hong's people. As such, no one else hated Jisheng cliffs more than Yuan Hong. The wild, unruly figure descended from above, and the infinite ruler in his hand burst with holy might. The shadow of the ruler appeared and slapped hard downward. It worked like a staff despite being a holy ruler, blocking out the sky with its might. Evade, a voice shouted. Yuan Hong took the might of the heavenly battle matrix in his own hands, and one could have imagined how terrifying that would have been. Ruler shadows filled the air and shrouded the space they were in. 1 instant was all it took to evoke the pain shrieks of his enemies. Those who were hit by the ruler were killed immediately. Chapter 937. At the side of the Holy Ji Palace, Yuan Hong was seen leading the heavenly battle matrix while wielding the holy item, the infinite ruler. His offensive capacity at the moment was the strongest under the Saint Plane. At the side of the Holy Ji Palace, Yuan Hong was seen leading the heavenly battle matrix while wielding the holy item, the infinite ruler. His offensive capacity at the moment was the strongest under the Saint Plane. Worse still, Yuan Hong was backed with intense anger to avenge all those of his own who fell at Taiying Mountain, meaning that he had no mercy whatsoever for his opponents. Many mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs were squished in an instant right there and then. Get into formation. Gu Feng did not forget to shout when doing battle with the 9 at Qin Zhuang's side. When Qin Zhuang and the other 8 brought the holy sword with him, no one was able to stand in their way. Despite not having the holy sword at the moment, he was still capable enough to deal with Gu Feng, who was wielding a holy item. The sages of the Jisheng Cliffs joined the fray without falling into a mess and began to take their formations. Roar! Yuan Hong's roar resounded throughout the sky. His golden ape body became even larger. One step shook the air around them. He held the incredibly huge infinite ruler high, which continued to extend, then turned into a seemingly endless weapon. While Yuan Hong was not versed in Wuliang rules, the ruler itself held the power of the Great Path of Wuliang, which enabled the resulting attack to manifest as Wuliang itself, rendering it practically limitless in power. The mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs felt as if the sky was blocked out. The infinite ruler was brought down hard from above, making it seem like an apocalypse for everything below. Even top-notch sages wielding holy items would not have been able to withstand the force of such an attack. A thundering boom was heard as yet another group of mighty ones was reduced to dust by the ruler, killed right there and then. A group of mighty ones gathered at another spot of the peaks of Jisheng Cliffs far away, getting a matrix prepped and charged. The one taking the lead was an elder with silver hair and beard, who was apparently a member of the elder generation who had been training hard for many years at Jisheng Cliffs. He gave up after challenging the divine path and failing, giving up entirely and resorting to simply isolate himself in Jisheng Cliffs and training. While he was not ranked in the sage and saint ranking, his actual powers were not all that far behind the ones who ranked near the end of the ranking. Light gathered at the center of his brow, infinite spiritual power emanating from within. Spiritual type holy items were imbued at the spot, and it was the most treasured of holy items in Jisheng Cliff's inventory. Many mighty ones stood behind him and siphoned their spiritual powers at the silver-haired elder's brow. Frightening Sura soon gathered in the space around him, its might encompassing Jisheng Cliffs. The ley lines shifted, and the boulders at the crust of the earth moved, extending countless boulders, blocking all the buildings and palaces at the lower side of the Jisheng Cliffs, sealing them below ground. The sages were fighting hard while the nobles were unable to do anything. He isolated the entire lower side of Jisheng Cliffs from the battlefield, protecting all of them within. Earthly guardian. A line was heard uttered by the elder. The aura was incredibly frightening. Yuan Hong took a look in their direction before heading towards them. One terrifying, massive monster after another appeared in the air. The black dragon howled, a massive python spitting black mist, the black turtle emitting icy powers, with many other top-class monsters bringing their might to the battlefield. Yi Futian brought more than just the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace in that assault that time. He brought a powerful army of demonic beasts as well. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had someone who was adept in taming beasts. Humanoid guardians, the elder shouted once again, and one massive golem clad in rocky armor after another emerged, guarding Jisheng Cliffs. Boom! The earth shook as Yuan Hong took one step after another, crushing everything beneath his feet. Seeing that Yuan Hong was bringing the heavenly battle matrix and closing in, the silver-haired elder cranked his spiritual willpower to the limit. Terrifying storms whipped up in the sky and divine light shone. One gigantic figure after another emerged from the storm as if they were being summoned from the heavens, descending like gods. Heavenly guardian. The elder's voice shook, sounding as if the move had taken a severe toll on him. The figure summoned glimmered in dazzling light as if it was shining with true holy light. The elder's eyes turned extremely demonic. The heavenly guardian had opened its eyes, looking just as demonic. The elder extended his hand behind him. Dazzling light shone from within Jisheng cliffs, raining down onto the heavenly guardian. A holy hammer appeared in his hand, bursting with terrifying holy light. Some aura indeed. Yi Futian took a look at the massive, majestic heavenly guardian and the holy hammer. Jisheng Cliffs was the #1 land of lineage in the Yu state, which meant that they were anything but weak. While they might have paled in comparison to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Yi Futian did not underestimate them. As such, not only did he have his teacher, Dozhan, led the figures from the barren state to meet up with him, but he had also mobilized his demonic beast army. It would have been very difficult to take down Jisheng Cliffs otherwise. Things at the saint level were easy in comparison, but Yi Futian had not planned that the village chief would join in the fray. If he were to do so, Emperor Xia might have declared that there were to be no rules in the fights in the 9 states, and the saints would have been free to act against anyone as they wished. It would have easily turned into a disaster for the barren state if that were to happen. While Jisheng Cliffs was by no means weak, the Holy Ji Palace was not what it used to be either. After the sacred war broke out, many who were ranked on the barren sky joined the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace and trained there, furthering their training at the Sage Hall. Jisheng Cliffs, on the other hand, had yet to be able to gather the top forces in all of Yu State to join in the fight. As such, the barren state would certainly come out on top in this battle. At that moment, the summoned heavenly guardian wielding a holy item descended upon Yuan Hong. Thunder flashed in the heavens as it happened, and the might of the great path descended along with the holy hammer, seemingly about to crush everything beneath it. Yuan Hong did not dodge. The golden great ape continued to stand tall, like a mountain, while the power of the matrix continued to course all over his body in a frenzy. His stout body drew an arc in the space as he streaked by, bringing the infinite ruler onto the holy hammer. The 2 holy items clashed in midair. Devastating light rained down from above like beams foretelling the advent of an apocalypse. Jisheng Cliffs was caught in the calamity. The earth within a several hundred miles radius shook. Outside Jisheng Cliffs, there were who came on pilgrimages, saw the fight above Jisheng Cliffs, feeling shivers running through their spines as their minds rattled. They had never seen battles of such a frightening scale and had never thought that there were actually people who would have assaulted Jisheng Cliffs. Those were the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. It was said that Jisheng Cliffs had invaded the barren state years ago, and now the Holy Ji Palace was retaliating with extreme prejudice. Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state was, at the moment, dealing with a life and death crisis. The sword saint at Yi Futian's side stepped out, and the demonic blade appeared in his hand. Terrifying demonic aura coursed about the air in an instant, manifesting as boundless demonic blade will, sweeping the place about while gushing into the sword saint's body. The sword saint seemed to have metamorphosed right there, and then his calm and collected silhouette turned incredibly imposing, while his eyes shone with a dark, demonic light. It was as if his entire being had demonized. His body had merged completely with the blade, as well as demonic powers around him. He had wielded the demonic blade in a fight against Kong Yao back in the battle of the Holy Ji Palace all those years ago. He had broken into Archmage Plane in the present day. The power unleashed by the blade was more powerful than it had been all those years ago. The blade howled as murderous intent gushed from within. The space around him seemed to have turned into a dark world, devoid of life, with him at the center. Even though he had broken into Archmage Plane, he still felt that he was not the one who was wielding the demonic blade when it was activated, rather felt more like it was the blade that was wielding him instead. The sword saint looked like a devil as he entered such a state. The light of darkness coursed above Jisheng Cliffs, and a dark beam of the blade fell from the sky, like a blade wielded by a devil. One strike, and it already seemed as if the space before the sword saint was cleaved open. One mighty one after another from Jisheng Cliffs was killed on the spot. Many mighty ones were shocked by what was happening before their eyes. Their minds shuddered at the terrifying blade technique. One humanoid guardian after another soon came, intending to stop the sword saint, who continued to move forward like a devil with unparalleled blade all around him. No tricks were played. Yet another wave of the blade, and the space was cleaved again. The frighteningly imposing humanoid guardian was bisected right there and then before turning into nothingness. The sight frightened countless mighty ones from Jishin Cliffs, as they came to feel the fear of death. True battles were never about numbers. In the world of cultivators, truly powerful beings were able to take on armies of thousands alone. Emperor Xia would not have forbidden saints from acting against those below them in the rules of the sacred or otherwise. When a saint made a move, everyone below Saint Plane would have been wiped clean without any chance of survival. It became apparent that the sword saint became a being at the pinnacle of the sage plane. No army could stand for long before him. Other than battle matrices, Gofeng and Nyeyen, who were wielding holy items, were the only ones who were capable of standing in their way. However, at the moment, both of them had their hands full and were unable to turn their attention elsewhere. Furthermore, the number one figure below the saints at the Jishin Cliffs, Kong Yao, was not in Jishin Cliffs. Big Brother Shi has become more powerful than before. Yi Futian turned to look at the sword saint. He first saw the sword saint use the demonic blade during the battle of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian's big brother felt as if he was consumed by the blade as he struggled to control it. Several years later, said big brother had grown more powerful and had trained outside as well. While he was still incapable of controlling the blade, he was able to use it in a more fitting manner. It was practically a free-for-all at Jishin Cliffs. The heavenly guardian summoned by the elder was extremely powerful. It clashed with Yuan Hong in a frenzy, with every strike seemingly able to bring down the sky. Gufeng was stopped by Qin Zhuang and the other 8. The battle between both sides looked terribly dangerous, so much so that one mistake could have been fatal. Nyeyen, yet another mighty one ranked on the sage and saint ranking, was taken on by both Yun Shang, the lord of the ice temple, and Huang Shi, preventing them from being overwhelmed. Other than that, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and other mighty ones joined the fray alongside many of the enormous monsters. All of Jishin Cliffs was embroiled in a bloody battle at the moment. There was yet another group of mighty ones outside the battlefield who did not make a move. They were all of the elder generations of Jishin Cliffs, staying hidden while their eyes followed Yi Futian. Yi Futian naturally took notice and noted that those people were formidable. Their goal was apparent from the fact that they did not join the fight. They were finding openings to target him. As soon as the palace lord was taken down, the fight would be over. They were entirely unfettered by the fact that the odds were overwhelmingly stacked against Jishin Cliffs, and many continued to perish. They had no intentions of intervening, and that said a lot about their temperament. However, Yi Futian behaved as if he had not noticed. He sat cross-legged in midair, and the Guqin spirit manifested before him. He lowered his land and began to play the instrument. A tune was soon heard throughout the battlefield. It was a tune that was full of rage, yet was lined with a tinge of sorrow. Many were able to feel the vague underlying sorrow and brutality, with the place being washed by a bloodbath. The illustration seemed to have merged with the battlefield, becoming a part of the battle. Yi Futian continued to pluck at the strings as he recalled what had taken place in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Taihang Mountain, and the Holy Ji Palace. All of his thoughts translated to his fingers as he played, making the attacks of Yuan Hong, the Sword Demon, and many others become increasingly pointed and overwhelming. Their minds were reminded of what took place all those years ago. That day, Jishin Cliffs was made to settle the blood debt they created all those years. With the 3 holy lands joining hands to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace, then they would pay for such a course of action with blood. Chapter 938. 18 elders of the Jishin Cliffs hovered within the chaotic battlefield. 18 elders of the Jishin Cliffs hovered within the chaotic battlefield. They did not emanate any aura, and their bodies were light and their actions silent. They did not pay any heed to the battlefield and had instead hovered to where Yi Futian and the others were. An enormous demonic beast, an Orochi, headed straight for that group of elders, and black mists blasted from its 9 heads. The terrifying dark mist-possessed corrosion rule power, so much so that even the air turned into mucus material. However, none of the elders stopped at all, and they continued forward. They had even shut their eyes, and a formless spiritual power surrounded the space they occupied. The black mist seemed to have been put under lockdown all of a sudden. Worse still, even the Orochi sensed an incredibly dangerous aura and let out a low-pitched roar in a frenzy. Formless spiritual powers invaded, and the Orochi turned around, intending to escape, feeling that its soul had been tangled by countless threads. At that moment, the elders who had been shutting their eyes chanted with obscure voices, bringing a formless spiritual storm in their surroundings. The elder who took the lead opened his eyes all of a sudden, and the obscure voices swept out like a formless force. The black mist that had been shrouding the area was all cleared out in an instant without making any noises. The Orochi growled painfully. All 9 of its heads howled, and then its enormous body quickly dropped below in a limp manner. The 18 elders continued hovering forward, their white garb totally unscathed, without so much even a speck of dust found on them. The leading elder closed his eyes again, yet the formless spiritual power continued to permeate their surroundings. Spirit elementalists are here. Be on your guard, Sage Daozong said. He and many mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace stood guard at Yi Futian's side. Hua Jiu focused her eyes at her incoming enemies, and from the methods they employed, she was able to tell that they wielded powers similar to hers, and that they were indeed spirit elementalist-type rule powers. All 18 of them shared their spiritual powers and formed a spirit elementalist matrix, with the strongest individual leading the attack. All 18 of them were veterans of many, many years in Jisheng Cliffs, and they were adept at wielding secret methods of the spirit elementalist, capable of killing without leaving a trace and making them frighteningly formidable. If it had not been for the Jisheng Cliffs being at the brink of total annihilation, they would not have appeared at all. At that moment, a formless spiritual power descended upon the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. Here they come, Sage Daozong said. Yi Futian, who had been playing his music, felt a formless spiritual power invading him, and it was very overpowering. His tune turned in an instant, coalescing the spiritual powers of the mighty ones around him and turned it into a formless spiritual storm, resisting the invading spiritual powers. Spiritual power attacks were formless and traceless. Spiritual type power of rules were exceptionally terrifying as they were capable of killing without leaving a trace, forcing any who were on the receiving end to be on high alert. I'll take them on. Hua Jiu stepped up, and powerful psychic powers emanated from her. Her dress and her hair billowed. She looked very dashing when she was doing battle, making her alluring in a different sense. All right. Yi Futian nodded. Sliver of Guqin music reverberated in Hua Jiu's mind. The musical matrix's spiritual powers were all imbued within her spiritual will, giving her total control. A force of spiritual power of even greater magnitude burst from Huaju. A sliver of saintly pressure emanated from her, and a shadow began to manifest itself. Huaju was currently a mid-level magi, enabling her to borrow power of saints easier. Furthermore, she had the musical matrix to amplify her powers. The god-beating whip appeared in her hand, and she whipped at the air without hesitation. A crisp crack was heard, and the invading spiritual power seemed to have retreated in an instant, as if it had taken a hit. The elders at the other end continued to chant with obscure voices. A force of spiritual will rule powers of even greater magnitude burst forth. An incredibly huge demonic shadow appeared in the air, Abayan. It opened its mouth and let out a gust of sound wave of earth-shattering force. Many mighty ones who were doing battle around them felt their souls were on the verge of being ripped apart. Hua Jiu's royal crown life spirit burst with dazzling light. Specks of light hovered about her, and a gust of mystical power manifested around her. An impressively holy and regal shadow appeared behind Hua Jiu. The shadow was blurred while emanating holy light. Terrifying roars were heard, and the formless sound wave continued to strike Hua Jiu's spiritual power, yet she remained unfazed. At that moment, Hua Jiu's body hovered forward, and she lifted her head slightly. In that very instant, her beautiful, bright eyes turned into frightening spiritual storm of incredible beauty. The boundless spiritual storm struck, and in that very moment, the spiritual power of the elders were completely exposed. The expression of the elders changed as they realized a force of irresistible power was felt. They were unable to even recall their spiritual will. Hua Jiu's demonic eyes lashed out with spiritual type lightning storm in an instant, bringing incredible might to bear on her opponents. The attack hit the spiritual powers of the elders, and the humongous buy-in in the air trembled violently. The eyes of the 18 elders changed drastically. They all looked at Hua Jiu as if they have all been captivated by her incredibly demonic and beautiful eyes, incapable of looking away. Those eyes seemed to have contained irresistible willpower. At the very next moment, they felt as if their spiritual will have been invaded. The pair of eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the middle of their brow and bore straight into their minds. The purple lightning spiritual storm seeped in directly, making them feel like lotuses with their roots severed, laid bare before their opponent. Kill! A cold voice was heard from Hua Jiu, and devastating beams emanated from her eyes at the very next moment, striking at the minds of the 18 elders directly. All of them suffered devastating attacks in their spiritual will in just an instant. Their souls felt as if they were being cut to pieces. All of them fell limply below right afterwards. Hua Jiu's eyes returned to normal. Both her life spirit and the shadow behind her disappeared. Yi Futian's tune was lifted from her as well. An interesting light was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Jiu had been extraordinarily hardworking ever since she returned from her pilgrimage. She insisted to even train while he was taking breaks. The battle at that moment was a testament that her powers have grown considerably compared to what they had been. Furthermore, when she conjured her powers, Yi Futian had been able to sense an incredibly powerful will pressure, and it did not seem to be something of Hua Jiu herself. It seemed that Jiu was like Wu Qin, and she had her own encounters. It was something to be happy about, and he did not feel the need to inquire further. It could have been a surprise that Jiu wanted to give him. It would suffice to have Jiu and Uncle Daozong staying at my side. All of you shall go fight elsewhere. Yi Futian said to the others around him. His third brother and all the others have grown incredibly powerful after coming back from their pilgrimages. It qualified them to participate in battles of even such scales. The Battle of Jisheng Cliffs could have been used as a means to temper their powers. As for Yi Futian himself, he had no intentions fighting. He had deliberately gone easy and lost to Lu Zongbak in Shihua Sacred Mountain, just so that they would have let their guard down and head straight for Jisheng Cliffs. At that day, he continued to not show his true combat capacity. It was a better move to have both the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty continue to have a wrong idea about his powers. Even if they were to suspect something afoul, they would not have been able to determine what his true level of combat capacity would have been like. Doing so enabled him to retain an element of surprise in the future battles of the Sacred War. The other reason that he did not intend to make any moves was because the Holy Ji Palace apparently had a decisive edge over the Jisheng Cliffs in that battle. Every single battlefield had guarantees of important figures on their sides remain unscathed, while they set out to overpower and kill their opponents. The fall of the 18 elders dealt an extremely overwhelming blow to the ones from the Jisheng Cliffs. All 18 of them were hidden cultivators of the Jisheng Cliffs, and they were adept at a single type of power, spirit elementalist powers, and they were extremely terrifying when they joined hands. However, the fact remained that they were all killed by the tremendously beautiful young woman, who appeared to be the wife of Yi Futian. At the same time, there was no one who had been capable of stopping the sword saint dead in his tracks as he went on his killing spree. Every single battle he fought ended up with his opponents being overpowered. If things were to go on as such, Jisheng Cliffs could have truly been annihilated. Gu Feng roared in another battlefield, sending Qin Zhuang and the other 8 around him retreating. The divine instrument in his hand, a silver trident, was seen pointed to the heavens, and boundless lightning rules fell from above. Ring-like storms lashed out before the divine instrument with forces capable of wiping everything out, as if the storms were out to devour everything in their path. He was the head of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, and one who was ranked on the sage ranking. There were only 81 names on the sage ranking, and there were little more than 60 names who were ranked before him. At the moment, he was overpowered by the 9 swordsmen despite wielding a divine instrument. It was an insult like no other to him. A terrifying cracking sound was heard, and lightning descended from the heavens in an apocalyptic manner. The lightning power swept through the entire battlefield, yet only the 9 before him suffered the greatest amount of pressure. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 stood in a ring formation. Countless swords materialized before them, and every single blade was a solid one, turning into spinning sword diagram and pulsing with dazzling flash of the sword. Qin Zhuang stood at the center of the sword matrix. He was the strongest of the 9 swordsmen. As such, it was only a given that he was taking the helm of the matrix. His expression was a solemn one. Gu Feng seemed to have gone berserk and had intended to strike with his strongest attack. A sliver of saintly might was sensed from the devastating lightning storm before them, which originated from the divine instrument. The amplification afforded to top-notch sages were incredibly frightening, especially one that resonated with one's powers. Zhuge Qingfeng had been able to stand against Kong Yao, who ranked 9th on the sage ranking, by wielding a divine instrument enabling him to protect crouching Dragon Mountain. Gu Feng had been one who was ranked on sage ranking himself, and that divine instrument was one that was more powerful than the one belonging to the Zhuge family. One could have only imagined how powerful that instrument would have been. Sword combination, Qin Zhuang said. The sword will all around them coalesced into a single entity and merged within the sword matrix. The sword will of the other 8 swordsmen were all infused within his body. At that moment, the sword diagram before Qin Zhuang seemed to be capable of cleaving the skies apart. Destroy! Gu Feng roared as he stepped out, thrusting the trident in his hand forward. He seemed to have given up entirely on defense at that moment, gathering all of his power in that one single attack, capable of destroying everything in its path. That devastating storm devoured the surroundings around him. Apocalyptic lightning calamity struck. Yet at that very moment Gu Feng attacked, Qin Zhuang made a move. His body seemed to have been merged with the sword diagram, lashing out with a flash of the sword. The sparkling flash pierced through the space before them, drawing a dazzling line in the air. The dazzling straight line charged straight into the storm and disappeared just as soon as it appeared. Gu Feng's expression was a ferocious, unforgiving one. His eyes emanated a will to kill everything before him, yet he saw a flash of light came and went in an instant. Gu Feng's pupils dilated at the very next moment. His ferocious eyes came to be tainted with extreme fear. Gu Feng lowered his head and saw a dazzling flash of the sword pulsing with terrifying sword will at his chest, tearing away at his body bit by bit. The light on him grew increasingly bright, and Gu Feng's pupils expanded as he shouted. New, his body dissipated in beams of dazzling flash of the sword together with that voice of extreme fear, blooming away at his surroundings before dissipating altogether. A silhouette was seen behind Gu Feng, and it was none other than Qin Zhuang. He had merged with the sword matrix in that very instant, bringing a killing move of extreme speed and lethality. Devastating flashes of lightning coursed about Qin Zhuang's body. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, and his entire body darkened. It was a harrowing experience, charging through a lightning storm out to tear everything apart. However, it ended up with Gufeng, a mighty one of the Jisheng cliffs, ranked on the sage ranking, perishing. Qin Zhuang appeared before the spot where Gufeng perished with a flash, catching the trident that was dropping below. The battles fought that day was not only one where the Holy Ji Palace were to strip Jisheng cliffs entirely of their combat capacity, but they were also taking every single piece of divine instruments to be found there as well. Chapter 939. It had been a while since Yi Futian left the Xihua sacred mountain, and yet things remained lively there. It had been a while since Yi Futian left the Xihua sacred mountain, and yet things remained lively there. It was a rare occasion with so many of the 9 state saints gathering in one place, so it was only natural that they had a lot to talk about, be it about the younger generations of the various holy lands, or something about training and whatnot at their level as saints. Only people of the same plane as they were would have been able to verify and discuss each other's way of training. Other than that, they still had to let the genius among the younger generations of the 9 states to spar with each other, which without doubt were only strictly for learning and no harm were to be done. Time flew, and things at the banquet remained harmonious and lively. There was without doubt that they were also those who left. For example, Saint Xia did not stay for long before returning to the summer state. The moon saint had brought his people and left the place early as well. Saint Ji had, of course, remained. He had allied with the Xihua sacred mountain and the great Zhou sacred dynasty, which meant that he had to stay behind and chat for a bit. However, the hour was late and he had to leave. Yet, just when he was about to leave, a drastic change was seen in his expression. He extended his palm and a jade scroll materialized in his hand, which had a name carved on it, Gufeng. Gufeng, who was personal student and the leader of the 9 warriors of Jisheng cliffs of that generation. His spirit jade scroll was shattered, which meant that he perished. Invaders at Jisheng cliffs. Saint Ji's expression ashen and saintly might emanated from his body. It was terrifying. There was no way Gufeng would have been harmed in any way training in the Jisheng cliffs. Furthermore, he was tremendously powerful and was armed with a divine instrument. If he had ended up dead, that could have only meant one thing. Extremely powerful beings had invaded Jisheng cliffs. He recalled the people of the Holy Ji Palace, who had left the place early, immediately, and uttered a line coldly. The Holy Ji Palace. I've been set up. Yi Futian had left the place angry, seemingly due to the insult he suffered. From the looks of things currently, however, it seemed that he had been doing so on purpose. But why did the ones from the Holy Ji Palace dare to invade the Jisheng cliffs? He was unable to fathom, as Yi Futian's power was entirely inadequate, unless it was the village chief of the Toonkeeper village going on a killing spree there. But then again, wouldn't they fear that I'd just head straight to the Holy Ji Palace and kill everyone there? Saint Ji, Saint Xihua called at the moment. The eyes of every saint who stayed turned to look at Saint Ji. They were able to tell from the aura emanated from him that something happened. Furthermore, it definitely had to be something dire to get Saint Ji being so aghast. The glass saint had yet to leave. She sat there quietly and turned her bright eyes at Saint Ji. Yi Futian's telepathic words to her made her curious as to what the young sage would have been up to. At the moment, she was able to somehow guess the answer to that from Saint Ji's reaction alone. The Jisheng cliffs was invaded. Saint Ji looked up and cold aura burst from him. Yet another broken piece of jade scroll appeared on his palm, which was that of the 3rd warrior of the 9 warriors of Jisheng cliffs. He, too, was Saint Ji's personal student and a very exceptional genius. The expressions of Kong Yao and many who were around Saint Ji turned pale. They all stood up as their hearts beat violently. How could this have happened? Qin Zhong's heart ached when he heard Saint Ji's words. Did he bring his people to go on a killing spree at Jisheng cliffs? Excuse me, I'd be off. Saint Ji took to the air in an instant, heading straight in one direction like a gust of wind. He left without taking Kong Yao and other mighty ones from the Jisheng cliffs. If the village chief of the Tombkeeper village had indeed went on a killing spree, then it would have been a burden for Saint Ji taking the others with him. His mind was ice cold at the moment. He was determined to raise the Holy Ji Palace. Other than strong murderous intent, Saint Ji also felt a faint tinge of fear. He was wondering if the number one holy land of the Yu state would have been rendered on the brink of total annihilation, and he dared not speculate further. How did Yi Futian dare to do such a thing? Did he have no concern for the lives of the people of the Holy Ji Palace then? Letting the village go on a killing spree without any warning signs. How dare he? Not even Emperor Xia would have forgiven him. The 9 states were all under the rule of Emperor Xia's orthodoxy. Emperor Xia would have found nothing more repugnant than saints going on killing sprees without a care. Saint Shihua told the Rain Saint and the others back in the Shihua Sacred Mountain, "Take care of Shihua, Sacred Mountain. I'd be off for a while. I'd come with you." The Sacred King went up as well. Their minds were incredibly cold at the moment, and they speculated the same thing as Saint Ji. There were no other possibilities to be had, other than the village chief going on a killing spree. There was no way Yi Futian and his people would have been capable of such feats at the Jisheng Cliffs. The Jisheng Cliffs was a holy land and the most powerful force to be had in the Yu state, after all. Everyone, I fear that I would be unable to be the host of this banquet any longer. If any of you wish to stay, Lu Zong and the others would attend to you. Please excuse me, Saint Shihua said to address the crowd before leaving with the Sacred King. We'd go with you. One silhouette after another took to the air at the moment. The saints all headed towards the Jisheng Cliffs. They were all wondering that with the 3 holy lands declaring that they were to be allies, would Yi Futian would have done something so illogical and unthinkable. If the village chief had indeed went on a killing spree, then the saints of the 3 holy lands would have been permitted to head straight for the Holy Ji Palace and kill everyone there. It was an action akin to digging one's grave, as not even Emperor Xiao would have saved them. That would have probably been the way things the Sacred King wanted to see turn out. The glass was thinking as well if Yi Futian would have acted so impulsively. Her alluring figure was seen taking to the air, and she flew away like a fairy. The sky at a corner of the Yu state, several hundred miles away from the Jisheng Cliffs, were tainted fiery red, as if a firestorm had lit the sky. Countless, at the vast lands below, looked up and shuddered violently within. It was the heaven's might. A battle between saints were taking place high in the sky. It was terrifying, for those below were actually witnessing a battle between saints taking place. The elder, who was manipulating fires of his surroundings and was capable of burning the sky with just his thoughts, would have probably been the Flame Saint of Jisheng Cliffs. The one who stands before the Flame Saint, the silhouette looking like a stout, sky-scraping god. Who would that saint be? It was said that Dojan of the Holy Ji Palace had attained sainthood due to his exceptional physical might. Furthermore, Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren state were sworn enemies. Would it be him? At that moment, the stout, godlike figure was bathed in fire. His body had been burned flaming red, and yet he seemed as if he felt nothing. He stood where he was with the might of the great path coursing all over him. His achieved sainthood through physical feats, and his body itself was a rule of the great path. Other than both of them, there was yet another elder clad in unparalleled might of the sword taking care of things in another corner. It was none other than the village chief. He did not participate in the battle between saints. Dojan had fought the Sacred King as soon as he became a saint, which naturally meant that he was overpowered. That battle at the moment served well to allow Dojan to get used to battles fought at St. Plain. The village chief would have only acted when things turned dire. There was no way the Flame Saint would have been able to run with the village chief around. Be it attack or speed, He was way above the Flame Saint. Is the Holy Ji Palace really going to kill everyone then? The Flame Saint's voice was heard saying coldly in the sky, "You people came trampling when Saint Ji was absent. Do you think the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and Saint Ji would have let you off easy after this? Are you saying if we spare you and the Jisheng Cliffs, Saint Xihua, the Sacred King, and Saint Ji would just stand by and do nothing then?" The village chief said sarcastically, "The lords of the 3 holy lands were now allies as declared at Xihua Sacred Mountain, and that could have only been meant for one thing, the annihilation of the Holy Ji Palace. There was no way they could have gone easy, so much so that the 3 holy lands would have came for the Holy Ji Palace right away, as soon as Yi Futian and his people returned to the Holy Ji Palace. It was entirely fine for Yi Futian to make such a decision at the moment, to shave off certain powers of his enemies. They were to cut down any they would have been able to at the moment, and it would have made their enemies much easier to deal with in the future. "Dozhan, let's join hands and get rid of him. We don't have much time," the village chief said. They were definitely there sooner than Saint Ji, but that did not mean that they have a lot of time to spare. When Saint Ji was alerted and he were to return to Jisheng Cliffs not long after they left, they would have had little time to do what needed to be done. Saint Ji's powers would have probably been stronger after all. "All right." Dozhan nodded. He stepped forward as soon as he finished saying that. The might of the great path descended upon him, and a powerful pressure descended upon his opponent. He stepped forward and threw a frightening punch of the saint in an instant, tearing the air before the punch apart. The Flame Saint's eyes remained burning. Giants of magma manifested around him all of a sudden, throwing themselves at the incoming flash of the punch. A firestorm burst before him at the same time. Ash fire with the power to burn everything down was brought to bear in an instant. At that moment, the Flame Saint sensed looming crisis. The sword of the great path descended from above, shrouding his surroundings in it. The village chief made his move as well. The Flame Saint pulsed with boundless fires, and his expression completely ashen. The village chief was considerably more powerful than he was. There was simply no way he would have been able to take the village chief on, especially now that the village chief attacked together with Dozhan. While the Flame Saint indeed possessed a divine instrument, but the level of the thing in his hand was not high and the amplification effect was limited. It was as if top-notch sage ritual implements would have been of limited use to top-notch archmage level sages. Common divine instruments operated in the same manner with saints, unless it was some high-level divine instrument that surpassed their own levels. In the case of Dozhan, who had achieved sainthood through physical feats, his body itself was comparable to common divine instruments. Seeing the boundless sword aura descending from above, the Flame Saint looked up, and the great path of boundless rules was transformed into a special fiery image. He burst with sky-burning flames in an instant, shrouding the sky, and the flames even headed straight for the village chief's body. When the sword reached him, it disappeared entirely within the image. Boom, boom, boom. The air shook violently, and Dozhan stepped forward in great leaps. His 7-star acupoints were all opened, and his arm was thrown straight at the Flame Saint, who was gathering his powers to resist the village chief's attacks. He turned rather despair, sensing Dozhan's incoming attack. He intended to retreat, but quickly saw a beam of powerful light shot forth. A beam of holy light appeared in the air. Sword matrix diagrams showered down, heading straight for the Flame Saint. The Flame Saint's body seemed to have been burned. Screens of terrifying flames appeared with his body at the center. When the sword reached him and immersed in the fires, it would have dissipated bit by bit. However, Dozhan did not seem to even be aware of the power of the flames. His arm bashed right through the screen of flames and headed straight for the Flame Saint's body. Boom! A loud boom was heard. Dozhan felt the arm of his saintly body scalded and seemingly felt like it was about to be reduced to ashes. However, the terrifying shock also sent the Flame Saint flying. The flame saint intended to just turn around and escape using the force from the shock. He had no intentions of fighting any longer. The sword diagrams continued to press on him. The looming sense of crisis grew increasingly strong, and at the very next moment, a flash of the sword came and went like a bolt of lightning. The space seemed to have been torn, and the flame saint was stopped dead in his tracks. Extreme fear was seen in his eyes. At that moment, the village chief and the flame saint had their backs facing each other, as if both of them just happened to brush past each other. At the very next moment, despair was written all over the flame saint's face. His body split apart in the middle right away. The village chief's body disappeared right away. Streaks of lightning flashes of the sword boomed in the air. The flame saint completely dissipated from the space he occupied soon. It was difficult for saints to die. As such, he had to end the flame saint completely, leaving his opponent with no chance of emerging alive. A saint of the Jisheng cliffs perished. I, Saint Ji, swears to cut down every single person from the holy Ji palace of the barren state. A voice voicing out a murderous intent like no other reverberated in the air during the journey between the Shihua sacred mountain to the Jisheng cliffs, causing all from the holy lands to tremble. Chapter 940, Jisheng Cliffs. Now, the outcome of the battle became even clearer. Jisheng Cliffs. Now, the outcome of the battle became even clearer. No one could block Sword Saint's demonic blade, and after Qin Zhuang and his party killed Gufeng, they moved in on Nieyan for the kill. This was war, and there was no fairness in it. Qin Zhuang and his group of 9 were able to kill Gufeng, and in addition to Yun Shang and Huang Shi, who were armed with divine implements, Nieyan had no chance to block it and was soon exhausted, his body sealed by ice. When the sword arrived, his body was pulverized instantly, and his divine implement was taken away. Out of the 3 great sages of Jisheng Cliffs, 2 were killed with the 18 elders who had perished before. Their battle power had been diminished again and again. Jisheng Cliffs was washed in blood. On the other hand, on the side of the holy Ji palace of the barren state, there was no such catastrophe, so the situation of the battle was clearly one-sided. It's finished. Those from Jisheng Cliffs, who were still battling, felt hopeless inside. They clearly understood that there was no hope in the battle of Jisheng Cliffs. Since when could these people of the holy Ji palace from the barren state, who had no saints and were greatly despised, now slaughter Jisheng Cliffs, destroying them all? Those who had participated in the battle of the holy Ji palace in the barren state were feeling particularly bitter. Back in the day, Zhan Shao of the younger generation of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs had descended to the holy Ji palace in the barren state. He had been enough to stir up a storm of blood and guts, making the holy Ji palace agree to everything they had asked for, on account that they did not dare to offend Jisheng Cliffs. However, once a weakling of a character from the noble plane became the palace lord of the holy Ji palace, an army was now at Jisheng Cliffs for the kill. How ironic. If this was known before, they would have killed Yi Futian, no matter the cost, and would not have allowed him to go to the palace to participate in the battle so that he had the opportunity to become the lord of the palace before Empress Xia. However, there was no such thing as if. Above the firmament, violent bursting sounds of explosions could be heard. Yuan Hong and the Heavenly Guardian collided once again, and this time Yuan Hong's attack was so shocking and powerful that everyone could see that although he was using the infinite ruler, it was clearly the staff method in disguise. The power of each strike was stronger than the previous one. It gathered the power of the heavens and attacked with the might of the matrix. Along with this terrible bursting sound, many people's eardrums shook. The godlike body of the Heavenly Guardian was now fraught with cracks. The elder who was controlling it made a muted sound, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Go now, leave Jisheng Cliffs." On the cliff, the white-haired elder shouted. Obviously, he knew that there was no more hope, so he was allowing the sages of Jisheng Cliffs to retreat and give up. Otherwise, they would all die here. Boom! Another shockingly loud noise was heard. Yuan Hong's staff techniques directly split open the body of the heavenly guardian. The elder spat out blood, and the people behind him also had their breath diminished, and the divine implement of a hammer dropped straight into the hands of Yuan Hong. The white elder was also defeated. "Let's go." Another loud scream came from Jisheng Cliffs, and suddenly all the sages fled, abandoning the battle. Bang! Yuan Hong's infinite ruler slammed down, sweeping endless areas, killing many cultivators instantly. Sword Saint's blade was also madly cutting down the enemies. Once upon a time, Jisheng Cliffs nearly killed his third junior brother, Gudonglu, and their younger brother. Today, this debt would be repaid. Moreover, those who escaped today would come back again with Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in alliance to fight the Holy Ji Palace, so it went without saying that they could not allow these people a second chance. The body of Qin Zhuang also moved, but this time he did not gather the sword matrix. Instead, he crossed the void by himself, continuing the slaughter. The same was true of Su Shang. His body was like a wind, killing those who tried to escape. The demonic beast let out a roar, tearing at all the cultivators who were guarding different areas of the Jisheng Cliffs and trying to escape. In this battle, Jisheng Cliffs completely gave up, and the massacre was a one-sided affair. The immense body of the golden demon ape came to a cliff, and Yuan Hong lowered his head to stare coldly at a group of elders of the Jisheng Cliffs. The white elder looked up at that incomparably violent golden body and said coldly, "Evil beast, your massacre today will one day be the demise of your clan." Yuan Hong put away the infinite ruler, but picked up the hammer of divine implement that the other party had just used. His arm lifted high, and a knowing pressure cascaded down. The white elder and the others looked extremely pale. The heavenly and earthly guardians were all eliminated, which caused great injuries to their spiritual will, and it was now impossible to resist Yuan Hong. It was the end for them. That day, when the people of Jisheng Cliffs went to Taihang Mountain for the massacre, not only did you not stop them, but instead sent people to help. Have you ever thought that this day of retribution would come for you? The golden eyes of Yuan Hong were full of murderous intent. Without waiting for a response, the huge hammer of the divine implement smashed down. With a great loud boom, the mountains burst and shattered, and those cultivators disappeared right where they stood. Next, of course, was to clean up the mess. Yi Futian was still playing the guqin. A sunset was now at the edge of the sky, red like blood, eerily similar to the scene that happened on Taihang Mountain in the past, as if this was the retribution that had been a long time coming. The sound of the guqin stopped. The village chief and Dozhan had also returned. They stood beside Yi Futian. The earthly guardian had disappeared, and the countless people at Jisheng Cliffs below shuddered in fear. "Let's go." Yi Futian glanced at the place below indifferently, then turned to leave. The army withdrew, and the demonic beasts levitated, and soon they had all left Jisheng Cliff and headed for the distance. Village Chief Master, now that Emperor Xia has permitted the 9 states sacred war with no requirement to warn the others, the concern here is that Saint Xihua and Saint Ji will join forces. What are your thoughts? Yi Futian asked the village chief and Dozhan. "Futian, what are your thoughts?" Dozhan asked. In this context, he automatically understood what he was facing. He could not return to the Holy Ji Palace. Otherwise, it was as if he was waiting for the opponent to come and kill him. Having cultivated to the Saint Plain, naturally, he would not sacrifice himself lightly. The endless ocean is vast and without end, with countless islands that no one has any knowledge of, which will be great for concentrating on cultivation. Of course, Master could also go to the upper worlds and bring a demonic beast, so I can always contact Master, Yi Futian said. He had gone to the Jisheng Cliffs to force Flame Saint to summon Emperor Xia and formulate the rules of the sacred war, so that no one dared to disobey them in the land of 9 states. Naturally, he would use those rules to his own advantage and avoid what would not benefit him. Fine. Dozhan nodded. What are the plans for the village chief? I don't care. Let's send Futian and the others back to the palace first. Only I won't confront them head-on. They can't catch up with me, the village chief replied, apparently very confident with his speed. That's great. Master can go now. Lest the other party go directly to the palace to end us, Yi Futian said. Very well. Dojan nodded. Be careful, don't start the fight. I understand. Yi Futian nodded, and he had a plan in his heart. Dojan stepped onto a demon beast and left. When a saint chose to intentionally remain hidden, he would not be easy to find. The village chief summoned the giant sword and took Yi Futian and the others, heading toward the barren state. When Saint Ji rushed back to Jisheng Cliffs, the battle was already over, and Yi Futian and his people had been gone for a while. Those below the Sage Plain level at Jisheng Cliffs were cleaning up the mess. The vast and endless Jisheng Cliffs of the Holy Land of Yu State was now in total ruin. Mountain ridges had collapsed and been destroyed, and there were cracks on the ground. Numerous bodies were laid out on the field. Bright red blood colored Jisheng Cliffs. From Saint Ji, an immeasurable murderous aura coursed out of him and permeated the air. Its pressure was so heavy that the people below could hardly breathe. When they looked up, they saw Saint Ji, and yet no one greeted him. There was only a sense of sorrow. In the space, there was nothing but silence. What happened to Jisheng Cliffs today was the demise of their elders. As the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs, could Saint Ji shirk the responsibilities of any of it? He did not guard the Jisheng Cliffs well, and as Yi Futian had said at the banquet in Shihua's sacred mountain, Saint Ji announced his decision to participate in the sacred war, thus bringing on the annihilation of Jisheng Cliffs. When Yi Futian led his people here, what was Saint Ji doing? Perhaps still enjoying the feast. The vendetta between Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace started because of the order issued by Saint Ji. He even used his will on the Holy Ji Palace and suppressed the barren state by force. Now he had announced his intention to participate in the sacred war. A mixture of new hatred and old debt had resulted in the ending before his eyes. At this moment, there was resentment in the hearts of many. The Jisheng Cliffs of the present had been completely finished, and the first holy land in Yu State was no more. Shadows of figures descended one after another. They were saints rushing over from Shihua, sacred mountain. When they saw the scene in front of them, all were silent. Yi Futian had really destroyed Jisheng Cliffs. What exactly happened? Saint Ji was still immersed in deep hatred when Saint Shihua inquired coldly. Great Zhou's sacred king's eyes were sharp and indifferent. The intent to kill was extremely strong, but in reality, none of what happened was a disadvantage to him. Now, Saint Ji was probably going to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. Yi Futian led the army of the Holy Ji Palace from the barren state and annihilated us. A man said and looked up at the void. An army from the Holy Ji Palace? All the saints who were present had an indifferent look. How could that even be possible? Unless, before attending the birthday banquet, Yi Futian had already ordered the army to ambush Jisheng Cliffs? Emperor Xiao appeared. Saint Ji glanced at the stone monument at Jisheng Peak. He could already sense something. Yes, the army of the Holy Ji Palace came with the saints of the other two holy lands. Flame, Saint summoned the will of Emperor Xia. The people from below continued. However, Yi Futian claimed that the head saint announced their participation in the sacred war at Shihua Sacred Mountain, and with 3 major holy lands joining forces to bully the barren state, he had no choice but to strike back. Emperor Xia did not stop it, but issued an order saying that any holy lands within the 9 states desiring to battle no longer need to ask him for permission again, but just need to obey the rules governing the sacred war. Saints to saints and sages to sages, so that those below the sage plane will live. Catching. Saint Ji clenched both fists, blue veins bulging, and the thought of killing gathered around him and turned into a hurricane, extremely frightening. Yi Futian. His eyes were directed at the void, and murderous thoughts swept up toward it. He understood now that Jisheng Cliffs was set up by Yi Futian, who had laid out the plan in advance to annihilate them. Nowadays, there was the edict of Emperor Xia, and he could not even go straight to the Holy Ji Palace to take his revenge and could only target the two saints from the Holy Ji Palace. But how could it be that the other party was not prepared to wait for them? Jisheng Cliffs was destroyed, but he could not avenge it by bringing slaughter to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was exploiting the rules of Emperor Xia. He could disregard Emperor Xia's command and go over there to massacre them, but then he would be daring to exchange his own life. If he violated Emperor Xia's order, then the question was whether or not Emperor Xia would kill him as the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs. In the 9 states, no one could disobey the command of Renhuang. The words of the Xia Emperor were the words of heaven. Glass Saint was quite shocked when she witnessed this scene in her heart, and she finally understood the meaning of Yi Futian's question to her before he left. Even before any of this, he had already planned to use Xia Emperor to give orders for the sacred war. Although it seemed that Holy Ji Palace of Barren State was still in a position of absolute disadvantage, this was already the best possible outcome. To upend the power of Jisheng Cliffs, as long as the two saints temporarily evaded the attention at the moment, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State would only face the army of sages from two holy lands. Leveraging the advantage of their location, they still had a chance to win the battle. All the saints looked on quietly, and they thought that Yi Futian was truly a tough character. Saint Ji was fooled by a youngster and in the land of the 9 states, which had been calm for many years. The first holy land to be wiped out was actually not the Holy Ji Palace, but Jisheng Cliffs. Chapter 941. Jisheng Cliffs, under the cover of the night's darkness, was desolate, and as the cold wind blew, it chilled Saint Ji, who was just stepping into Jisheng Cliffs. Those who had perished had completely disappeared, including their divine implements which had been taken away. He had wild thoughts about capturing the sacred hall of the Holy Ji Palace and their divine implements to fortify Jisheng Cliffs. But Yi Futian had acted first and exterminated Jisheng Cliffs. How many years would it take for them to recover? Jisheng Cliffs, under the cover of the night's darkness, was desolate, and as the cold wind blew, it chilled Saint Ji, who was just stepping into Jisheng Cliffs. Those who had perished had completely disappeared, including their divine implements which had been taken away. He had wild thoughts about capturing the sacred hall of the Holy Ji Palace and their divine implements to fortify Jisheng Cliffs. But Yi Futian had acted first and exterminated Jisheng Cliffs. How many years would it take for them to recover? 50 years? 100 years? Or even longer? And after this battle, who dared to enter Jisheng Cliffs to cultivate? He, Saint Ji, as the head saint, had allowed Jisheng Cliffs to suffer such catastrophe. Who would be willing to submit to him? Of course, he could feel that even those in the noble plane did not regard him quite with as much fear as before, but he had no one to blame. He was the master of Jisheng Cliffs, and this was a responsibility that he could not shirk. As he had enjoyed the supreme power and the status that came with it, the responsibility was also his. But he had pushed Jisheng Cliffs to the abyss. Saint Shihua, great Zhou Sacred King, could you immediately mobilize the army to the barren state? Saint Ji looked up to the two men in the void and said, Since Emperor Xia has re-established the rules for the 9 states sacred war, participants in the sacred war in the 9 states no longer need to report for permission. Therefore, the agreement between the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace is no longer valid, and great Zhou Sacred King can strike back. Saint Ji Yi Futian left Shihua Sacred Mountain, but led the army to massacre Jisheng Cliffs. It must have been premeditated. If so, he is extremely cunning and would never allow the 2 saints from Holy Ji Palace to return for us to slaughter. Most likely, the saints have already escaped. As for those below Saint Plain, yet dealing such a blow to Jisheng Cliffs, Their people must not be weaklings, and we need to give the whole matter more consideration, Saint Chihua replied. Yi Futian was certainly not stupid. How could he not know to use the rules to his advantage? Would the saints of the Holy Ji Palace wait for them to come for the kill? As for the Sage Plain, seeing the outcome at Jisheng Cliffs, it was most likely that both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would have to pour in all of their best to destroy the Holy Ji Palace for good. It was said that Yang Xiao had arranged many matrices in the Holy Ji Palace. It had geographical advantages, and even if they were able to annihilate the Holy Ji Palace, it would probably be at the great expense of their own people, so rushing into action would do them no good at all. Previously, they had planned to pressure the Holy Ji Palace with the forces of all 3 holy lands and let some cultivators leave on their own out of fear, thus lessening its resistance. But now, the sages of the Jisheng Cliffs were swept away. In reality, Jisheng Cliffs no longer held much value, and the remaining combative powers would probably come from Saint Ji himself and Kong Yao. When Saint Ji heard what Saint Chihua had to say, he felt an extremely coldness, but he said nothing. The space seemed even more oppressed, and the saints all around looked on quietly. Who would have thought? They were even wondering if Yi Futian had planned to use Flame Saint to call out Emperor Xia to mandate the rules, so that the Holy Ji Palace would avoid being hunted by all the saints. As for the rules set by Emperor Xia, they were not surprised. Although Emperor Xia was not so concerned about the 9 states, it was ultimately under his jurisdiction. Each generation would yield some powerful figures. He had already opened up the sacred war in the 9 states. If the saints were not prohibited from taking revenge on the people of lower plains, once the 9 states was mired in a state of chaos, the real end of days would come when people would slaughter each other without any fear or restrictions. Under the rules, all the holy lands would inevitably be somewhat restrained. In fact, even without the rules from Emperor Xia, in the past, most saints would not attack people of lower plains from other holy lands, so it could be said to be an unwritten rule followed by all. The reason why there was such a special case with the Barren State was that they had no saints in the past, so Jisheng Cliffs thought that it could be bullied. Great Zhou Sacred King had thought so before as well. Understood, Saint Ji replied coolly. Saint Ji, Saint Chihua continued, I can understand your anger at the moment. The cruelty and bloodthirst demonstrated by the Holy Ji Palace gives everyone in the 9 states a right to judge them. However, under the rules, we still have to act according to the Emperor's will. The 9 states is far too large, and there are also endless territories outside of it. If saints deliberately evade us, who can find them? Not only couldn't we, but even those in the Ranhuang Plain would find it difficult. Those beautiful eyes of glass, Saint suddenly flashed a look of surprise. Her eyes were directed at Xihua Sacred Mountain. This sentence seemed simple enough, but behind it there was deep meaning. Saint Xihua had thought deep and hard. Outside of the 9 states there were endless territories. The saints could avoid them, and even those in the Ranhuang Plain would deem them hard to find. What did this mean? Saint Ji needed to avoid it, so would it also be difficult for Emperor Xia to find it? The other saints also raised their eyebrows. They were all crafty old souls who had been cultivating for many years. Naturally, they understood that this seemingly random sentence had a hidden meaning behind it, though on the surface nothing seemed to be amiss. Now that Jisheng Cliffs had been bathed in blood, if Saint Ji was tough enough. However, this was equivalent to gambling with his own life. They did not really know just how much power Emperor Xia had. But in reality, there was a great possibility that Saint Ji would never be able to walk out of the 9 states. Such determination was not easy. Please, everyone, go back. Saint Ji did not respond to Saint Chihua, but instead had asked everyone to leave. Everyone around said nothing more and started to move away, but there was turmoil in their hearts. After all, Jisheng Cliff was a holy land in Yu State. That handsome young man from the Barren State, who had seemed so harmless in the birthday banquet, was in the end quite ruthless. Saint Chihua and Great Zhou Sacred King left as well, and they returned to Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, respectively. They were reminded by today's event that Yi Futian, ruthless and tough, should never be underestimated. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed whole by this formidable opponent. The Battle of Jisheng Cliffs quickly spread throughout the territories of the 9 states and shocked countless people. Just as everyone was still thinking about the marriage between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, another great event happened on the same day. Jisheng Cliffs had suffered a bloodbath. Many people had forgotten about the focus of that day, Lu Zong and Zhou Zi, to whom the day should have belonged. After all, Yi Futian was still Yi Futian within the land of the 9 states. No one seemed to be able to deprive him of the spotlight. It was rumored that on the day of the wedding banquet, Lu Zong and Yi Futian had a sparring session that had made Yi Futian retreat, and afterwards, there was the Battle of Jisheng Cliff. Could this mean that Lu Zong was now stronger than Yi Futian within the same generation? Of course. There were also many who wondered if Yi Futian had withdrawn deliberately and had not exerted his full power. At the Battle of Jisheng Cliffs, it was said that Yi Futian did not participate in the fight. Only the people from the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State were fighting. Was Yi Futian still unable to participate in this level of battle? There was also an army of demonic beasts in that battle. There was a powerful beastmaster at the Holy Ji Palace. Various rumors now spread throughout the 9 states, and the news had also entered into the Barren State and stirred up a storm there. When Jisheng Cliffs was wreaking havoc in the Barren State, people in the Barren State knew. But in just a few years' time, no one could have thought that the young man who was in the noble plain would now lead an army from Holy Ji Palace to annihilate Jisheng Cliffs. It was truly shocking. Many people felt their blood boiling and wanted to join the Holy Ji Palace, even if the palace was now in the midst of a sacred war. If they could survive this sacred war, the land of the 9 states and the rise of the Holy Ji Palace would be unstoppable. At this time, at the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, Yi Futian had ordered everyone to be fully prepared, ready to fight. At the same time, he had dispatched the demonic beasts to monitor the movements of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. In the present situation, there was always the possibility that the opponent would send troops to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian wanted to delay for as much time as possible. When he and Yu Shang were both in the Sage Plain, the sacred war would be a lot easier. There was also the 3rd senior brother, Jie Wuchen and Jioga, who all needed more time to become stronger. Although in the battle with Jisheng Cliffs he had destroyed them, Yi Futian was not proud and still had a very strong sense of crisis. Though Emperor Xia had declared the rules, there was no guarantee that the other party would abide by the agreement. If they were desperate, there was a definite possibility that the other party would violate Emperor Xiao's order. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace was constantly facing a crisis. At this time, in the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yi Futian was cultivating, but someone came with a word. "What is it?" Yi Futian asked the person. "Palace Lord. Someone from the Yu clan of Summer State came to visit," the person replied. Yi Futian's eyes flashed a strange color, and he said, "Who is the visitor?" "A lady of the Yu clan. Her name is Yu Lingshuang." Yi Futian looked surprised, and then walked out and said, "Let's go see." In a moment, Yi Futian saw that it was indeed Yu Lingshuang, along with some cultivators of the Yu clan. "Palace, Lord Yi." Everyone bowed in greeting. "No need." Yi Futian nodded in return, then looked at Yu Lingshuang and smiled. "To what do I owe Miss Lingshuang this visit?" "Didn't you invite me to visit the palace? Didn't you mean it?" Yu Lingshuang smiled jokingly. "Of course you are welcome to visit. It's just that we are in the middle of a mess. I didn't expect any visitors." Yi Futian smiled and continued, "Let me order a feast for you." "No need. But could Palace Lord Yi take me to see the rest of the Holy Ji Palace?" Yu Lingshuang smiled. Yi Futian looked at her and saw that her beautiful eyes stared back at him. He nodded gently. "Very well, I will give you a tour." As he was speaking, he walked forward, Yu Lingshuang following behind, not letting anyone else follow them. The two levitated and came to the place above the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian said to Yu Lingshuang, "This is the Holy Sage Pavilion, the place where Palace Lord resides. The Holy Ji Palace is the holy land of cultivation in the barren state. There used to be 6 palaces, but I added some more." "I know, and I heard that when Palace Lord Yi first entered the Holy Ji Palace, he was not favored. The Holy Sage Pavilion chose by Zhe, the son of the Lord of White Cloud City, and Sage Dojan of the Battle Sage Palace chose you as a disciple. And now, Sage Dojan is already Saint Dojan," Yu Lingshuang said with a smile. "It was so." Yi Futian laughed. Apparently, Yu Lingshuang had learned some of his past and even knew things that happened when he entered the palace. "You had also been exiled from the palace because of that thing with Jisheng Cliffs. The previous palace lord saw your talent and sacrificed himself to pass on the position to you, even though you were only at the Nobel Plane at the time." Yu Lingshuang continued, "And now that you have brought an army into Jisheng Cliffs, it could be considered revenge for the 2 previous palace lords. Payback for all the wrongs that happened before. If the 2 palace lords knew now, they would be proud of their decision. Same as your master. Even so, the Holy Ji Palace is also facing a crisis of survival," Yi Futian replied. "You could resolve it," Yu Lingshuang said. "Just as your master and the 2 palace lords valued you. Now my clan feels the same way. I believe we are not wrong to believe this. So why did you not consider the proposal last time?" Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang and saw that this bright and attractive woman did not appear bashful. Her clear and beautiful eyes stared back at him. From her eyes, Yi Futian instinctively understood certain feelings and could not help but give a forlorn smile. "I don't want to mess with people's emotions, and besides, it would not be fair to you." Yi Futian sighed. "But I don't mind," Yu Lingshuang said, still looking at him. She smiled and continued, "Since I met Palace Lord Yi for the first time, I inquired a lot about him. The situation that currently faces the Holy Ji Palace. You should know better than me. If Palace Lord Yi really does not want to accept me, I don't mind acting in a play. Our family values the talent and potential of Palace Lord Yi, but in the end we need a reason for our liaison, otherwise it is impossible to take the risk, and I can give the family that reason to intervene, but also ease the crisis facing the Holy Ji Palace. So why not do it? Wait until the Holy Ji Palace gets through the crisis, and after everything has ended, you can declare that it was all just false. No one will care by then." Chapter 942. Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang in surprise. How had he not seen the faint emotion in this beautiful woman's eyes? And she understood his past. She was obviously an attentive woman. Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang in surprise. How had he not seen the faint emotion in this beautiful woman's eyes? And she understood his past. She was obviously an attentive woman. But the 2 of them had only met a few times, and the first time was at the suggestion of Yu Jianglu. Yi Futian naturally could not have any feelings towards her. This was not the way that he wanted to obtain the Yu clan's power, and if he just pretended in order to gain their favor, and then abandoned her once he had gotten what he needed, that would seem rather mean. Even though she said she didn't mind, this wasn't fair to her at all. He was already married. If he said it was all just a game, who would believe him? He couldn't stand it if Yu Lingshuang was kicked out due to rumors and suspicion. So, once a marriage had taken place, it was too hypocritical to say it was all a game. He could only officially take her as a concubine. It was only in the interest of the palace, but it was still a little unfair to Yu Lingshuang. But it would be a lie if he said he was not tempted. He understood what the palace faced now more than anyone. It could be said to be a stormy situation. A little carelessness could bring about a catastrophe. With Shihua Sacred Mountain, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and Saint Ji, there were 6 Saint Plain cultivators in total. How could the village chief and the master withstand them all? They could only run, and he did not know how many years it would be before he reached the Saint Plain. Therefore, this marriage would not be about himself. It was about the palace's benefit and the life and death of many people. He could not be indifferent to their plight. Having the Yu clan join them would give Xihua, Sacred Mountain, and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty pause, and they would not dare do anything rash. When she saw Yi Futian's expression, Ling Shuang bowed her head slightly, and a touch of gloominess flashed in her eyes. She knew that Yi Futian didn't have any romantic feelings for her, and so she restrained her own emotions. Her beauty was outstanding, but she was not beautiful enough to cause the fall of a city or a nation. She was much less beautiful than Yi Futian's wife. How could a peerless figure like Yi Futian have feelings for her? After all, she was not some sort of goddess. She was not even the most outstanding in the Yu clan, and she knew of Yi Futian's legendary past. He was indeed a god. It was as if he was destined for greatness from birth. Even among the endless heroic figures of the 9 states, he still stood out. She raised her head and looked at Yi Futian. She smiled and said, "I already know what's on your mind, Lord Yi. I'm just passing through. Can I stay here and visit for a while?" "Of course." Yi Futian saw that Ling Shuang had changed the subject. He smiled and nodded. "Then I'll ask my family to go back without me." The two of them went to the Sage Hall, where Ling Shuang asked the cultivators of the Yu clan to leave. A strange light flashed in their eyes. Miss Yu was staying at the palace. What did that mean? They would go back and report to the family first. Yi Futian made arrangements for Ling Shuang to stay in the Sage Hall. Many seniors came to visit Yi Futian for the real purpose of seeing Ling Shuang. This guy had a beautiful woman willing to throw herself into his arms, and he was indifferent to her. However, his restraint also had a certain charm to it. When they thought about it carefully, they realized that he had never lacked for beautiful women beside him, like Yun Shuisheng, the daughter of Ice Temple, Phoenix, the undying old man's heir, Mu Jiqiu of Zhaixing House, and even his maid was beautiful, the slim and graceful, yet coquettish Long Ling. The last time he had gone out to train, he had also taken 2 beautiful women with him. He truly could be called a playboy. Atop Holy Sage Pavilion sat a beautiful woman gazing at the distant scenery. When she heard footsteps, Hua Jiu turned and smiled at Yi Futian, saying, "Have you disappointed the beauty again?" Yi Futian shrugged and walked to Hua Jiu's side. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and rested his head on her shoulder. "I have disappointed a few along the way." He knew that when he was in Divine Sky City, Guyunchi had been interested in him, as well as Lulan Shui. He knew how difficult it was to suffer their favor. Hua Jiu turned her face, and Yi Futian could feel her breath. Her face that was beautiful enough to bring about the fall of a city was so close it was intoxicating. "You weren't like this at Qingzhou Academy," said Hua Jiu softly. "Didn't you really like to flirt with Miss Qin then?" "You still remember that after all these years." Yi Futian's face darkened. When they were cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, they were only 15. At that time, he didn't know anything about feelings. Many people in the academy dreamed of Qin Yi, and he had been young, so naturally, he would have been attracted to someone as beautiful, sexy, and kind as her. "Humph. I remember it well," said Hua Jiu smilingly. "Ah, unfortunately later I was enchanted by a witch. My one false step has brought me everlasting grief," said Yi Futian with a sigh. Hua Jiu stamped on his foot. She turned around, her eyes revealing her intoxicating beauty. She whispered, "Is that witch really so charming?" "She is. So charming that I just want to eat her up." Yi Futian bowed his head and kissed her intoxicating red lips. The witch was charming, but he had her in the palm of his hand. Holding onto her intoxicating body, he led her into the bedroom. It was a wonderful spring night. With Ling Shuang staying in the Holy Sage Pavilion, Many people thought that the lady of the palace would be unhappy. They never would have imagined that Huajiu could often be seen with her all around the palace, chatting and laughing. They seemed to be as close as sisters. This made the disciples worship Yi Futian even more. He was truly the model of a man. He had a wife who was like a goddess, and she did not mind the presence of another woman, and she could even fight side by side with him. She was perfect. However, on that day a group of cultivators came to the Holy Ji Palace. They were actually from the Yu clan in the Summer State, so Yi Futian went out to greet them, along with Yu Lingshuang. Yu Jianglu was among them. Lord Yi, Lingshuang, Yu Jianglu called to the two of them. "How is it that you have the time to come visit us?" asked Yi Futian. He felt that something was slightly off. Yu Jianglu and the others looked solemn. "Lingshuang, where did your uncle and the guards go?" asked Yu Jianglu. "After I arrived at the palace, I asked them to return home." "What's wrong?" asked Lingshuang. She also felt that something was going on. "Your uncle and the others. Every one of them was killed," said Yu Jianglu. Yu Lingshuang's face changed in an instant, as did Yi Futian's. The people from the Yu clan had all been killed after they left the palace? Who had done this? How could that be? Yu Lingshuang's face went pale. She felt guilty. Had she killed them by coming here? And if she had gone back with them, would she have ended up the same way? "Do you have any leads?" asked Yi Futian. Yu Jianglu shook his head and then asked Yu Lingshuang some questions. He speculated they had died on the day that they left the palace, and not too far away from the palace either. In fact, they had still been in the barren state in Zhongzhou City. The Holy Ji Palace was in the barren state, but it had obviously not been them who had killed the people from the Yu clan. They had a good relationship, and so Yi Futian had no reason to do it. Otherwise, Yu Jianglu would not have been so polite when he came to the palace. He knew that this affair was not their doing. "Lord Yi, are there any forces in the barren state that bear enmity towards the palace?" asked Yu Jianglu. "That can't be it. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to do this." Yi Futian shook his head. "Given the current situation, we're being watched by everyone, and Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty probably have many informers in Zhongzhou City. But even they don't seem to have had a good reason to do it. Perhaps they ordered someone to kill them when they saw that we had a desire to form a marriage alliance with you, in the hopes of killing Yu Lingshuang? And since she wasn't there, they killed the others?" guessed Yu Jianglu. "We can't rule out that possibility." Yi Futian looked thoughtful. But if Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had really done this, once they were found out, it would push the Yu clan and the palace into an alliance, and they would be offending a powerful enemy. Therefore, he wasn't sure it was them. The death of the Yu clan cultivators was quite fishy. "What about Saint Ji?" said Yu Jianglu. Saint Ji probably now hated the Holy Ji Palace for the battle at Jisheng Cliffs, and since Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were not willing to act, he was probably quite dissatisfied, and so had caused this to happen, the Yu clan cultivators. "I'm not sure." Yi Futian shook his head. This was all very confusing. Could it be that this sacred war and Emperor Xiao's command had drawn out a secret holy land? If it wasn't Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, or Saint Ji, then this affair was not a simple one. Another holy land must be involved. If so, what was their goal? "May we stay in the palace while we investigate this matter?" Yu Jianglu asked Yi Futian. "Of course, and I will put all the power of the palace to work helping you in your investigation," said Yi Futian. The people from the Yu clan had been killed after leaving the Holy Ji Palace, and it had happened in Zhongzhou City, which was their land. He was partially responsible for what had happened. "Thank you, Lord Yi." Yu Jianglu bowed slightly, then said to Yu Lingshuang, "How are you getting on here at the palace?" "Lord Yi and his wife have been most considerate," said Yu Lingshuang. "Excellent." Yu Jianglu finally smiled. Yu Lingshuang looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. Lingshuang's decision to stay in the palace had helped him, and had created an illusion for the people of the 9 states. The Yu clan mobilized people from their families to come to the palace and start investigating the deaths of their cultivators. This case quickly attracted the attention of many people from around the 9 states. People from the Yu clan had been assassinated. This was extremely unusual. In addition to the clear sacred war, there were apparently undercurrents in the 9 states. Chapter 943. Everyone in the 9 states paid close attention to the Holy Ji Palace and the Yu clan working together to investigate the murders of the Yu clan cultivators. Everyone in the 9 states paid close attention to the Holy Ji Palace and the Yu clan working together to investigate the murders of the Yu clan cultivators. Who had dared to do this? What was their goal? Several days later, the 2 Holy Lands discovered the site of the Yu clan cultivators' final battle. It was indeed in Zhongzhou City, but it was in a part of the city with no people. At this moment, Yi Futian and Yu Jianglu had just arrived there. There were traces of the destruction of battle there, and even some bloodstains. The last place that people had seen the cultivators was not far from here, and the investigators had followed the road to here. There was still some sealing rule power left over, which was probably a trace left by the Yu clan cultivators. The people from the 2 Holy Lands blocked off the area. Even Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were tactful enough to not use this opportunity to move against Yi Futian. Many people suspected they were responsible for the deaths of the Yu clan cultivators. If they attacked now, it would completely force the Yu clan to run into the arms of the Holy Ji Palace. It would be disadvantageous for them to do this. There were traces of the battle, and a rule power aura was left behind, but other than the fact that they knew this was the place where the Yu clan cultivators had come to grief, there were no other clues. Yi Futian ran through his freedom meditation, looking all around the area, trying to find clues. At this time his perception was extremely sharp, and as he landed in the battle area, he felt that there was a faint aura besides the leftover sealing rule power will. "It's so cold," he whispered, and then walked over to a different trace of the battle. After a while, he looked up at Yu Jianglu and said, "The aura from the battle has nearly disappeared, but there is still a bit of one left over from the battle between top-level sages. My perception is extraordinary, so I can still sense it. It seems that one person did this, and they seem to be skilled at ice rule power. There are many top-level sages in the 9 states who are good at that." "Every Holy Land has one," said Yu Jianglu. This meant that Yi Futian's discovery did not mean too much, and it wouldn't help them find the killer. Perhaps the Yu clan cultivators had been too careless and had fallen afoul of a plot against them. They had probably never thought that someone would assassinate them. After searching for a while, Yu Jianglu said, "It looks like we won't find any more clues. Let's go back to the palace." "All right," said Yi Futian, and the group of them returned to the Holy Ji Palace. They had not found the killer, leaving the situation very clouded. However, the fact that there were Yu clan cultivators staying in the Holy Ji Palace, added to the fact that the Yu clan was working together with them, made it so that Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty did not act rashly. There had been a slaughter at Jisheng Cliffs by Yi Futian's army, and now the Yu clan had come in, upsetting their schemes. They were very unhappy about all this. But even though they were unhappy, all they could do was restrain themselves and continue to wait for a good opportunity. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King even felt in their hearts that Saint Ji was a gutless coward. He was lucky he was a saint, otherwise he would have been slaughtered along with the rest of his disciples. Everyone mocked him now. He would not recover his former position in 100 years, and he now did not even have the imposing manner of a dead fish in a broken net. With Saint Ji's power, he could have slaughtered everyone in the Holy Ji Palace, and not even the 2 saints there could have stopped him. After destroying the Holy Ji Palace, he would have had to avoid Emperor Xia's wrath, but that wasn't so bad compared to the alternative. Now, it looked like there were 2 more potential saints among the ranks of the juniors of the Holy Ji Palace. One of them was the crown jewel of the 9 states, Yi Futian, and the other was number 1 in the 9 states forum, Yusheng. Of course, they thought that way, but if Saint Xihua and the great Zhou sacred king had done that themselves, they would be not worthy of the dignity of saints. It was not easy to cultivate up to their level. There was nothing in the world more important than cultivation. If you had that, then it must be fate. If it wasn't fated, then what use was it to pursue the great path? Yi Futian returned to the Holy Ji Palace, and then took out the file pertaining to the sages and saints, ranking to thumb through it. He did not look at the 72 saints, but at the 81 sages. Of course, a lot of the sages in the list no longer existed, thanks to him and the Holy Ji Palace. But he still attentively looked through the rest of them. There were many people in the 9 states who were good at ice rule power, but someone who was confident enough to kill all those Yu clan cultivators by themselves must be quite powerful, and they had not given their opponents any chance to escape. Therefore, it was worth taking a look at the sage's ranking. But Yi Futian did not gain much from looking at it. Just as Yi Futian was investigating the deaths of the Yu clan cultivators, a group of uninvited guests came quietly to Zhongzhou City. Zhongzhou City was the largest city in the Barren State, and the Holy Ji Palace was located on the edge of it. At that moment, a group of cultivators moved confidently through the ancient city. They all wore a detached attitude. One of them had white hair and a ruddy complexion, and a celestial wind blew across his body. His aura poured out from him carelessly, shocking everyone who felt it. The other cultivators were incredible as well. They seemed to be looking for something as they walked along. In the center of them stood a young man wearing a beautiful brocade. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a picture scroll floating in front of him with light shining from it. This scroll was actually a map which guided them through the city. "We should be almost there," said the middle-aged man. He looked up with bright and piercing eyes. His face was as sharp as a blade, and there was a hint of power about his form. "Where are we?" asked the young man. "In one of the 9 states, the land under Emperor Xia's jurisdiction," answered the middle-aged man. "Previously, Xia Qingyuan brought people to train in our realm. I never would have thought we would have come to Emperor Xia's realm so soon after, but I'm afraid that it will be inconvenient to act here. Keep things as inconspicuous as possible. We don't want to cause trouble," ordered the young man. Everyone nodded. They all knew the purpose of their trip. If traces of Renhuang really appeared in this remote barren state, it would be difficult to obtain the benefits. So they would try not to provoke any trouble in Emperor Xia's lands if possible. They hoped the traces of Renhuang were not hidden too deep, so they had a chance of getting their hands on them. They had paid a high price for this map. They didn't want to waste it. The floating map gradually lit up, as if it had sensed something, making everyone's eyes flash towards it sharply. It looked like they were going the right way. Not long after, they came to a large household. A palace stood there mightily. It was towering and imposing, and a real dragon's breath blew out from it. This must be one of the top forces in the region. However, there was no one there. It was completely empty. The light from the map grew brighter, but a strange look came over everyone's faces. There was no one here? Many people were walking along outside the palace, looking curiously at the group of powerful figures in the sky. Their aura was quite frightening, and they did not know where they had come from. Could they be from one of the holy lands? As Yi Futian had made the Holy Ji Palace's fame rise, the people of Zhongzhou City's knowledge of the world had grown as well. Now, even seeing people from a holy land did not surprise them. Up in the sky, the group of people gazed at the empty palace. It seemed like it had belonged to a clan, but they had all migrated away. There was a dragon-shaped staircase at the entrance, and a single, powerful character was engraved there. Huang. It seemed that the people who had once lived there had some connection to this character. Huang. The young man smiled when he saw this character. This was most interesting. He turned and looked at the vigorous old man. "Do you sense anything?" The old man's spiritual was already covering the whole area. He shook his head softly and said, This clan was quite imposing, but they were very small. Even though their family name was Huang, they weren't worthy of that title. They can't be the ones we are looking for. Everyone who heard his words felt their hearts grow cold. The palace was empty now, but it had once been the home of one of the most prominent forces in the barren state. Other than the palace, they were able to command the most power, the Huang clan of Zhongzhou City. But in the old man's mouth, they sounded like some unimportant family, not worthy of the name Huang. But the map reacted to it. It can't be a mistake. There must be another mystery here. Let's level the palace buildings, ordered the young man. Yes, sir. Beside him, a well-dressed, middle-aged scholar stepped forward. A terrible storm blew out from him. The winds gathered together and slashed forward like the sharpest blade in the world. The weather changed in an instant as the storm covered everything, swallowing up the mighty palace of the Huang clan. Those who were watching from afar went pale. They seemed to see the storm sweep out, each of the palace buildings uprooted, turning to dust in the raging wind that was blown far away. Soon, the storm disappeared, and when they looked at the once magnificent palace, all that was left was a ruin, a saint. Everyone's hearts beat rapidly. Why would a saint come to Zhongzhou City? Which of the Holy Lands was he from? And why had they leveled the Huang clan's palace? Could it be that they had come to attack the Holy Ji Palace? But if so, there seemed to be no reason to destroy the Huang clan's home where nobody lived. What did it mean? The young man looked at the brightening map beside him and said, "It must be here. Today, even if you have to dig down 1,000 meters, you'll find it for me." Yes, sir. Everyone beside him nodded. They had traveled far to find this place. Now they would achieve their goal. They had found the right place. How could they fail? 1. In Chinese, Huang means emperor. Chapter 944. On that day, there was an earthquake in Zhongzhou City. On that day, there was an earthquake in Zhongzhou City. In the old home of the Huang clan, the top power of Zhongzhou City, a beam of light shot up to the 9th layer of heaven. The whole city could see the light piercing through the clouds. The mighty chi cut through the sky, a natural yet extraordinary sight. The countless cultivators of Zhongzhou City looked up to the sky, and their hearts were as turbulent as the stormy seas. Then, the news swept through the ancient city. There were massive matrices beneath the Huang clan palace, and an imperial tomb was buried there. Now the matrices had been started up, and the tomb had been found. They had dug down very far, turning all the buildings nearby into rubble, and only the imperial tomb remained standing. It was said that the imperial tomb was surrounded by a sovereign aura and that they were the Runhuang ruins. The news swept throughout the barren state, and even throughout the vast land of the 9 states, causing a great disturbance. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City. At that moment, Yi Futian stood in the air above the Holy Ji Palace. Many figures appeared beside him, looking far up into the sky, which was glowing red. A magnificent tableau was presented there. Magnificent figures stood in the sky, riding dragons and surrounded by armored soldiers and chariots. They looked like they could conquer the world. This scene seemed to have been created by martial will, but had been projected into the sky. They were struck dumb with amazement. What kind of level would one need to do something like this? Something had happened there. At that moment, a blade of light flashed, and Qin Zhuang appeared riding on a sword in front of Yi Futian and the others. There is a matrix under the Huang clan mansion that has been broken open. That's where that image is coming from, said Qin Zhuang to Yi Futian. Qin Zhuang was so fast that going there and coming back with the news took very little time. Beside Yi Futian, Huang, she trembled slightly. He gazed fixedly on the image in the sky, and he had a faint feeling that it was familiar. This was clearly an illusion created by the martial cultivation of the Huang clan. "Father!" called Huang Jiuge to Huang Shi. He walked over to his side, and his heart was clearly trembling. There was an array below the Huang clan home, and the imperial tomb had been unearthed. It was said that the Huang clan were descendants of Ren Huang, which had always made them proud. But in reality, Huangshi, who had been worn down by the years and who had killed many of the cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty in battle, did not think of himself as a descendant of any damn Ren Huang. But now, was God playing a joke on him? Yi Futian also looked at Huangshi. Huang Zhouge's life spirits were extraordinary. He had 3 powerful ones: the Ren Huang body, the Ren Huang bow, and the Ren Huang sword, all of which used Ren Huang's name. In the past, many people had thought that the Huang clan regarded themselves too highly. How could they be descendants of Ren Huang? He was an unattainable legend. Now it seemed that the names of his life spirits were no coincidence. Most common people had no life spirits because their ancestors did not have them. Most life spirits were passed down. And now it looked like the 3 great life spirits of the Huang clan had a superhuman progenitor. Who broke open the matrix? Yi Futian asked Qin Zhuang. For many years, the Huang clan had never found the matrices beneath their home. Now that it had been broken open, they could tell that the ones who had done it were more familiar with it than they were. They were probably no ordinary people. It was a group of outsiders. Their identities are unknown, but there are several saints among them, said Qin Zhuang. Yi Futian's face became serious. If that is truly the Ren Huang ruins, this will shock both the upper and lower worlds. Emperor Xia will send someone here, said Yi Futian. He did not even entertain the idea of taking up arms against them. He knew better than anyone how much strength the Holy Ji Palace had, and besides, they were already engaged in a sacred war. Even if the Ren Huang ruins were there, they wouldn't fall into his hands. Besides, even if the Huang clan found them, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. The Huang family was the top force in Zhongzhou City, but that was it. Any of the holy lands of the 9 states could easily wipe them out and take the imperial tomb from them. Moreover, the 9 states were all under Emperor Xiao's control. None of the holy lands of the 9 states would get any share of the Ren Huang ruins unless he willed it. Huang, she naturally thought that same as Yi Futian. A touch of coldness and unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he stared into the sky. There was no more hope in the members of the Huang clan. They no longer thought of themselves as the descendants of Ren Huang. But suddenly, this day had proved that they were, and that his ruins were left. But they were not entitled to a share of what he had left behind. They could not avoid a little sadness at this. I want to go see, said Huangshi. Those who were not of the Huang clan could probably not understand their state of mind right now. All right. Yi Futian nodded and called everyone together. Before long, another group of powerful cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace gathered together and set off towards the Huang clan palace. With the power of the group that set out, enemies could not ambush them as they pleased. If Xihua, Sacred Mountain, and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty wanted to deal with them, they would have to lead their armies from their holy lands. More importantly, Yi Futian now had the power to protect himself, so there was not too much need for concern. The Huang clan's palace was not far from the Holy Ji Palace. After all, they were both in Zhongzhou City. Nowadays, the community that had lived in the Huang clan palace had disappeared, and they had been replaced by a vast mausoleum that spanned a great distance. One day, it had appeared out of thin air. The cultivators of Zhongzhou City had all gathered together, including the top forces of what had once been the top 4 forces of the city. The Huang clan and Tingxue House had entered the Holy Ji Palace, but the Shimin clan and the Thunder Courtyard had not. The cultivators of these 2 clans had also come today, and their hearts trembled at the sight of this mausoleum. The head of Shimin House wore a white robe and carried a sword on his back. Looking at the imperial tomb made him thoughtful. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace dominated the barren state, and their prestige was unparalleled. The power of the other top forces had been destroyed, and they had entered the palace. Now they had no voice. Soon, it would be like they didn't exist at all. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace was the only thing that outsiders cared about in the barren state. But if a saint appeared in their family, things would be different. Shimin Hanjiang stood beside him and his eyes shone. He had once made a name for himself in the Holy Ji Palace and had been ranked #1 in the law rank. But the palace had already forgotten that he existed. He had always been persistent, but Yi Futian's fame had always been like a mountain pressing down on him until he couldn't breathe. At that moment, there was a confused hubbub all around, and a sound could be faintly heard. The people from the Holy Ji Palace are here. That's Yi Futian, who revitalized the palace and led the army that destroyed Jisheng Cliffs. Their voices rang out, and the Shimin house turned to look at the figures far away in the sky. The two in the lead stood shoulder to shoulder, one of them extraordinarily handsome with an unparalleled aura, and the other with a face that could cause cities and countries to fall. They were like a pair of immortals. Cultivators gathered around them like clouds. Shimin Hanjiang's eyes became extremely sharp, and he clenched his fists. But he had been unable to defeat the one-armed swordsman beside Yi Futian, and nowadays it would still be difficult. Let's go. The head of Shimin House stepped forward and bowed to Yi Futian. Shimin House greets Yi Futian and his wife. Yi Futian did not look at him. He still stared at the imperial tomb that had appeared out of thin air. It was extremely majestic. It was covered in golden light. It was not an ordinary tomb, but was a golden necropolis. Within the tomb were countless armored soldiers, wielding golden spears. Although they were covered with dust, they still gave people a sense of solemnity, as if once this army was set in motion, none could stand in its way. Huang Shi and the other members of the Huang clan were trembling with awe. This was their ancestral glory. What powerful figures their ancestors had been. When Shimin House saw the Yi Futian did not look at them. They felt greatly humiliated. Their faces turned ugly, but they did not dare to attack. The head of their family had personally greeted Yi Futian, and he had not even looked at him. Shimin Hanjiang clenched his fists and looked up at that handsome face. Yi Futian no longer even took him seriously. Yi Futian slowly looked back and swept his gaze over Shimin House. He said nothing, but they all took a step back and felt ashamed. Of course, Yi Futian ignored them. Shimin Hanjiang had left the palace when they faced a sacred war. Although he had said that he would not argue with him and that the people of the Holy Ji Palace had the right to choose, could he really be expected to let him keep face? Nowadays, Shimin House was still considered a top force in the barren state until the end of the sacred war, when power would need to be redivided. At that moment, an extremely cold killing will cover everything. Yi Futian turned and saw a figure standing calmly in the distance. There was just one figure dressed in a black robe. His aura was extremely cold, and his killing power could not be hidden. "Saint Ji," said Yi Futian. It looked like after he had led the attack on Jisheng Cliffs, Saint Ji had come to the barren state. He may have been watching their movements all along. Unfortunately, under Emperor Xia's orders, no matter how much he wanted to kill them, he could not attack them. At this time, there was a beautiful radiance in the sky, and a strong aura descended. Everyone looked up and saw a group of figures break through the clouds, descending in rays of sunlight. At their head was a figure wearing white men's clothing, but who had a face more beautiful than any woman's, making everyone who was looking a little dumbfounded. If one were to say that this looked like an immortal descending to the human world, it would not be an exaggeration. Saint Ji looked up, and when he saw who was coming, his face changed slightly, becoming a little bit unsightly. They were coming quickly. It seemed like the upper worlds were not satisfied with any great disturbances in the 9 states, and could come to deal with them in a very short time. Saint Shihua had encouraged him to act against the Holy Ji Palace in secret. Now, it seemed like if he had really done so, he would not have been able to escape. Emperor Xia's power was even greater than he had imagined. Yi Futian also looked at the figures descending from the sky. The young person who was dressed as a man and yet more beautiful than any woman was naturally Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had not cared that Yi Wuchen had taken the Renhuang sword will. Since Renhuang was her father, she could sense it at any time. So, Although it would have been useful, there was no need for her to take it from her subordinate. But the Renhuang ruins were different. They were not comparable to the Renhuang sword will at all. Chapter 945. Outside the Imperial Mausoleum, Liao looked up at Xia Qingyuan as she descended from the sky. She had gotten here so quickly. Outside the Imperial Mausoleum, Liao looked up at Xia Qingyuan as she descended from the sky. She had gotten here so quickly. This was, after all, the land controlled by Emperor Xia, and so it was difficult not to attract his attention. He would never have thought that the moment the mausoleum appeared, there would be such a strange phenomenon. Now it seemed that it would be very difficult to take control of these imperial ruins. While floating in the air, Liao said to Xia Qingyuan, "I trust you have been well since we last parted, Princess." Xia Qingyuan looked to Liao. She naturally recognized him. He was a prince from Emperor Li's realm. Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm bordered each other. The lower world that Emperor Li controlled was different than the 9 states, as there was only one faction, the Dali dynasty. All the schools and families were under Emperor Li's control, and all of them could be traced back to him as the progenitor. In Cloud State, there was a holy land known as Li Palace. The people of this palace came from the Dali dynasty. Their ancestors had committed a sin and been banished, and thus had come to the 9 states. Once one of their members had reached the saint level, they had built the Li Palace in Cloud State. The Dali dynasty did not pursue this matter. After all, they had banished them, which was equivalent to breaking off their relationship with them. Liao, the 9 states are under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Liao. Her tone was cold. The last time you brought people to the Dali dynasty, we received you warmly and politely. I was the one who unearthed the Imperial Mausoleum. Do I not at least have the right to fight for it? Asked Liao with a smile. He looked at the beautiful face before him. If Xia Qingyuan would just wear women's clothing, whole cities and nations would fall before her beauty. However, it was rumored that Emperor Xia's favorite daughter had never dressed as a woman. It was said that only if someone could defeat this proud princess would she wear a long dress and appear before him, revealing her brilliance. Xia Qingyuan ignored Liao, looking very indifferent. She looked at the solemn imperial mausoleum. As long as he was in Emperor Xiao's realm, no matter how much right he had to fight for the mausoleum, could Liao do it? Go and take a look, Xia Qingyuan said to someone beside her. The Renhuang ruins were in the 9 states. This meant that they had existed since before her father ruled these lands, and had at least 1,000 years of history. Probably even Renhuang's descendants did not know of the existence of this tomb. This imperial mausoleum was buried in the ground by a matrix. The matrix was opened, and the mausoleum appeared. Now it stretches a vast distance, and even though the mausoleum has appeared, the power of the matrix is still here. Light pierces through to the 9 heavens. I'm afraid we can't get in now. You'll have to be patient, said Liao. Xia Qingyuan continued to ignore him as she stared at the silent mausoleum. It did indeed look like a golden city. The aura that came from it coalesced into a terrible flow of golden qi that reached up to the 9 heavens and caused the strange phenomenon that everyone in Zhongzhou City could see. Princess. The saint who had gone over to investigate returned quickly and bowed to Xia Qingyuan. The imperial mausoleum has been sealed for many years, and an extremely perilous aura has formed there that won't dissipate. Even a saint would be torn apart upon entering it. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a while before we can enter. After hearing this report, Xia Qingyuan stepped towards the imperial mausoleum, with the others following close behind. She waved her hand, and suddenly a brilliant ritual implement filled with divine power went shrieking out, piercing through the air towards the tomb. The divine implement made it to the tomb, but then a stream of golden qi flowed over it, and as everyone watched in horror, it flowed through the ritual implement rather than wrapping around it. Afterward, the brilliant divine implement was shattered. Everyone's hearts trembled. The perilous aura must be so powerful if it could form a qi flow that terrible. There must be something terrifying in the imperial mausoleum. Of course. There were also those whose hearts trembled at Xia Qingyuan's plan. She had casually tossed a divine implement to its destruction, and she did not so much as frown. She truly was the descendant of Renhuang. It was just like a saint throwing away a sage-level ritual implement. She did not mind at all. But divine implements were so precious in the 9 states. Many people wondered if, since this was Renhuang's tomb, there might be an imperial implement within. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they thought of this. But when they saw Xia Qingyuan, they once again looked dejected. Even if there was something like that, they would not be able to get it. Only the most powerful figures in the 9 states had the right to take the most powerful divine implements. This was even more true for an imperial implement. If you didn't have the strength or the background, how could you get it? That was a dead end. The people of the Huang clan were extremely uneasy. As the current head of the clan, Huang, she was conflicted. The Huang clan's claim that they were descendants of the sovereign family was not self-proclaimed, but had been passed down to them through the generations. But as time went by, that era grew further and further away until even they did not fully believe it. But now they had discovered that it was all true. They were descendants of Renhuang, which was absolutely a cause for pride. The blood of Renhuang flowed in their veins. When they saw that the tomb's chi flow was enough to destroy a divine implement, their hearts surged. How powerful their ancestors must have been, but now they were like outsiders. They could only watch it all from the sidelines, not daring to speak up. This was the ruins of their ancestors, and it belonged to them. They were afraid that others would look at them as idiots who didn't even know how to die properly. Yi Futian looked at Huang, she beside him. He could understand what he was feeling right now. This must be hard for him to bear. On the day that the Huang clan appears, use my blood to dye the imperial mausoleum map. As Huang, she thought of his past memories. There was suddenly something like a flash of lightning in his mind, and an ancient voice appeared in the depths of his memories. This voice was just like their identity as descendants of Renhuang. It had been passed down from generation to generation. On the day that the Huang clan appears, this sentence repeated over and over again in Huang Shi's mind as he stared at the imperial mausoleum before him. His heart trembled slightly. Before, he had not known what these words meant. Now he thought he understood. He looked back at the Huang clan disciples, then at Huang Juga, and then finally at Yi Futian. He hesitated. He had pledged his life to Yi Futian and had fought hard for the palace. But when the inheritance of his ancestors was involved, he still struggled inwardly. "Palace lord," he said suddenly. Yi Futian looked at him questioningly. "I think that the Huang clan ancestors left something behind. I wish to return to the palace. Then we can look over it together," said Huang Shi. Yi Futian looked at the imperial mausoleum. Had its appearance made him think of something? "Fine," he said. "Let's return to the palace." Upon saying this, he turned around. Everyone looked at him with some disappointment, but they still followed him back to the Holy Ji Palace. Once they returned, Yi Futian ordered everyone to withdraw from a hall in Holy Sage Pavilion. There were only 3 people there, him, Huang Shi, and Huang Joga. Huang Shi had a secret to tell him, so he naturally did not want a lot of people around. "Uncle, does this have to do with the imperial mausoleum?" asked Yi Futian. Huang Shi nodded. "My family has passed down a clue from generation to generation, but probably because our family has declined, many things have been gradually forgotten as time passed, and we have even stopped believing some of them. I was even prepared to tell Joga to not mention the fact that we are descendants of Renhuang to our descendants. I thought that this was purely imaginary." "Then you must have thought of something?" asked Yi Futian. Huang Shi nodded. He waved his hand, and suddenly a map scroll floated in front of him. "This is a mountain and river map called the Imperial Map. It's a powerful ritual implement. It can be used for combat, but now it looks like that's not all." Huang, she reached out and using his spiritual qi as a knife, he cut his finger, letting the blood flow. He put his finger on the map, letting the blood stain it. But there seemed to be no change. Huang, she frowned. The blood from his finger flowed directly onto the map, completely staining it. His spiritual qi continued to infiltrate it, and suddenly the map gradually began to change. A blood-colored light shone from it, growing brighter and brighter. The blood-red color turned to gold and soon covered the entire hull. The projection of a huge map appeared. Their hearts all beat faster as they beheld this huge map, the Imperial Mausoleum map. Yi Futian's heart trembled. It looked like the Huang clan ancestors had passed down not only the meaningless title of descendants of Ren Huang. The Imperial Mausoleum map shone brilliantly, becoming clearer and clearer in their eyes. Then it turned into a stream of light that entered into their foreheads, and the map appeared in their minds. The map was lifelike in their minds, with even some important information presented. Obviously, the Huang clan ancestors had waited for the day when their descendants could personally claim their inheritance. It was still not clear what had happened all those years ago, and why they could not directly pass their inheritance down. Perhaps at the time they had encountered a crisis, and thus did not dare to do so. Soon the brilliant map darkened and floated back to Huang Shi's hand. Yi Futian looked at him. He was moved. "Uncle, if you were to present this to Xia Qingyuan, it would be enough to make her allow Juga to go with her to the upper worlds to cultivate. At the very least, you wouldn't have to follow me into a crisis," he said with a sigh. "I don't know Xia Qingyuan, but I do know you. With Xia Qingyuan and that strange cultivator there, it will be difficult to take the food from the tiger's mouth," said Huangshi. "The Holy Ji Palace is the #1 holy land in the 9 states, but we still don't have the power to challenge Xia Qingyuan. This turbulence in the upper and lower worlds will attract many tyrants. We can hide as much as possible and reap the benefits of the confusion." "We should not mention this to anyone," said Yi Futian. Huang, she understood. As Yi Futian expected, over the next few days, all the cultivators waited for the perilous aura to dissipate, and cultivators from all the holy lands arrived after having heard the news. This time, almost all the holy lands were represented, including their saints. All of the powerful characters from across the 9 states met in Zhongzhou City. This many cultivators had never before appeared at once in the barren state. Countless powerful figures were gathered outside the Imperial Mausoleum. And not only that, but people from the upper worlds had arrived as well. They had come from the upper worlds for the Imperial Mausoleum. Chapter 946. Mighty people gathered outside the Imperial Mausoleum where the royalty used to be. Everyone from Zhongzhou City gathered there. It was some grand event they deemed necessary to attend, given how the representatives from holy lands from all over the 9 states were there. Mighty people gathered outside the Imperial Mausoleum where the royalty used to be. Everyone from Zhongzhou City gathered there. It was some grand event they deemed necessary to attend, given how the representatives from holy lands from all over the 9 states were there. The barren state never had an event as massive and as grand. Some of those who came from top-notch clans and forces even dreamed that members of their clan from the younger generations would be lucky enough to catch the attention of the elders and big shots from said holy lands and be taken in as students. Xia Qingyuan sat at the top of a restaurant quietly, surrounded by mighty figures. Top-notch figures from holy lands from all over the 9 states were literally everywhere beneath her. Even Saint Xia himself was present, as well as Saint Li from the 9 State College and Saint Ji from the Hall of Holy Light. Those 3 were 3 most powerful on the rankings, right below the Great Shaman and Ji Yuan the Reaper, and all 3 were there. It was a testament to how significant and grand the event was. Saint Shihua, the Zhou Sacred King, and many others were naturally there as well. Xia Qingyuan's identity was common knowledge now, the princess who was most doted upon by Emperor Xia, and she came all the way to the lower worlds. As such, none of the top figures saw a reason to not show up. Other than that, all saints throughout the 9 states wanted to move forward with their training. Not even the saints would easily be able to meet Emperor Xia. With the imperial mausoleum revealed to the world and the rumor about it being a ruin of Renhuang, it was all the more reason for the attendees to explore the place. While there was no certainty that they would be able to return home with something, especially with Xia Qingyuan around, they did not see that to be good enough a reason to miss the event. Other than that, everyone brought the best among the younger generations of their respective clans and forces, especially those who had been listed by Xia Qingyuan as heavenly chosen ones. Getting familiar with the princess would benefit their future in many ways, and the members of the younger generations who got lucky would definitely be able to go further than their predecessors. The princess is here in the lower worlds as the supervising inspector. The Renhuang ruins were found as soon as she got here. It sure looks like the princess has a knack for bringing luck with her, Saint Xia said with a smile. Peril awaits in the imperial mausoleum. It's not yet known if the emergence of the place is a good or bad thing, just yet, Xia Qingyuan said. If it had been something left behind by Renhuang, it was anything but simple and straightforward. With the people of many holy lands gathered here today and the blessing of your luck on all of us, the perils will be insignificant in comparison. We shall enter the mausoleum once that part of the place is clear, Saint Xia said. Are all holy lands throughout the 9 states here today? From what I can tell, there are some who are not yet here. A group of people was sitting not far away from Xia Qingyuan. These words were uttered by a woman with an exceptional bearing and striking appearance. Many, including Saint Xia, turned around to look at the woman, who looked elegant and aloof. She was from the upper worlds, and because she was able to sit near the princess, her status was just as exceptional as her features. Few saints from the upper worlds came. Most who were present from the upper worlds were of the younger generations. It was not to say that they had no personal agendas with the mausoleum, but given how the princess was there, it was puzzling as to what else they could be doing. Fight with Xia Qingyuan over the place? Who dares to do something like that? The older generations from the upper worlds were reluctant to just come and make Xia Qingyuan look good, as the old monsters were all prideful people, unlike Saint Xia, who was an amiable old fellow. Regardless of how exceptional Xia Qingyuan was, she was just the daughter of Emperor Xia, and that was far less than enough to put the old monsters in their place. Only Emperor Xia's direct subordinates were willing to follow her. For instance, the few besides Xia Qingyuan all definitely had exceptional powers. Saint Xia looked at the woman who had spoken. He knew that she came from Lihan Heaven of the upper worlds, which was the #1 holy land in terms of swordsmanship in Emperor Xiao's realm. What are you referring to? Saint Xia asked with a smile. This place seems to be the turf of the barren state of the 9 states. Why is the lord of the state not here? The woman was Feng Xiao from Lihan Heaven, the student of Lihan Heaven who had made Yi Futian at the 9th layer of heaven, which meant that the man by her side was Emoli. Saint Xia naturally knew what she meant. She had sent people to look into what Yi Futian had done in the upper worlds. It was hardly surprising that she knew Yi Futian, but the ones from other holy lands of the 9 states were left feeling puzzled instead. How does someone from the upper worlds know that the master of the barren state isn't here? Saint Xia took a look at Xia Qingyuan. Her cold expression showed no signs of her being fettered. A face came to mind, an impossibly arrogant face who dared to refuse her twice. All major representatives of the holy lands of the 9 states were all there, except those of the barren state. Furthermore, they were precisely somewhere within the barren state. It was a testament of how pompous Yi Futian was. He had never bothered bowing and greeting her when he last saw her and had left just like that. Many drank silently, listening to Feng Xiao talk about the barren state. That guy from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state? Since when did he know anything about manners? He had refused Xia Qingyuan after all. That bastard Yi Futian. He actually dared to refuse you, the princess, and didn't bother with manners. I'll send someone to get him here right away, Saint Xia shouted and spoke to one person beside him telepathically, who stepped away and took their leave, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. Saint Xia was feeling rather exasperated. They were at the barren state at the moment, and it was a golden opportunity for Yi Futian. He could have even invited the princess to visit the Holy Ji Palace. Regardless of whether she would have agreed to it, it was required of him as a host to be connected with the princess in some ways. That bastard sure has his way of offending people. The princess asked for him to follow her for further training, and he refused. The princess came all this way to the barren state, and he didn't even bother showing up. I want to beat that bastard up so bad. Why do you see the need to do that, Saint Xia? Saint Ji jested sarcastically. He went to wipe out Jisheng Cliffs, and that is something no sage dared to do. And you actually see any use of talking about manners to him? Kong Yao and Saint Ji sat somewhere with a cold expression. Saint Ji drank with cold eyes, and Kong Yao behaved in a similarly cold manner. His murderous intent shot to the heavens when he caught wind of the news that Yi Futian had wiped Jisheng Cliffs out. That insignificant punk all those years ago dared pull off something like that? The Holy Ji Palace was in the middle of a sacred war, and Jisheng Cliffs was about to join in the fray. Are you saying that the Holy Ji Palace should have just rolled over without doing anything? The Moon Saint added calmly. Saint Ji turned his very sharp eyes at the Moon Saint and smirked as he answered. I heard that you sent a girl from your clan into the Holy Ji Palace as a concubine. What generosity you've there indeed. But I seem to recall that he has yet to agree to it. Saint Ji was ranked 5th on the saint ranking, which meant that he had little need to care about the feelings of anyone else. He did not see anything wrong with taking a jab at the Moon Saint like that. The Moon Saint's face turned cold. Saint Ji did not only take a jab at the Moon Saint, but also attempted to ruin the relationship between the Yu clan and Yi Futian with just one line. Palace Lord Yi is married, and he might have refused the proposal on account of the girl's status as a daughter of the Yu clan. By the way, I've heard that Palace Lord Yi and his wife are a match made in heaven who have been through thick and thin together. Maybe he really is that loyal to his wife. The glass saint elaborated in good fun. Her smile was dazzlingly beautiful, so much so that the Zhou sacred king went on to take a good look at her. Saint Ji's expression remained cold. He had no appreciation for beautiful women, and the glass saint's charm had little sway over him. He had warned the glass saint once, and it seemed that the woman paid no heed to his words, getting rather close to Yi Futian instead. Hearing the conversation between them all, Feng Xiao and the others from the upper worlds recalled how insufferably arrogant Yi Futian had been at the Jiutian temple, getting to know the guy who seemed to see himself above everything. He was only an upper-level mage, but even saints split into factions over him. It was no wonder why he had deemed himself peerless in the 9 states, as he was actually that renowned in the 9 states. I heard that Yi Futian of the Barren State is peerless in the 9 states. There are many from holy lands all over the 9 states who are out with the princess for further training and are listed as heavenly chosen ones. Is it true that none of his peers are able to surpass him? Feng Xiao asked. Those who had been titled heavenly chosen ones were all there, peerless in the 9 states. A voice speaking with an ironic tone was heard. A beautiful woman added, My husband was one who beat him. Feng Xiao turned to look at the woman who spoke. It was Zhou Zi, the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, who became Lu Zong's wife. Lu Zong was sitting right beside Zhou Zi. Many in the lower portion of the restaurant took a great interest in the conversation. None of those people up there had bothered lowering their volume, and all in Zhongzhou City were able to clearly hear them discussing Yi Futian. They never expected the leader of their barren state had become someone who was the talk of big shots of both the lower and upper worlds, many of whom were saints. The phenomenon itself was deemed a kind of honor. No common, average folk would have been qualified enough to get talked about like that. The people of Zhongzhou City doubted Zhou Zi's claim about Lu Zong, being able to beat the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. They knew little of the battles that had taken place in Xihua, Sacred Mountain, but it was not like they knew nothing at all. Can Lu Zong actually beat Yi Futian? Is that so? Feng Xiao caught the look of pride in Zhou Zi's eyes. She then turned her eyes to Lu Zong, who was right beside his wife. Lu Zong looked at Feng Xiao as well. The woman from the upper worlds had a far more striking appearance than his wife. He felt rather surprised at how Feng Xiao came to know who Yi Futian was. So, even people from the upper worlds came to hear about Yi Futian as well. The battle back in Xihua Sacred Mountain was but a friendly match. No wins or loses accounted for. Lu Zong smiled and nodded at Feng Xiao, looking rather humble. Feng Xiao took a look at Lu Zong and said, "Well, that is to mean that you got the upper hand in that battle. If any of his peers are capable of beating him, I could introduce and recommend them to train in Lihan Heaven, the #1 force for swordsmanship in Emperor Xiao's realm. If there was someone who was able to defeat that one person, who had been able to make it all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven and completely overwhelm her younger brother in training, Pei Qianying, there was no problem of getting said someone into Lihan Heaven at all." Many gasped. The #1 force in swordsmanship in Emperor Xiao's realm, eh? They were rather curious as to why the woman believed in Yi Futian's powers so firmly. What was it that made her do so? Did she actually witness Yi Futian's fights? Other than the ones from the upper worlds. Only Saint Xia and the Glass Saint had an idea as to why. Many in the lower portion of the restaurant felt rather antsy after hearing all that, but soon felt dejected after the thought of Yi Futian's fame came to mind. He was one who lived up to his reputation, and Yi Futian was currently a legendary figure throughout the 9 states. There was no way he could have been weak. Those people continued to chat away. Some time later, a group of people came. The one who took the lead looked extraordinarily dashing, catching the eyes of everyone present in an instant. The fame of said person was one that overshadowed even saints in the 9 states. Yi Futian took his people from the Holy Ji Palace there and arrived at the restaurant, before walking up to Xia Qingyuan and cupping his hands. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Greetings, Princess. As Xia Qingyuan had come all the way as a princess, he, as a palace lord, was naturally required to come and greet her. With even Saint Xia getting someone to fetch him, there was simply no reason for him not to show up. Saint Xia, who was watching from the side, felt very much like beating him up for being so carefree and nonchalant. Is it so hard to just bow to the princess? Chapter 947. Xia Qingyuan glared at the youth who was standing not far away. He had refused her invitation twice, and now he had only cupped his hands and greeted her in a nonchalant manner. In both the lower and upper worlds, not even saints would behave as flippantly as he did with her. Xia Qingyuan glared at the youth who was standing not far away. He had refused her invitation twice, and now he had only cupped his hands and greeted her in a nonchalant manner. In both the lower and upper worlds, not even saints would behave as flippantly as he did with her. Feng Xiao of Lihan Heaven's eyes narrowed and glared at Yi Futian as well. None whom she had seen around during her training at Lihan Heaven had been anyone less than an extremely formidable figure. However, Yi Futian had definitely been the most prideful of all that she had seen. He had been throwing his weight around at the Jiutian Temple's 9th layer of heaven and crippled Pei Qianying. Some swordsmen from Lihan Heaven at Feng Xiao's side looked on with daring gazes. None of them bothered to conceal the sword wills shooting out of their eyes, and they apparently resented him for what happened at Jiutian Temple. Other than that, everyone from the Holy Lands throughout the 9 states all turned to look at Yi Futian. Some snickered, while some wore a bitter smile deep down. This fellow is really stubborn, proud asshole. However, there was no other like Yi Futian throughout the vast 9 states. Yi Futian, the imperial mausoleum, appeared within the Barren States territory. The princess and all saints from the 9 states are here, yet you, as a host, simply throw your weight around, showing up only after I sent someone to look for you. Seeing how Xia Qingyuan was saying nothing, while Yi Futian simply stood and looked at him, Saint Xia cursed under his breath and had to say something to break the awkward silence. You're being too kind, Saint Xia. It is due precisely to the imperial mausoleum appearing and that the princess and every one of the saints are here that I dare not join the fray in order to avoid any misunderstandings. So I thought it'd be best that I stay out of this and let the princess take it, Yi Futian said. Saint Xia looked at Yi Futian, gasping in fright. What is this shithead up to now? Xia Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Let me take it. Everyone else snickered as they looked at Yi Futian. While the saints who had appeared looked to be on amicable terms with each other, and all seemed to look as if they would simply let the princess take everything within the ruins, not daring to fight her over anything. In truth, everyone had their own thoughts about what was inside. They simply did not want to burst the bubble like that. However, Yi Futian simply spoke his mind, telling everyone that while he had thoughts, Xia Qingyuan was the princess and that he dared not fight her. Is he trying to retreat for the sake of advancing here? Does he think that the princess is stupid? Xia Qingyuan knew well that Yi Futian was simply agitating her. If you can get into the imperial mausoleum and take whatever without me noticing, whatever you take shall be yours. Xia Qingyuan's voice sounded cold and aloof. She knew Yi Futian deliberately said what he said, yet she simply played along. However, in the eyes of all who were present, she was just as prideful as Yi Futian was. I dare not do so, Yi Futian replied loudly. Is there anything you dare not do? Xia Qingyuan jabbed sarcastically at him. In that case, I sincerely thank you for your generosity, princess, Yi Futian said while Saint Xihua and the Zhou sacred king glanced at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian behaved in an extremely disrespectful manner to the princess. However, the princess, who was just as arrogant, wanted to play his game nonetheless. It became apparent that Yi Futian's bold and haughty personality left quite an impression on the princess. Yi Futian excused himself and greeted Saint Xia, Saintly and other seniors. Saint Xia glared ferociously at him. This asshole really knows no bounds. He actually dared play the princess like that. The glass saint, who was at the side, looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said to him telepathically, Some guts you've got. But if you were to truly enter the imperial mausoleum, it'd be more than just between you and her. Many here came specifically for you after all. Getting in there won't be as easy as you think. Yi Futian looked up at the glass saint and nodded with a smile. He then replied telepathically, Thank you, Sister Glass Saint, for the reminder. I'll be careful. But with the princess around, even if someone were to actually do something, they wouldn't dare to do it themselves and break the rules. What did you call me? The glass saint was caught by surprise by how Yi Futian addressed her. She looked at Yi Futian with an intrigued expression. This kid is really getting more and more out of line just because he is now familiar with me. He actually calls me sister. Like the princess herself put it, is there anything this fellow won't do? Well, you're like a goddess, glass saint, soft-spoken, and able to put people at ease all the time. I find it weird to keep addressing you as elder or senior, and sister sounds better. If you happen to find this to be out of place, I shall address you as elder or senior going forward, Yi Futian replied telepathically. The glass saint looked at Yi Futian with a smile. This fellow is not only extremely talented in cultivation, but is really, really good with words as well. Yi Futian's explanation simply made it impossible for her to chastise him for it, and it seemed that sister did indeed sound better. The glass saint glared at Yi Futian, but did not berate him. Yi Futian knew what that meant and smiled. With that, their relationship had gotten somewhat closer. Calling her senior glass saint did make it sound like they were strangers after all. Seeing the glass saint flashing such a brilliant smile, the sacred king traced her line of sight and found Yi Futian. It was apparent that both of them were conversing telepathically. The sacred king's eyes turned extremely cold, shooting pointed, unconcealed murderous intent at Yi Futian. The beef between him and Yi Futian was very serious. Yi Futian naturally noticed the sacred king's eyes and returned to look at him, looking indifferent. It was not the first day that the sacred king thought about killing him. If the sacred king was permitted to do so, he would not have had hesitated to end Yi Futian right on the spot. Hua Ji smiled and stepped on her husband's foot as if to remind the guy that his wife was right by his side. A figure was seen descending onto the restaurant, arriving beside Xia Qingyuan. He said in a low voice, "Princess, the perilous aura lingers, similar to tying something with a steel rope across the river and sealing the whole place down. It works like a matrix, and we probably cannot live until the aura is dispersed. However, the perilous aura is a hollow one. The aura within the place is not that strong. The people from Dali are about to enter the imperial mausoleum." Xia Qingyuan took a look at the place far away before standing up. She had a slender body, and her skin was as white as snow. Her face impeccably chiseled, yet looked very cold. She flashed and left the restaurant quickly, heading for the imperial mausoleum. If even Li Yao of the Dali dynasty was getting ready to enter the mausoleum, there was no way that she could have stayed behind any longer. They were at Emperor Xiao's realm, and Li Yao came all the way there despite knowing that his chances were slim. That meant that he intended to simply get in there before anyone else. If it was something that Li Yao dared to do, it would not have been something that she would shirk from. As Xia Qingyuan took her leave, one figure after another took to the air, heading for the imperial mausoleum. They all wore solemn looks, and it was apparent that they knew what was about to happen. The imperial mausoleum was Renhuang ruins, which meant that it harbored thousands of possibilities. No one knew what they would be up against. They knew that the perilous aura was capable of reducing holy items to dust, a testament of its ferocity. Many came outside the imperial mausoleum soon enough. They all saw slivers of the perilous aura hanging in the air before them, coalescing into an extremely frightening, perilous light in the air, shrouding the mausoleum like a city, likening the scene to something being bound with a steel rope held across a river as the imperial mausoleum was cut off from air around it. However, the perilous aura dwindled considerably at lower ground, as if most of it had coalesced in midair. It was a truly baffling and peculiar phenomenon. The mighty ones from the Dali dynasty had entered the mausoleum. What was terrifying was, however, that once they stepped into the place, the armored soldiers within the mausoleum seemed to have come alive, blocking their way. It was apparent that it was not easy to enter the imperial mausoleum, a mystical sight indeed. So is this mausoleum army all going to come alive or something? Yi Futian asked as he saw what was happening in the mausoleum. Huang, Shi, and Huang Zhuge looked with solemn expressions. All of that within was left behind by their ancestors. Puppet guardians, the glass saint, who was not far away, said. It was truly mystical indeed, as one would have expected from someone like Renhuang. Yi Futian turned around and took a look at the glass saint. There were a few more people behind her. He knew Goddess Qingni, yet there was another whose appearance rivaled Goddess Qingni's. She was dressed in plain clothes and had brows like a crescent moon. She exuded a plain, cold air about her. It was as if it was something she was born with. "What are you looking at, Palace Lord Yi?" The glass saint smiled and said, "Sister Glass Saint, does the lapis lazuli holy temple consist only of goddesses?" Many sported peculiar expressions after hearing Yi Futian addressing the glass saint as Sister Glass Saint. Many saints around them turned around to look at Yi Futian. He actually called her that. Even Hua Jiu looked at Yi Futian with an amused expression. He apparently was not afraid of anything, daring to address the saint like that. It seemed that he had addressed her in such a manner during the telepathic conversation they had earlier. He had only dared to do so in public because the glass saint did not chastise him. "Greetings, Palace, Lord Yi. My name is Yue Chan," the woman beside the glass saint said to Yi Futian. "Yue Chan, Yi Futian sported a puzzled expression as he recalled a name on the sage and saint rankings. Jian Yuechan of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, the eldest student of the Glass Saint. "You're welcomed, Goddess Yuechan." Yi Futian returned the courtesy while taking a good look at her, before turning his eyes away and focusing on the imperial mausoleum. "Let's get inside." Xia Qingyuan's voice was heard as she stepped inside the mausoleum right away. Li Yao and his men were already inside the place. There was no way they could have just stayed outside any longer. Xia Qingyuan stepped into the mausoleum first, and everyone followed suit. They felt the dangerous aura everywhere as soon as they stepped into the place. The air above seemed to have been completely sealed off, and there was probably no one who could have descended from above. The imperial mausoleum, which looked like an ancient city, had an entrance at the front like city gates. Puppets lined up there, guarding the place. Every single one of those puppets exuded perilous aura in different levels, making them incredibly formidable. "Let's go." Xia Qingyuan took the lead and did not bother having anyone scout ahead, walking straight inside without fear. The puppets shot straight at her, exuding terrifying aura and lashing out with the spears in their hands at her. The violent aura burst as they launched at her. Xia Qingyuan felt that their aura did not seem all that strong. She simply pointed with one finger. The burst of power felt like the rivers of heaven had reversed its flow and turned into a terrifying torrent, tearing the perilous aura into shreds and bombarding the puppets. Boom! A loud boom was heard and the puppets exploded, showing how powerful one simple strike from Xia Qingyuan had been. There were guardians behind Xia Qingyuan, who, naturally, would not allow her to be injured. Seeing how the princess made her move, everyone came forward. Yi Futian did the same and entered the mausoleum with everyone else. Saint Ji and Kong Yao followed behind Yi Futian. Many mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty kept a close eye on him as they entered. Chapter 948. Yi Futian naturally saw Saint Ji and the others. With the ongoing sacred war, if they were able to get anything from the imperial mausoleum, those people definitely would not hesitate to kill him there. Yi Futian naturally saw Saint Ji and the others. With the ongoing sacred war, if they were able to get anything from the imperial mausoleum, those people definitely would not hesitate to kill him there. To those people, it was a chance like none other. He spent most of his time training in the Holy Ji Palace, and the place had matrices laid everywhere. If anyone wanted to attack the place, it would have been far more difficult than moving against him in the mausoleum. The mighty ones from the barren state surrounded Yi Futian, apparently guarding him against the ones from the 3 holy lands. "Let's go." Yi Futian moved forward. There were many puppets coming at them in the mausoleum, and they seemed to have come alive as soon as they stepped into the place. Qin Zhuang and the others stood at the front armed with swords. The puppets were cut down by space tears from the swords. However, Qin Zhuang then said the place was put under lockdown by the perilous aura, making it an independent space completely cut off from the outside. Yi Futian nodded as he felt so as well. The upper part of the mausoleum was filled with perilous aura, cutting them off from the outside world and affecting their powers. Cultivators use their powers by communicating and resonating with the power of their surroundings. If they were unable to do so, they would be forced to rely on the stock within their bodies to do so. While the skills used might be just as powerful, it was incredibly taxing and their powers would be severely weakened. Those who did not train in martial arts would be affected even further, as their spiritual powers were rendered almost useless. "Conserve your powers and let the martial artists attack," Yi Futian said. Qin Zhuang and Yuan Hong opened the path for the others. Sword flashes cut down every obstacle, while Yuan Hong's golden body stepped through the air with overbearing might, toppling everything in its path and putting down countless puppets. At that moment, there were saints absorbing the powers of their surroundings in a frenzy, like a whale. Terrifying storms of spiritual qi whipped up in the mausoleum as they attempted to hog all of the spiritual qi within for themselves. It was apparent that the saints also found that the limitations imposed by the mausoleum had affected their powers as well. Spiritual chi within the 1,000-mile-wide mausoleum reversed as they were absorbed by the saints, making the spiritual chi concentration within the place increasingly thin. Many had trouble even sensing the presence of spiritual chi, making it immensely difficult for invoking the powers of their surroundings. A lot of mighty ones felt out of place in such an environment. They looked up at the golden space within perilous aura ebbing. It felt a boat being affixed in the middle of a river by steel ropes. The great ceiling, matrix-like, construct sealed the imperial mausoleum within. Yi Futian felt rather dejected and thought it was a pity not having his teacher around. It would have been a considerable edge for them if his teacher, who had achieved sainthood through considerable martial and physical feats, were in there with them. Boom! At that moment, Yi Futian's body worked like running thunder, throwing a punch at a puppet and destroying it as he continued to press forward, sprinting within the imperial mausoleum. He was not the only one to do so. All of the mighty ones were moving incredibly quickly without stopping. The puppets out to get in their way stood no chance of stopping them. However, the puppets that came had gotten increasingly powerful. There was a terrifying storm of will coming at them from the front at the moment. Xia Qingyuan and her people were the fastest as they arrived at a flatland somewhere at the front. There was a golden staircase at the forefront, and there was already a silhouette standing at the top. It was a huge puppet holding a spear, whipping up terrifying storms around it and coming at the crowd beneath. Terrifying illusions appeared around them, and an army of puppets came down at them. There were even golden carriages on a rampage. The huge puppet seemed like a general of an army of thousands. Huang, she saw the scene before him and clenched his fists. Despite his training level, his eyes were red. That was the method that they, the sovereign family, trained in. Its power was immense in the hands of their ancestors. So much so that even when they were buried in the mausoleum, they will still reach the heavens and remained intact throughout the ages. Be it saints or sages, they all had to halt before such powers. Liao and his people moved forward slowly at the front. A middle-aged man held a long blade in his hand, drawing straight sword gash in the air. However, the immense will of the heavens remained unfettered, forcing them to move on foot one step at a time. Yi Futian and the others naturally felt the terrifying force of the martial will. Furthermore, the stronger one's training was, the greater the force felt. Sages and saints were all halted and forced to move forward slowly. He sensed the immense will sweeping about and stood before Huajiu and slowly stepped forward. Despite being pressured by the immense martial will, he remained unmoved. One puppet after another crashed at him, and they crumbled one after another. Huang Juga was at his side, casting similar martial will as he moved forward, feeling the rush deep in his mind. He wondered if he would ever see the day where he would be able to command armies with only his will, stopping all manner of saints and sages in their tracks. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard, and Yi Futian felt his heart race. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace was seen spitting blood, their face ashen and their steps completely halted. That mighty one from the Holy Ji Palace was a sage from the Battle Sage Palace and had considerable power. They were attacked by someone standing not far away from where they stood. It was none other than Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs, a sage ranked 9th on the sage ranking. Kong Yao was clad in divine implement armor and emanated terrifying martial rules will. He brought unparalleled offensive powers to bear with every step he took while resisting the storm as if a divine elephant had stomped on the ground. The mighty ones from all over the barren state stopped, their expressions extremely cold. One who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not someone to be trifled with. The sword saint had only been able to fight toe-to-toe with him back then by cranking his powers to the pinnacle by using the demonic blade. Presently, Kong Yao was still confident that no one would be able to stand against him if it was a one-on-one fight. In the imperial mausoleum, matrix powers were difficult to conjure. and as such, it was the perfect timing to attack. Kong Yao was not alone. 3 formidable sages of the great Zhou sacred dynasty ranked on the sage ranking. Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Yagai had all closed in on Yi Futian and his people, ready to kill him on the spot. Other than them, the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain made their move as well. They were Zhong Kuei, a sage who ranked among the top 20 of the sage ranking, and Li Daoqiu, an immense talented talent whose importance in the Xihua Sacred Mountain was second only to Lu Zong. Xihua Sacred Mountain had 3 figures ranked on the sage ranking before, but the Rain Saint had been able to achieve sainthood in the battle of proving holiness in the upper worlds, giving birth to the 3rd saint of Xihua Sacred Mountain. As such, there was one more saint of theirs on the saint ranking, while one less sage on the sage ranking. It was truly the first time Xihua Sacred Mountain acted against the people of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. They apparently did not bother concealing their motives anymore. The raising of Jisheng Cliffs by Yi Futian's men was a testament to the man's ferocity. If he was not taken out soon, it would be too late when he became far more powerful. With how things were presently, even if the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain were to do nothing against him, they would have already earned his ire all the same. With 6 sages ranked on the sage ranking of the 9 states and other top-notch figures present at the same time, it became apparent that they intended to finish off Yi Futian and his men as soon as they entered the imperial mausoleum and save them of further troubles. The Moon Saint said, as everyone saw what happened, "Today is the day where the princess brought us all in to explore the imperial mausoleum. What are Saint Xihua and the Sacred King trying to do here? The princess has long known of the feud between us, so we'll just let the young ones duke it out. We'll just keep pressing forward," Saint Xihua said plainly and continued to move in the storm, not batting an eye at the battles taking place at his rear. Xia Qingyuan did not turn her eyes in their direction, and she kept pressing forward. She had little concern over the feud between the 9 states' holy lands. The Sword Saint, Qin Zhuang, Yuan Hong, and many other mighty ones halted their steps and walked to the rear. In a space where everyone was taking on immense pressure, no one expected their enemy to make a move at that time. People of somewhat weaker training were unable to fight in such a state. If they were attacked during such a time, they would probably die. As such, both Saint Xihua and the Sacred King mobilized the best of their forces, as they were very much needed on this trip. Those who were with Yi Futian in the mausoleum were the absolute elite forces within the Holy Ji Palace. They consisted of the most powerful of sages in their holy land. "Continue pressing forward, little brother," the Sword Saint said. His blade was drawn and demonic will was activated, sweeping the sealed space about them. Demonic light shot forth and manifested as terrifying blade will, heading towards the mighty ones. Other than him, Yang Shao, Qin Zhuang, and some top-notch figures stopped as well, turning to face the top forces from both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was an enemy they had to deal with right there and then. "Where are you going?" Some other mighty ones walked out as well. There were many formidable mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty present. 3 holy lands joining hands against one Holy Ji Palace. Some expense indeed, the Moon Saint said plainly, then said to Jianglu and the others, "Stay behind and see what the sages of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Dynasty are capable of." "Will do." Yu Jianglu nodded. Another group of mighty ones emerged and joined the fight. Mighty ones from the Yu clan were assassinated in the Barren State, and their true culprit had yet to be found. As such, they saw fit to join the fray and see what would happen. "Thank you, Senior," Yi Futian said to the Moon Saint. Saint Xihua and the great Zhou Sacred King looked rather glum. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple is a holy land of the eastern state as well. "Get down there and test your mettle," the Glass Saint said to her people. Many mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple moved forward and joined the fray. three holy lands, the Yu clan, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, and the Holy Ji Palace, joined hands, and both the opposing holy lands lost their edge altogether. Jisheng Cliffs only had Kong Yao left after all. However, Jiang Yuechan, who was beside the Glass Saint, had no intention of making a move, sticking close to the Glass Saint. "Thank you, Sister Glass Saint," Yi Futian smiled and said. "With the help of the other two holy lands, their powers were more than even to that of their enemies. Boosting your powers forcefully through reverse demonic means. I'll see how powerful you've gotten compared to all those years ago." Kong Yao stepped forward, and his divine elephant stomped the ground, bringing immense pressure to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint was wrapped in an intense demonic blade. He lifted his demonic blade and burst with a tremendous blade will, cutting down the shadow of the divine elephant coming at him. "Big brother and seniors, be careful," Yi Futian said as he continued pressing forward. The Imperial Mausoleum map was clear in his mind, and they had yet to reach the center of the mausoleum. The Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple joined hands, so the battles would not have been much a problem. As such, he had to keep up with the others from the other holy lands. He accelerated all of a sudden, tearing through the pressing martial will. The puppets were sent flying from his immense speed. The saints walked in the front. The Zhou Sacred King turned his eyes to the Glass Saint by his side, saying, "You know, the position of Queen of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has remained open for you. Why do you need to hold what happened all those years ago against me?" The Glass Saint continued to wear a plain, warm smile as she turned her eyes to the Sacred King. Her words were like blades. "Zhou Jiming, I won't rest until you're dead." The Sacred King looked at the most beautiful face in the Eastern State and said, "I built the Lapis Lazuli Palace at my place specifically for you." The Glass Saint's eyes turned even colder, and the cold emanating from her was frightening. Those around them looked at the two saints and thought that they finally dropped their facade. Chapter 949. All from the 9 states had heard of the Sacred King's infatuation with the Glass Saint, and they had been chasing after her since young. However, the true feud between both figures was only known to the older generations who had been training for a long time, as well as people of the Eastern State. It went all the way back to the decline of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the rise of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. All from the 9 states had heard of the Sacred King's infatuation with the Glass Saint, and that he had been chasing after her since young. However, the true feud between both figures was only known to the older generations who had been training for a long time, as well as people of the Eastern State. It went all the way back to the decline of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the rise of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple seemed to be on friendly terms and had maintained peace for many years. In actuality, however, the relations between the holy lands of the 9 states were rather peculiar and complicated. The great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had been the absolute force in all of the Eastern State once upon a time. The rise of both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had taken considerable influence from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. There was no way that there was no beef between them. However, their temperaments as saints were exceptional. No one would have been able to guess what was really going on when all of them sat at the same table. But then again, with the ongoing sacred war, the old scores were dug out as well. The alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty involved terms regarding the Glass Saint. The two forces were moved against the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. They would not have yielded the Holy Ji Palace to Jisheng Cliffs just like that otherwise. All 3 holy lands had their own agendas, and the Zhou Sacred Kings involved the Glass Saint and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Similarly, the Glass Saint had chosen to turn against the Zhou Sacred King and take Yi Futian's side, not only because she admired Yi Futian's talents. She was doing it because she knew well that if the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State were to fall under the alliance of the 3 holy lands, the Zhou sacred king would come for her next. It was not just a year or two that the sacred king had been eyeing her. Many had little idea of what happened in the eastern state a very long time ago, and they stared at the two saints with puzzled eyes. The two saints, who stood at the pinnacle of the eastern state, turned hostile against each other in an instant, and the language used was extremely unflinching and pointed. The sacred king said that he had built a lapis lazuli palace within the royal palace of the sacred dynasty, specifically for the glass saint, while the glass said that she would not rest until the sacred king was dead. The ones around them were puzzled as to what that meant. Yi Futian shot a puzzled look at their direction as well, and came to realize something. The barren state had been isolated from the 9 states for too long to know much about what happened in the eastern state. It was something that not even the elders of the barren state would have known, and there was no way Yi Futian would have known as well. He only heard that the Zhou sacred king has had a thing for the number 1 beauty of the eastern state, the glass saint, for a long time, and that it had been so since they were young. The glass saint's expression turned even colder after hearing that the sacred king had built her a lapis lazuli palace in the royal palace, losing all the warmth and beauty that she usually had. She exuded intense murderous intent, and her hair billowed. An extremely cold will burst from her as she stepped forward, freezing her surroundings, seemingly about to freeze the perilous aura in the imperial mausoleum as well. She did not tangle with the sacred king any further and continued to move forward. The mighty ones, led by Xia Qingyuan and Liao at the forefront, rushed at the huge puppet at the top of the stairs at the moment. A flash of sword seemingly shot out of nowhere, and a strike from the palm blocking the sky, heading straight for the huge puppet, destroying it. The sweeping pressure disappeared in an instant, and all straightened themselves up as they moved. The sacred king walked beside the glass saint and did not care about the coldness being exuded from her. He intended to walk abreast with her. He then said, "I know that it is hard for you to put what happened all those years ago behind us, and it affected your thoughts. I, too, have never forgotten you all these years. If you're able to let go of your obsession and become my queen, we will be able to reach further heights by training together. You and me once stood at the top of Eastern State, and we were known to be a match made in heaven. I, Zhou Jiming, reigned supreme among a generation in the Eastern State, and you were the only one who was able to stand by my side. Many wished for us to become a couple like none other." The disgust within the glass saint's cold eyes was even more intense than it had been before. She was born into a renowned clan of the Eastern State, and she reigned supreme in both talent and appearance. The lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had held her in great regard when she was young, taking her into the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and making her a personal student. It had been something that shook the Eastern State all those years ago. She had been engaged back then, and her fiancé had been an extremely well-known genius as well. Their families had been friends for generations, and it seemed that they were truly a match made in heaven. But then again, while they might have been of great renown, they still paled in comparison to the prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, who is known everywhere, Zhou Jiming. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple's lord intended to take her as a personal student after she became famous, and that attracted Zhou Jiming's attention. He began to pursue her madly after he first saw her, asking for her hand in marriage from her family, intending to make her his queen. However, the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was actually at odds with the lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple back then. Their feud ran very deep. The very reason why the great Zhou sacred dynasty had taken notice of her was because of said feud as well. Under such circumstances, there was no way she would have agreed to the proposal. In order to avoid further trouble, she and her family had decided to get things over with quickly by getting the wedding over with and having her marrying her fiancé. She was in her wedding attire that day, and she looked absolutely stunning. She had great hopes for the future. While she did not exactly like her fiancé in that way, their families had been good friends for generations, and as such, she did not resent the arrangement. Furthermore, She was to enter the lapis lazuli holy temple to train after the wedding. However, she had not expected that day to be her nightmare. She was taken away from her family by the ones who were there to pick her up for the wedding. Yet she entered the great Zhou sacred dynasty instead of her fiancé's home. Her fiancé and the family that her family had been friends with for generations sold her to the great Zhou sacred dynasty. She still remembered the time when Zhou Jiming was all high and mighty in the great Zhou sacred dynasty and bestowed her with the title of her would-be queen in the future, promising her great wealth and intended to marry her. Her response was simply to take one of the dowry that her family had prepared for her, a divine implement, and thrust it into her heart, refusing to suffer such humiliation and chose death instead. It was fortunate for her that her teacher heard of the news and crashed into the great Zhou sacred dynasty, demanding her returning, taking her away right in front of Zhou Jiming's father back to the lapis lazuli holy temple. She was revived and she lived. However, while she lived, her family, including the guests, guards, and subordinates, over 3,000 of them, were killed, dying at the hands of the Golden Phoenix Army's hands. None of them from her family survived except one woman, the servant girl that accompanied her when she was married. Said servant girl was none other than Jiang Yuechan, the mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, who was at her side. When her training bore solid fruit in later days, she took Jiang Yuechan with her and eliminated her former fiancé's family. She cut down the head of her former fiancé without any mercy. In the days that followed, she became the glass saint that she was known as in the present day. The incident that happened back then caused the lives of both my father and your teacher. Two of the greatest figures of the Eastern state perished in a clash of the Titans' battle. Wouldn't that be enough to put the feud we had behind us? The sacred king looked calm as he continued. Furthermore, you wanted me dead back then and severed my path to sainthood, causing me to break into the saint plane tens of years later. You almost killed MEM. Yet did I ever blame you for that? Get lost, the glass saint said coldly. Her body turned as cold as frost after being reminded by Zhou Jiming of their past. She was not naive enough to think that someone like Zhou Jiming had truly been obsessed over her out of love. He was only doing it because she had refused his advances many times back then. Her utter refusal to submit to him hit the unparalleled genius who had been titled Crown Prince at a very young age. It all led to her family being slaughtered. It was all a testament to his determination to see what he set out to do done, and that no one shall stand in his way. She had once got in the way of him attaining sainthood, and she had also almost ended up killing him several times. Zhou Jiming probably came to fear her more than he loved her. She knew very well that to Zhou Jiming she was but an obsession he would never be able to truly rid himself of. If she had actually agreed to his proposal, moving into the lapis lazuli palace of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and becoming his woman, his wish would have been fulfilled and his head cleared by then. As he came to possess her, he would have cut her down soon after. Zhou Jiming was her inner demon, and in the same vein, she was, too, Zhou Jiming's inner demon. She was unable to truly rest until Zhou Jiming ended up dead. Zhou Jiming's expression turned cold after hearing her scornful word. He, who was still in the air, turned to shoot a cold stare at Yi Futian, who was not far away. He said, "Do you think you'll be able to take me on just by participating in this sacred war? Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State? He will be dead before long, and your wish of driving a wedge in how things are now, it will be nothing more than a dream. It's truly a pity that you, the number beauty in the Eastern state, one that will remain stunning even when compared to the rest of the 9 states, and furthermore, extremely talented, will have to lower yourself to get along with a runt. Are you really thinking of borrowing his power to achieve your goal? He can hardly keep himself alive, and the saints of the Holy Ji Palace are nowhere to be found. How will you get out of the predicament you find yourself in now?" The sacred king said coldly. In another direction, Saint Xihua slowed down as well, and many felt something was about to happen. Are the two saints really getting ready to take on the glass saint right here in the imperial mausoleum? The sacred king's eyes were incredibly intense as he took a look at Yi Futian. Sister Glass Saint. Don't make me laugh. Yi Futian naturally sensed the sacred king's eyes on him and heard their conversation. Apparently, the feud between the Zhou sacred king and the glass saint ran deeper than he had expected. Hua Jiu had once joked that the sacred king would suffer an emotional trauma so terrifying that it would ruin his training if Yi Futian could actually make the glass saint his. Yi Futian had thought it to be little more than a joke, but from the way things looked at the moment, it seemed to be something that might actually happen. The sacred king seemed determined to make the glass saint his, one way or another. That was something that he had kept well hidden and did not show in his daily facade. As for the sarcastic jab from the sacred king, Yi Futian hardly took it to heart, and he felt next to nothing about it. Zhou Jiming, Yi Futian smiled and said, Sacred King, you really have one hell of an imposing name, but I wonder if you're really living up to it? The sacred king turned his eyes to Yi Futian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he was looking at a dead man. If it had not been for the presence of Xia Qingyuan and the people from other holy lands, he might have actually snapped and ended Yi Futian right there and then. Saint Ji looked rather pathetic in comparison, as he was really reluctant to do anything substantial. So, are the leaders of two holy lands today are going to gang up on a girl? Yi Futian saw Saint Xihua and the sacred king at the glass saint's flanks, as if they were having her surrounded. He did not expect the two to actually be so brutal, getting down to business right there in the imperial mausoleum. Both Saint Xihua and the sacred king were of a higher rank than the glass saint on the saint ranking. If both of them were to act against her at the same time, she would definitely be at a severe disadvantage. Since when do I need to heed your opinion about my way of going about things? Saint Xihua took a look at Yi Futian and said coldly, although Emperor Xia declared that saints are forbidden to move against people below the saint plane, if someone actively provokes the saints, then I guess Emperor Xia will be able to understand what happens afterward. They were already on bad terms with each other, and there was no need for facades. If the glass saint was determined to get herself into this, then they would simply ally themselves and take on the glass saint, showing decisiveness like none other. Chapter 950. The power of pressure brought on by the two great saints was terrible. Even if their strengths were constrained inside the imperial mausoleum, the power of the saints was still pressing down in this space. Yi Futian cast a glimpse at Saint Xihua. It was unexpected that some of the accumulated grievances would now explode within this imperial mausoleum. The power of pressure brought on by the two great saints was terrible. Even if their strengths were constrained inside the imperial mausoleum, the power of the saints was still pressing down in this space. Yi Futian cast a glimpse at Saint Xihua. It was unexpected that some of the accumulated grievances would now explode within this imperial mausoleum. A sword appeared in the hand of the glass saint. The sword was cold, like the moon in winter, seemingly capable of freezing anyone's soul. At this moment, all the gentleness and kindness had gone out of the eyes of the glass saint. There was only coldness remaining, warning strangers not to get close. It was as if this was the other side of Glass Saint. Many saints in the 9 states only knew that the Glass Saint cultivated an ice affinity, but did not know that she was also an expert in swords. Love, Destroyer. Great Zhou, Sacred King, glanced at the sword in the hand of the Glass Saint. It was with this sacred sword that the Glass Saint chopped off the head of her betrothed. The name of the sword was Love, Destroyer. It could hack away all emotions. Moreover, it could hack away the law. She did not look at Great Zhou, Sacred King, or Saint Xihua, but continued to move forward, sword in hand, seemingly without fear, facing the 2 saints who ranked above her. Upon the body of Great Zhou, Sacred King, the illusion of a golden phoenix appeared. It was as if it had melded with his body, surrounded by holy light as the dazzling golden radiance flowed, augmenting the body of this golden phoenix until it had covered the sky, creating the Futian sacred phoenix. Even if they were limited by the rules of the imperial mausoleums, the saints were born of the rules of the great path and were a law unto themselves. Raising his hand, great Zhou's sacred king slammed in the direction of the glass saint, and the Futian sacred phoenix screamed as it flew out to attack. A radiant light appeared between heaven and earth, aiming at the seemingly frail body of the glass saint. In the hand of the glass saint, the love destroyer was unleashed to cut off strands of love and emotions and to cut off the great path. There was a silvery white light, frosty and cold, appearing in the space and slicing through the shadow of the Futian sacred phoenix. The momentum headed toward great Zhou's sacred king's majestic and authoritative body. Great Zhou's sacred king sent out another palm strike and blocked the blade of light, but he faintly felt that the sacred sword had directly entered into his mind, cutting off his spiritual will and breaking the path of his cultivation. Back then, he could have entered the saint plane decades earlier, but he was stopped by the glass saint who had hacked away the basis of a sacred path, intending on obstructing his path to sainthood. After what she had experienced, the glass saint was no longer as gentle as she normally appeared, but was extremely determined and resilient in her heart. Everything she had done was to one day lead to his demise. The two broke out in an immense battle, and in a moment caused a terrible storm in the space. Many cultivators retreated. Even though the two were suppressing their true strengths, the rippling effect of the battle was still frightening. However, those inside the imperial mausoleum were not common characters themselves. The speed of the group did not stop as they were moving forward, and they were extremely fast. Even in the midst of battle, great Zhou's sacred king and glass saint were battling and moving at the same time. In front of the imperial mausoleum, there was an ancient temple that was 3 stories high. In front of the ancient temple, there were 2 statue-like puppets guarding on each side. Above the ancient temple, there was also an enormous golden bell that was extremely radiant all over. The bell kept spinning, releasing brilliant rays like a renhuang bell. Underneath the ancient temple, there were countless puppets, like an army guarding the place. In front of them, there was a huge space occupied by a pattern of the 8 trigrams, like a matrix, and this pattern was the only gateway to the ancient temple. Xia Qingyuan, Li Yao, and the others walked straight forward and followed the formation of the matrix, intending on stepping into the ancient temple of the imperial mausoleum. However, the 2 puppets stood there guarding the left and the right, like gods from heaven. The middle-aged scribe, who was next to Li Yao, was holding the sword that could split the heaven and earth. He hacked toward puppets that had moved to the middle to block their way. The sword fell, and the sword that could cut through the void did not split the puppets apart. The 2 puppets were surrounded by a perilous aura that subtly turned into armor. They raised their hands and slammed toward the middle-aged scribe. Out of the sky, giant handprints fell down, and the middle-aged scribe felt a huge threat, and his body moved backward rapidly. But the handprint seemed to follow him like his shadow covering the sky. He let out a scream, and his body spun and instantly released 3,000 blades of light. Among the vast world, only this sword seemed to exist. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the arms of the 2 puppets came down with destructive sword light. The middle-aged scribe felt that something was amiss and morphed his body into the sword, rapidly retreating. Another violent sound came out, and the body of the middle-aged scribe was struck down. With a shrill scream, he fell to the ground. His legs had been pierced through by the perilous aura and were eaten bit by bit into nothingness. It was an extremely wretched scene. The 2 puppets then separated, one on each side, still guarding the antiquities inside the imperial mausoleum. Glass Saint and Great Zhou's sacred king were still in battle, the 2 being equal in strength, erupting into an even fiercer battle. Just then, a terrible aura was exuded from Saint Shihua. "Watch out!" Yi Futian called out in caution, and just as his voice faded, Saint Shihua finally made his move. His speed was extremely fast. The moment when he made his move, he turned into partial shadows, and his radiant body descended behind Glass Saint. The Imperial Mausoleum had limited their power of the Great Path, so an attack up close was the most suitable strategy. A terrible, suffocating pressure descended, and at this moment, the Glass Saint could only feel the violent beating of her heart, and it was difficult to breathe. In her spiritual will, the figure of Saint Chihua had even appeared. Her left hand reached out and hit behind her. Heaven and the earth were frozen, and everything was turning into ice. But Saint Chihua still dealt his blow, using his palm without any hesitation. Thousands of palm prints overlapped and forcibly shattered the power of the ice. At this moment, Glass Saint felt her inside shatter, and with a muffled sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. As her sword slashed downward, Great Zhou Sacred King was forced back and his body flew back, leveraging the attack of Saint Chihua. There were stains of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her long black hair was slightly disheveled. With her iciness at this moment, the Glass Saint appeared to exude a sense of abject beauty. Many people around them thought that Saint Chihua was truly malevolent. In spite of his own reputation, he would join in the attack with the Great Zhou Sacred King and had seized the opportunity for a strike. Glass Saint, Great Zhou Sacred King has loved you for many years. If you agree to marry into the Great Zhou dynasty as a sacred queen, it could be a beautiful thing. Saint Chihua looked at the Glass Saint while she looked as calm as undisturbed water. Her slender hand stretched out with sword in hand, but her slight body stood firm. A few strands of long hair around her forehead were flying, and her eyes revealed her determination. Princess, the giant bell on the ancient temple seems curious. Why not give it a try? Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan, who turned her head to look at Yi Futian, then looked up at that rotating ancient bell. Sister Glass Saint, when the ancient bell rings, everyone will be attacked. You can take the opportunity to strike back. Yi Futian secretly transmitted the message to Glass Saint. A picture of the Imperial Mausoleum appeared in his mind. This place should be the book's hiding place in the Imperial Mausoleum, and it was already close to the belly of the land, and this ancient bell could initiate the matrix. Xia Qingyuan gave an order to the people beside her, and suddenly, a cultivator of the Saint Plane levitated and knocked on the enormous ancient bell. Dong! Along with the bell ringing, an incomparable radiant glow bloomed from the ancient bell. In an instant, a tremendous pressure of the great path descended from the sky. Saints and sages alike felt as if they were shocked by electricity. The sounds of the Runhuang bell rocked inside their heads fiercely. The sound of the bell, like the sound of the great path, penetrated through the ears and seemed to come from the millennium. Those who cultivated longer felt a greater impact. Many from the Saint Plane on the scene groaned, and their heads were suddenly shaky. The saint who knocked on the ancient bell was shocked to the ground, his head humming and droning. Only the bell sounds of the great path continued lingering. The same was true for Great Zhou Sacred King. The illusions of the golden phoenix that were upon his body seemed to be shattered, and for a moment there was only emptiness in his mind. But at this time, Glass Saint felt a strong sense of danger. She raised her head abruptly to look up and saw that his body was being covered with ice bit by bit, a bone-chilling coldness, and the soul seemed to be enclosed in ice. The sword came for Great Zhou Scared King, appearing directly in his mind, causing him to stop thinking. It was a sword that would destroy the law. At this moment, the brilliant light rushed towards ninth heaven, and the horrible golden phoenix lingered in the air. The blood inside his body was burning up and turned into golden sacred blood, stimulating the strength inside the body, unrestricted by the force of the other party. The sacred beast, a golden phoenix, flew out and seized the sword, but where the sword landed, it would destroy with the power of the great path. The figure of the golden phoenix shattered, and with a slushy sound, the sword penetrated the body of Great Zhou Sacred King. The destructive force of the great path that would kill everything exploded with madness. The inside of the great Zhou Sacred King was burning. His eyes were fully opened and round, and his palms slammed forward. The sacred golden phoenix penetrated through them. With a loud bang, Glass Saint was knocked over and flew back, the sword in her hand dripping with golden blood. This sudden event shocked many, and they did not have time to respond. They looked at the two engrossed in fighting and saw the breath of great Zhou Sacred King quickly weaken. His wounds were constantly repairing, but they could see from his pale face that he had been grievously injured by the attack. The cultivators of the great Zhou dynasty came to him in a flash, and Jiang Yuechan caught Glass Saint. At the moment, the Glass Saint was in no better shape. Her clothes were blood-stained, and it was a shocking sight to behold. But her injury was obviously less than that of great Zhou Sacred King. Great Zhou Sacred King looked at Yi Futian coldly. Why did the Glass Saint attack at that precise moment? Obviously, Yi Futian knew something. He and Saint Xihua knew that this imperial mausoleum may have been left behind by the royal ancestors of the Holy Ji Palace. It seemed that Yi Futian indeed knew of the secrets within the imperial mausoleum. Not only him, but Saint Xihua also cast a glance at Yi Futian. Saint Ji, who was in the void, did so as well. It seemed that Saint Xihua and great Zhou Sacred King did not deceive him. Follow him. Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Jia. Jia nodded lightly, knowing what he should do. As the second existence of the sages on the saint and sage ranking, and under the current situation where all the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace were detained by Kong Yao in battle, it would be easy for him to kill Yi Futian. He was privy to the agreement between Saint Ji and Saint Xihua. Since Saint Xihua did not deceive his master, he would fulfill his part of the bargain and not allow Yi Futian to walk out of the imperial mausoleum. This was also the reason why great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Xihua already regarded Yi Futian as a dead man walking. They had already set up a trap to ensure his death. Chapter 951. Just as the bell rang, the Glass Saint and great Zhou Sacred King were injured at the same time. Saint Xihua's body turned into a shadow and moved instantly towards the Glass Saint, so quickly that there was no time to react. Just as the bell rang, the Glass Saint and great Zhou Sacred King were injured at the same time. Saint Xihua's body turned into a shadow and moved instantly towards the Glass Saint, so quickly that there was no time to react. Jiang Yuechan, who caught the body of Glass Saint, did not hesitate when she swung her sword at Saint Xihua. Everything she knew was taught to her by the Glass Saint, therefore their abilities were similar in nature. This sword was cold and biting, but when the attack of Saint Xihua countered it, the sword was broken inch by inch and the horrible, turbulent force impacted her arms and body. Blood blossomed, and Jiang Yuechan's arm was pulverized instantly. She flew back along with the body of the Glass Saint. Her clothes were bloody and shocking to behold, but her beautiful face was not shaken one bit. Yuechan. Glass Saint was looking pale. With this hit, Jiang Yuechan was injured more severely than her. If not for the space greatly restraining the strengths of the cultivators of the Holy Lands and that ringing of the bell just now, Jiang Yuechan would not have survived going up against Saint Xihua. "My lady, I am fine." Jiang Yuechan looked at Glass Saint and appeared just as firm as always. She did not call the Glass Saint master, but referred to her as my lady because she had followed the Glass Saint since she was a child and was her lady-in-waiting. She had accompanied Glass Saint as part of her dowry when she was to be married. They did not expect to be sent to the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and she had watched her lady nearly commit suicide to avoid the shame of being humiliated. Later, when she and the lady were rescued by the previous lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, they were saved, but the entire family of her lady was exterminated, and her own family along with them. She made a blood oath then that she would seek revenge one day, even if her talent was not particularly outstanding. But today, She was on the sage and saint ranking. For revenge, she would do anything. When Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty teamed up to deal with the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, both of them knew that Great Zhou Sacred King would make his move on them. Today, at the Imperial Mausoleum, it was just an early arrival of the inevitable. Those two saints, who stood at the top of the eastern state, would attack Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple sooner rather than later. That was because you interfered, Saint Xihua said indifferently. This could not be regarded as an attack to the sage. Dong! Another bell rang out. The radiant ancient bell kept spinning, releasing terrifying lights. The bell's sounds were like the sound of the great path, once again rocking the minds of those who heard it. Everyone groaned, especially those on the Saint Plain, as their divine paths were being suppressed. At the same time, in the place where they stood, the brilliant light of the matrix seemed to resonate with the ancient bell and gave birth to a tremendous pressure of the great path. Those saints frowned and felt their power had been suppressed, forcing them to stand down from the divine path. Dong! The bells were still ringing, ceaselessly. As every bell rang out, it banged hard in the minds of all saints. The cultivator next to Xia Qingyuan said, "Princess, our plane has been suppressed, and we can no longer exercise the power of the Saint Plane." A touch of coolness flashed between Xia Qingyuan's brows. She turned back and gave Yi Futian a look, but Yi Futian just said, "Princess, the puppets of the ancient temple were blocking the path with the ancient bell hanging in the sky. I could venture such a guess. The matrix is changing at the moment. Perhaps we have an opportunity." Just as he finished speaking, lanes of ancient paths appeared in front of the matrix, leading to the ancient temple in the front. Upon the ancient paths, strong and powerful puppets appeared. He guessed correctly? Many looked at Yi Futian with amazement. Xia Qingyuan was a decisive person, so she ignored the descending pressure of the great path and went straight ahead toward the ancient path. Since the path had appeared to the ancient temple, then it had to be the right way. Bang! There was a loud noise. Xia Qingyuan's attack landed on the puppet, but did not break it. She felt that this puppet seemed to be created by the matrix according to her plane, so that it was extremely strong and indestructible. A terrible vortex suddenly appeared on top of her palm. When the attack came, she raised her slender fingers and pointed forward. In a flash, the terrible vortex shattered everything, and the body of the puppet exploded. Xia Qingyuan continued to move forward, the bell still ringing and the glory of the great path continuing to rain down, which put her under great pressure. Still, she moved forward steadily, pushing open the door of the ancient temple, where there was an enormous golden glow reflected upon everyone's face. Huang, she was extremely emotional. According to the mark on the map, the cache of the sutras within the Imperial Mausoleum was here. It could contain many powerful methods, and it could be a treasure trove. With Xia Qingyuan taking the lead, the rest followed close behind. The matrix was constantly slowing down, and puppets appeared one after another. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the puppet, and the bell never stopped its pressure so that the saints were also suppressed and moving step by step inside. "I will go in to take a look. Keep tabs on him." Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Jia and went forward. Most of the people from the Holy Lands in the 9 states and the cultivators of the upper worlds also wanted to enter and look inside. Huang, she also had this impulse, but Yi Futian had told them to give up. He knew the reason behind Yi Futian's decision. Many cultivators were here. If they were going along with them, there would be no chance of survival at all. This ancient temple was excellent bait. At this time, the glass saint was still confronting Saint Xihua and Great Zhou Sacred King. Yi Futian observed the situation in front of him and realized that this matrix was self-contained and therefore impossible to take advantage of. Although it could suppress the power of the divine path, it was impossible for a sage to overcome the existence of a saint even if the other party's strength was suppressed. "Move!" Saint Chihua said, and joined forces once again with great Zhou Sacred King to continue the attack on Glass Saint. Yi Futian realized that it was not only Saint Chihua and great Zhou Sacred King, but there were also many cultivators of the Chihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty who also did not venture into the ancient temple, but instead were focused on him. Aside from that, there was also Saint Ji to consider. Saint Ji hated him to the bone. Since they entered the imperial mausoleum, he had focused his attention on him. And then there were some who surprised Yi Futian. People of the Hall of Holy Light and many holy lands in the 9 states had left some people who also did not enter the ancient temple. Saint Ji had already stepped toward the ancient temple, but several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light paid no mind to it, as if they had not noticed at all. Instead, they were focusing all their attention on his side. Among them, there were the 2 topmost gifted talents from the Hall of Holy Light, Jia and GMO, and one other with a very strong presence, very possibly one of the sages from the Hall of Holy Light. As for other cultivators, they were also the top figures of all the holy lands. It seemed that this time his opponents were not just the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Chihua Sacred Mountain. Don't you want to go inside the ancient temple and take a look? Yi Futian glanced at the cultivators in the matrix. No one answered him, which made Yi Futian faintly get the feeling that the 2 holy lands in the eastern state had investigated the background of the imperial mausoleum and suspected certain things. Not only them, but the other holy lands also vaguely knew of these things, but they should all just be suspicion without confirmation. If this was the case, he would like to see if Saint Chihua and great Zhou Sacred King would be willing to give him up. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. When his voice faded, he abandoned the ancient temple and led the people of the barren state to step back and went around the matrix, moving forward from another direction. This matrix was the only way to the ancient temple in front, but there were no more obstructions preventing them from moving toward it. Sure enough, as Yi Futian started to move, many shadows now came out of the sky, and Saint Chihua had a look of hesitation. The exchange with Glass Saint before gave him an understanding of her true strength. Under the condition that all 3 of them had their power suppressed, it would be difficult for the 2 of them to overcome the Glass Saint in a short time. "The imperial mausoleum is important," Saint Chihua said to great Zhou Sacred King, and then immediately gave up his attack on the Glass Saint and instead pursued in the direction of Yi Futian. Now it was ascertained that Yi Futian knew of the secret of the imperial mausoleum, and with his understanding of Yi Futian, who was a tough character, if he had given up the ancient temple, it must be because the real treasure of the imperial mausoleum was not here. He would keep a close eye on Yi Futian, and perhaps there were also treasures in the ancient temple, but there was no gain without risk. Yi Futian and his party were extremely fast. They were running like mad inside the imperial mausoleum. The ancient temple had attracted many people, but they did not expect that there were so many cultivators following, which was rather thorny. Soon they would reach the entrance to the place of the inheritance of the imperial mausoleum. It would be best if everything went well. Finally, there was an immensely powerful pressure of the great path coming toward them, and they could faintly make out many large statues that extended high into the sky. Both Saint Chihua and great Zhou Sacred King were moved, and their looks were solemn as they moved forward step by step. Yi Futian gradually reduced his speed and slowed down to take in the magnificent scenery in front of him. Although he had already seen the map of the imperial mausoleum in advance, it was still deeply shocking when he beheld the scene in person. This was an enormous mausoleum. In front of the mausoleum there was a stone wall, immensely large and laid across the imperial mausoleum. On the huge stone wall, there were engravings of enormous statues that were lifelike. Every statue could be that of a man of great importance in life. There was a total of 37 statues, with 18 on each side, completely symmetrical. The statue in the middle was radiant all over, and its eyes seemed to regard the world with great authority. Everyone felt that their breathing had become quick and difficult, and there was a kind of suffocating pressure descending upon them. Even saints, such as the great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Chihua were no exception. The statue in the middle was most likely the statue of Renhuang, and the 36 statues on both sides each contained a terrible will of the Great Path, and this realization was the true realization of the Great Path. This is the real imperial mausoleum, the tomb of Renhuang. Saint Chihua's heart was incredibly turbulent as he stared at everything in front of him. Glass Saint also stared ahead with her beautiful eyes. She entered the imperial mausoleum because she also wanted to get to the treasures hidden within and use them to squash the great Zhou sacred king. This imperial mausoleum was not complicated, and there was no murderous matrix. It was very likely that the master of the imperial mausoleum was preparing for the inheritance of his descendants. Then perhaps Yi Futian and his people would have a way to enter this true tomb of Renhuang. Saint Ji walked towards Yi Futian and stopped not far behind him. His eyes were fixed on him. If there was a chance, it was certain that he would let Yi Futian meet his maker. However, Yi Futian appeared not to have noticed. His eyes remained on the statue in front. He knew that behind this was the inheritance left by Renhuang, and this statue was the entrance. However, the premise was to open it. Yi Futian, how do we get in? Saint Chihua said as he moved forward step by step. The pressure of the great path emitted by the statues inside the mausoleum descended on his body, and Saint Chihua just felt the entire burden of heaven upon him. But right now, inside of him, there was only greed. The rest of the cultivators had also moved toward Yi Futian and the others. They all felt that they were now close to the real destination,